I definitely think we're going to be able to get to the top of this stage because we've got the best team culture and chemistry between each other.
Our team are definitely going to win this tournament. Definitely ready to mechanics check every team we verse.
We're already smashing. We're undefeated so far, so I think we're still going to remain undefeated throughout the season.
I think we're going to win purely based off how strong our team's friendship is.
What does it take to win? Making sure that you love your family. Feel like we're the best team to win this because, well, we've got family. Why are we the best? We all live in the bar back stores.
I think the audience should 100% keep an eye on Tuhan. Tuhan's had previous teams, they haven't been able to unlock his potential. We've unlocked him and we're ready to let him loose.
Audience should keep their eye on the worst performing player on wildcard because they're probably going to get kicked by Kyra.
Keep my eyes on. I can keep their eyes on me, some sharp, and they should always be spectating me because I'm going to do something cool.
He needs to clutch up a 1 versus 4. There's not a lot of hope. There's not a lot of time.
I think Bank has to be my favorite map in the pool.
Bank is definitely my least favorite map in the game.
In my opinion, I think it is the perfect map for both defense and attack. In my opinion, also makes it the best map.
I think I would rather play any other map, including Favela.
I think the best way to enter Bank is through the top floor, always. Coming through those north windows, jumping through stock, going through skylight.
My favourite place to enter is definitely server with the pre-placed throne.
And then on defense, it's a bit of a trickier question, but I think at the basis of defense, it's very util and team dependent. So making sure that your plant denial is perfectly set up, making sure that, you have your impact grenades, etc.
Some of the essential operators that you need on this map.
The main one is 0 for me.
Dokubi and Nook are two essentials for this map.
A Thatcher or anyone with impact EMP grenades.
My top tip for Bank would to be incredibly patient and you will win this map.
Oh, my top tip for Bank, use Azami. If she is not banned, bring her every single site. I don't care how you use her. She is probably the most broken operator on this map. I think Oregon is one of the best maps in Siege. It's definitely a staple. Everyone knows how to play it. Everyone's played it. It's been in the best games in esports. It's been in the worst games in esports as well.
Attacking definitely varies a lot depending on the team. You can either do a full 5-man push or you can have just 5 people on opposite sides of the map.
I think the same goes for defense. Wherever you're holding, you need to have intel. You need to have someone holding it, whether there's a shield, a Valkyrie cam, etc. So the bombs on Oregon, there are 2 in the basement.
And top floor is kids and games.
And there's 4 in the middle floor being dining and kitchen and meeting.
Secret tips to Oregon is have good teammates and win your ones.
My top tips for Oregon, when you're attacking, flash executes. If you want to do something cheeky, you can send a Nook, hit them with a special Ying play or an Amaru play. It definitely disrupts the round.
What do I think about Cafe? There is a room called Stock, and we also do call that bar back store. So yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites.
I think with Cafe, a majority of your attacks are usually top down. There's 2 hatches on the roof, but a lot of the time you're just going through the hatches or going from the windows, so always going from the top of the map.
And then on defense, it's a lot of standard positions like Pixel, having someone cigar, and maybe a few roamers.
Ooh, the position that's most vital.
It's definitely Pillars. Pillars is a good anchor spot where you can watch the snow door, mining balcony, the new balcony hatch drop. There are 2 big giant pillars that you can use to your advantage, hide around.
Ooh, I think that Chalet is it relies on your team to be able to clear things very structurally.
There's pretty much a standard push for most sites, which is usually just library, but there are a lot of ways to lurk, a lot of plays to be made. For attack setup, first minute of the round, it's really important that you stay alive and keep it a 5v5 because defense are looking for that initial pick.
And then on the defense, you need to be very spread. You need to be holding these windows that they have to jump through, falling back when you need to, shooting their drones, because the less intel the attackers have, the better it is for you.
I personally think that definitely some fragging power. A Zofia, Iana, and Nook with a Sledge and 1 hard breacher.
I think the most essential operators is defense being Valkyrie, and then on attack, it's Thermite. I think if you do not run a Thermite on Chalet, it is very hard to attack. All right, I got a top secret tip for Chalet. Actually, it has to be one of my greatest. It's definitely banning the Wamai and then force picking the Capital every single round. Everybody is stuck in a corner, and if they can't leave the flame, then it's just free kills.
My name is Phoenix.
My name is Jake.
My name's Jigsaw.
My name's Logic.
My name is Sean.
My name is Nate.
My name is Tiltek.
My name is OK, and I'm in Homeless R6.
I'm in Kilton's Knights.
I am a player for Circular Spheres.
I'm in Team Bliss.
I play in Wildcard.
I'm in Team Troops.
The team that I play in is Bar Backstore.
I play the hard support for Not Quite Sure.
Well, there's only one person that will be hitting this list. He plays for Wildcard, and if you can guess,
Let's go with the logic.
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 I'm definitely gonna have to give that to Logic.
I would say I probably do have beef with quite a few players. I think the player in the scene that gets the most heated is probably Wettables. I mean, my bro gets mad.
The best shooter in Rainbow Six is definitely me by far. I don't think Spoit has anything on me, to be honest.
I was gonna say Jigsaw from Bliss, but that's definitely incorrect.
I'm gonna say me or Brendo.
Probably Rendo. He's sharp.
Our biggest competition is ourselves and making sure that we show up on the day.
I'm just going to say this now. The only competition that you have is only with your team and yourself.
Who is my biggest competition? I don't think there is any competition. I think Bliss and Wildcard are overrated, and I'm going to stomp them.
I don't think I have beef with anyone, but definitely think that Wildcard probably would take it on the potential beef. They definitely get themselves into beef quite a lot.
Let me tell you, I have beef with OJ from, I don't even know what their team's called. Homeless. I have beef with Homeless. I hate Homeless.
No, I don't have any beef with anyone.
Yeah, my R6 icon is definitely Virtue from G2. I think for most Australian players, I would think this would have to be the answer. You know, he was the first Australian player to make a big move. You know, he grinded out in that region. Recently, he obviously showed they become the Rainbow Six champions. And also, I've interacted with him. He's very nice, very humble, good bloke all around.
My R6 icon would be Rampy or Bosco from SSG. Those two were the reasons why I knew competitive Siege was probably the most fun.
Right, so I think the best celebration that has ever gone down in R6 history, and everyone will remember this one. Pyro left Ludovica, joined Wildcard R6. He then versed Ludovica in stage 1. And then at the end of the game, when Ludovica won 8-7 over their previous teammate, Mr. Twent got Ludovica.
Probably Twent. He's a pretty average looking bloke, and then he starts making funny faces with his hands going all like this and stuff.
Hit the camera with one of these ones. Oh, it went wild. It went wild. The scene didn't like that one.
There is a GOAT celebration. Jigsaw did it. I remember it very, very clearly. He basically won a series, and then he got his pillow and he got his covers, and he fell asleep on the webcam.
My name is Totek. My team that I play for is Bar Backstore, and the position I play on defense is Lurk or Roma.
My name is Jake. I play for Circular Spheres, and on defense, I would play Rome.
My name's Jigsaw, and I'm in Team Bliss, and my position on defense is Rome.
Hi, my name is Logic. I play for Wildcard, and I am the flex player.
Hi, my name is Phoenix. I'm in Kelton Knights, and I play entry frag.
I think the thing that makes me and my team good at roaming is we're very good at playing off each other, letting each other know where we are and where we're going to take engagements and set us up for a round win.
I generally come into contact with a lot of the attackers first and take a gunfight with an unexpected player.
Pull people towards me, get gunfights, take engagements, play pinches, and I think I'm able to calm well to get support from my team as well.
Good mechanical skill, lots of hours in T-Hunt.
What it takes to become a good roamer is being extremely vocal. Your mechanics are nothing if you don't have a teammate there to trade you, even if you lose your one.
My favorite weapon on the defense is 100% without a doubt the P90. I think the P90, 50 bullets, very fast fire rate, no recoil, best gun. It's pretty easy.
My favorite weapon on defense is Ella Pistol. I like walking around the map and one-tapping people.
My favorite gun on defense is Alibi's MX4. It's just a nice weapon. It's very good for long range. It's good fire rate, and because she's a 3-speed, you can just run around and deal a lot of damage with it.
My name is Nate. I'm in Troops, and the position I play on defense is I'm an anchor.
My name is OJ. I play for Homeless, and I'm the second support for the team.
I'm Sean. I play for NQS, and on defense, I play the smoke or the side anchor.
So I play the smokes, the 3 armors, all that good stuff.
I get to lock down the site, stay alive to the end, and get some of those clutch plays.
The clutch aspect, and also you're very vital to winning the round in the team, whether it be denying time, stopping plants.
Being calm in those clutch situations, knowing what to do, and not giving my life away too early.
Early round, flicking through all the cams, making sure your team understands where they're being attacked from. Mid round, holding the important angles. Late round, obviously denying plants, making sure that your team wins the round.
Something that makes me really good at being the side anchor and the smoke player is watching a lot of pro league, so I know how to set up the sites in different ways to achieve the best result for the team.
A lot of pro league, so I know how to set up the sites in different ways to achieve the best result for the team.
Oh, my favorite weapon on defense is hands down the SMG-11. It is the GOAT weapon of Rainbow Six. High fire rate, it's a secondary, great scopes. You know, you can put whatever attachments you want on it. You can basically play it to how you want to play.
I think the 3 words that best describe me and my playstyle would be patient,
I guess calm, laid back,
aware,
and solid.
Gun gets, the second line. Unless there's a swing here from Wetterballs, there is. Halbich wet stuck.
Oh.
He gets one from Service. Wetterballs! He spots the head. Campo just peeked out for a second. 7-2 victory for Aerial Arise. Use it, but really no time. Has the yellow ping this?
Oh, he does. Keep in mind, one shot, but he still hits that.
Now being Hunter. Shots again, this time not landing him.
Campo does get the first.
Mammoth will get their first round. The Blast R6 Oceania League. Just off this lounge position. Karma's actually found one and found a double. So Jigsaw has to dispatch with the lurker. Fast inside of Catch. A difficult position. He vaults on through, but Karma equipped. And it's Shont who's fortified on top of that diffuser. Add bricks and President is just laying low on the bed. They double stack. They're both going to push through. They cannot even step a foot in Quiz's Bakery. Its player re-aggresses onto Worthy. Pat tries to grapple in, but Juice is waiting.
Phoenix low low.
Oh my.
Neptune, not quite yet though.
Hope. There's not a lot of time. There's not a chance. Homeless are clean with it. They go 7 and zip on Cafe. Just Smacker and Nate and the C4 from Edpan to be ready for an onslaught. It's Server down the line. Hold on now as Wetterballs can get the clutch. Finish it off. 2 deny this push. Dropping straight into the goo mine. Leaves it all up to President. Logic finishes it off. Wildcard have what it takes to hold on for NQS and stave off the match point. Rendo's feeling the pressure, takes. Quiz has found one, but immediately traded back once again. So they can safely start to maneuver their way. Josh has gone down, and there is a reason in OCE that our blood runs pink.
Position 100% known, and Phoenix will finally find that pick. Simpletons Knights to form, and
he's got Diffuser. Had to stay alive and did so. Worthy starting to find some kills. Entrance, and he's going to find it really, really well played from looking over towards Dining. Pinku, big fight here to right above, and Pat still at the fireplace stairs. That is going to be.
Campo does get the first 5 seconds red time
on site.
Weather this storm, but Pinku looking for a trade. A 1 versus 1 action. Pinku though steps up.
I don't know a whole heap about Border. Haven't played it before, and we don't play it.
It's not one of my favorite maps. I don't really enjoy. I think spawn peaks, leaving the spawn as well can be quite tricky.
For attacking Border, CC is a very big area to take. Very helpful in attacking Armory, it's very helpful in attacking Workshop and taking customs.
To set up our defense, I would like to be quite aggressive. I'd like to be up in the attacker's face, contesting their entry points, making sure that they're not comfortable within the map.
Essential op for this map would probably be like OMI, because it helps hold security and Fountain.
But a lot of the floor is soft, so if you have info for C4s, Pulse or Valkyrie, you can usually pick up a free kill just off info.
I think it's a pretty default map. It's definitely got some room for some creativity in there. Clubhouse definitely has a big mix of long angles as well as verticality.
There's a lot of nice vert that you can do. I do like playing Buck and Sledge on Clubhouse a lot.
The best way to attack on defense is make sure you have your preset drones. I think you need to know where they are. You need to know what they're doing. Yeah, you can't let them have free reign.
You want to set up your defense the way that you think the other team is going to attack, setting up crossfires and certain anchor points around that are going to make it really hard for them to do the attack that they want to do.
I think a secret little trick in this map, you want to whip out a little pulse shotgun for a gym defense. Tell you, it works every time.
I want to say it's one of my favorites. It's just like a ranked map, I guess. Everyone plays it in ranked. I don't really see people play it in comp. I'd say it's a very aggressive map. I like I like the aggressiveness on it.
Skyscraper's definitely got to be one of the harder maps to attack. The defenders can hold a lot of really strong positions around all your entry points, so you got to kind of be a little bit creative.
On attack, you always have to get your flank drones. Depending on those drones and the info you have, you push from that side.
On defense, you're generally going to want to set up in these strong positions around where attackers can enter and just try and deny them getting any ground into the building or make them waste a lot of time trying to get a foothold in the map.
Everyone hates theme park, but I actually like it a lot.
The map's got a lot of little corners you can hide in, so it's definitely a very slow map where if you get caught up, you'll struggle a lot.
The best way to tackle, I reckon, you always go cash back and push across, get top floor, and then depending, most teams grab yellow wall, that's just for armory. There's also the 2 top floor sites, and everyone always just goes cash back anyway.
When you're defending on this, you're generally going to want to set up around where you think the attackers are going to enter and waste a lot of time, and then after that, you're going to want to fall back and just hide in some corners because it's going to take them a long time to clear you out, especially if you do well at wasting time at the start.
Central operators on this map would probably be something like an ace. I think it's probably like the best hard breacher.
I love to play Cade. He's got a 2x on his TCSG, and he can just like electrify most walls.
I think Villa's a pretty fun map. There's a lot of room to run around.
Pretty good map. It's pretty big. You have a lot of freedom on both attack and defense to run around, take map control. It's free.
Villa is definitely a map of deception and entering where they're not, or creating a lot of false pressure around the map when you're defending.
I don't know if I can hear myself right now, but I hope everyone else at home can. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, I can't say that I can.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can hear you.
Oh.
You can hear me?
Unfortunately, yes, Rob.
Okay,
and I can hear myself as well.
Well,
it's
that's
amazing the way these little orifices on the sides of our head just like transmit signals to our brain.
Yeah, it is crazy how that works, isn't it? Mandy,
Yeah.
how are you feeling about today?
Feeling
You know,
alright.
we're
I'm feeling
past
okay.
the midway point, and now we're into the thick of it, which is both fun and terrifying.
Yep. Look, it's really passed by us. I feel like OCE League is such a condensed league, right? It's literally been like 4 weeks, I think, is the totality of the league. It really does not feel like we started all that long ago, and it's pretty soon that it's all going to be over.
Well, that's just it. We're on the tail end of the season, which is probably the most terrifying part of all. 9 points left for all of these teams to accumulate across 3 play days, Dev. We've only got one team so far that has remained flawless. I don't want to just dive into them, but Bliss have had a phenomenal start to 2023.
They have, and I think that it was an expectation set by their performance during the 6 Invitational qualifiers and by the general way that OCE has panned out over the last year, right?
Sure.
So a lot of the big hitters from last year, all of our APAC South teams had a massive fall from grace in overtime. I mean, if you look way back, you look at the old Order roster, what happened with them, you look at what happened with the Chiefs, and then you look at what happened to the eventual wildcard roster, and now Knights as well. All these big hitters of the past couple of years that you would be familiar with, had you been watching for the last couple of years, they have fallen from grace, and we're seeing Team Bliss really stand up and take advantage of this. Like, we've got former players from teams like Knights and Chiefs that are now becoming stars of that roster.
Yeah, it's kind of not to be a pessimist by any means, but it fell to ruins at the end of last year, and it's those that continue to ride out those storms that truly come through the other side, not just with experience, but sometimes with a little bit extra, and that's exactly what Bliss have done. But I don't need to just talk about them today, because that's the best part about this. We got 8 teams that we need to be talking about, so let's go ahead and have a look at the standings and see how all of this has shaped up over the past 5 play days. This is our 5th play day, so technically only 4 prior to this. Homeless and Circular Spheres are on the heels of Team Bliss, and the best part about that storyline right there is they play today at the end of the day as well, so you'll want to stick around right until the very end. Mandy, when we're looking at this, anything in particular that really sticks out to you?
I think this thing to point out is that Team Bliss are not secured for that Copenhagen major position just yet. They can still be overtaken if they don't continue to put up these wins in the final 3 play days. Homeless, Circular Spheres, of course, still have 9 points on the board that they collect, and they will play today. If Team Bliss fall to the next few teams that they play, I believe it's the Kelton's Knights, who've already caused a bit of an upset against Wildcard.
Absolutely.
And then they also fall to Wildcard on the final day. We could see Homeless, or we could see Circular Spheres going through instead.
I mean, technically, we actually could also see Wildcard, Aerial Arise, or Kelton's Knights make it to the
Okay,
major,
that's
believe
true.
it or not, technically. But in order for that to happen, it would have to be a pretty ridiculous turn of events. So unlikely. I think a lot of people are still regarding Wildcard as a shoo-in
Yes.
for that major spot.
Yep.
But it does seem very unlikely because they were upset originally by Circular Spheres and then also lost the opportunity for a point against Kelton's Knights, as you said, when they got pushed to OT. But there's no doubt about it, Bliss are currently the favourite team in the league.
Yeah.
And just to add on to what we were talking about before with, you know, teams falling and new teams rising, it's a circle of life. It's
Yep.
how it happens, right? It's a circle of how teams work in esports. I didn't mean to get philosophical on you, Mandy, but it's how it works, right? Like you have these older players retire, you have new players come in. I think Wildcard is a good example of that. Circular Sphere is a good example of that. And you also have a real recycling of players as well, where these guys that used to be on big hitting teams now go and join teams like Bliss.
Kelton's Knights as well.
Or Kelton's Knights, but yeah, I mean, they're a special case.
They are.
Don't know how to describe them in a concise sentence.
Honestly, no, that is the most accurate way of describing it. If you've seen any of the interviews, if you've heard of the way that Kelton's Knights like to talk, it can be a little bit spicy. Let's go ahead and have a look at the schedule for today to see how these matches are going to be playing out. First up, we've got Wildcard taking on Mammoth. Must win for Wildcard. As we were mentioning on the desk just then, looking at the standings, Wildcard, although they're on the outskirts, they're still the outside chance. They're probably the dark horse of the league right now in terms of making it to the major, just because of the way the points have been distributed. So that's a must win. But I've also got to say for Mammoth, you know, they've really got to dig their tusks in and start making this work. I wanted to hold it. I was so close to holding that for a second there.
You almost deadpanned it.
Yeah, almost. Bliss, Aerial Arise, that game, I actually think that there's a lot more in that game. Aerial Arise have really started to show promising signs. Mandy, as we get to the second half of tonight, NQS and Kelton's Knights, do we expect much from that one?
Look, I think that's going to be a fun one.
Yeah,
think.
just a fun one?
I think that'll be a fun one. I don't think that these two have got too much at stake for the matchup coming up third.
Yep.
But I think that it will certainly be an entertaining match. I think both these teams have got something in them, some brand of Siege that they both like to play. Not quite sure, of course, trying to find their footing. And Kelton's Knights, well, they're in for the ride.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. But we'll all be in for a ride by the end of the night. Homeless and Circular Spheres, 9 points apiece. This is a very, very big game. Don't get it twisted, because the winner of this will still have that edge in for the major. The loser could potentially be out of contention altogether, Dev.
Yes, we still have a lot of these top teams playing each other. In fact, next week we've got Wildcard Homeless, and then the following week we've got Wildcard versus Bliss. So in terms of Circular Spheres, they're the real up-and-comers. They're the only team that didn't play in OCEANIA last year that have come through. They were basically second best in CL, and then when the now Mammoth roster got promoted, they became the best in CL, and they're really gunning for a spot. And I think they are capable, but they really have to prove it today.
That's one way of putting it, isn't it? They kind of need to. They need to show up in ways that maybe we're kind of still questioning a little bit. But now it's time to have a look at the very first matchup, because this matchup is, again, one that is a must-win for Wildcard. There's no doubt about it. If they want to stay in the conversation, if they want to stay within touching distance of Bliss, and we don't know what's going to happen for the last 3 playdays, these are the games that they've got to do so confidently, Mandy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Every single point, not just win, every single point now is mission critical for their run for the major. Already dropping a point to the Kelton's Knights is not a good sign for Wildcard. Not only that, but they were upset by Circular Spheres as well. So against these teams at the bottom end of the bracket at the moment, the bottom end of the standings, they really need to be collecting all 3 points to make sure they are still in that conversation.
And Dev, we heard from Logic after that win against Kelton's Knights. You know, we were like, oh, geez, that must have been a sigh of relief. You've beaten. He was pissed.
Yeah, I mean,
to put it lightly.
I was actually chatting with Logic last night, and he said if we lose to Mammoth, I might actually just uninstall the game and retire.
Yes. Yep.
So if
signed and sealed.
Yeah, if that happens, I don't know. I feel like we've got to ask him about that after the show, even if we don't get the winners interview with him.
Yep.
Yeah, look, these guys had a lot of hope going in. Last year's Ludovica, now fortified with Cairo and Tuhan from Wildcard. Yeah, this is a team with a lot of expectation that I think maybe have a little bit too much pressure on their shoulders and have struggled to deal with that. I think in contrast, like Bliss, a bit more of an experienced team. They have pressure, but in a different way, and they're not as phased by it. And then you've got teams like Circular Spheres, which have no pressure. These guys, unfortunately, have that perfect storm of being just enough up-and-comers to have the expectation, but not enough experience to be able to easily deal with that pressure. It's something that, I mean, they've admitted themselves that they really just need to chill out, treat it like a scrim, and they'll probably win a lot more of these games.
But what's funny is we were at this point talking about Bliss a very long time ago now. It was back in 2021 where we were almost labeling the same that we were with Wildcard. So much potential, so much promise, but when it came to it, when push came to shove, they were falling short a little bit. And I think that this is still the continuation of those storylines, continuation of teams still trying to find their footing, still trying to find a way to build a big team that needs to find a footing in this league just to even stay in the conversation of being at this level is Mammoth. They are yet to put up a result on the board. Statistically, they are the worst team that we have in the Oceanic League with a negative 22 round differential. That is only in 4 games. That is absolutely absurd. And Mandy, as I throw to you with this stat, I want to hear what your thoughts are on this roster, but they have, of the bottom 5 players, 3 of them are placeholders.
Oh man, that is not a good sign to have for this team. I think for this team, look, it's been a rough run for them. I think that as it stands, they have just not really found their pace going into the league, whether it's a lack of a schedule outside for practice or whether it's showing up on game day is something that's hard for them. Maybe it's something in the mental, whatever it might be. Just for Mammoth, it just hasn't really quite come together. I'd like to see them at least put up a result on the board as we come to the business end of these final few play days. Show us a little bit more gusto in the server. But for now, it's not looking too hard for them.
No, it's tough, Dev, and it's even tougher because I love Tiltec. So it makes it very difficult.
Well, there are a lot of lovable players on this roster,
sure.
especially people that were watching the campaign from Kraken last year.
Yeah.
Very promising team that upshot expectation when they came in from OCL. A lot of people had written them off. They really delivered on the expectation. I think they got, I can't remember the exact positioning. I'll double check it now. Right, they managed to Kraken. They got 5th, which I think is pretty solid, right?
Yeah, that's decent,
including some pretty big wins across the board and some tight losses. But I think that this year, I don't know what's going wrong. Like it's been a massive question mark for me. If anything, the most surprising team in the league at the moment is this Mammoth roster. They should be successful. Like it's why their pedigree and their history last year is why they got picked up by an organization like Mammoth, and yet they just haven't delivered.
And what's even crazier is, is that result was against teams like Chiefs, like Knights, that were fully formed, fully functioning, fully competitive teams in the Oceanic League last year. So that, for me, kind of, I think really shows the polarity in their results from last year to now this year. Mandy, coming into this game, are you looking for anything in particular from Mammoth? Like, what is your pass mark for them?
I think my pass mark for them, pardon me, is to just look like a team, I think, today. I think to look competitive is the main thing. I would be pretty surprised I wouldn't be too surprised if they went down like 7-3, 7-2.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I feel like Wildcard are just a little bit more in form at the moment, a little bit more well-practiced. They are in our top end of teams. They're still in that conversation. But I think for Mammoth, even if the rounds don't quite go their way, it would be good to see them at least look competitive in the server because I feel like we haven't quite seen that from them yet.
Well, speaking of in the server, I'll let you comment as we go to the map vetoes. Feel free to, you can unleash on them or you can be nice to them, by the way.
I just want to kick off as we go through these map vetoes by reminding everyone that last year Kraken actually did beat Ludovica.
Yeah.
And almost beat Wildcard, right? They only lost in a close 5-7, whereas they pretty comfortably beat Ludovica in a 7-4. So there's a lot of history between the players on these teams, and I just don't know why Mammoth have struggled to find their feet. I don't think they know either. Now, you mentioned the cafe. We've seen Mammoth already play it twice so far.
Oh, God.
Interesting that Wildcard are the ones to ban it. They've had it as a reasonable staple ban, but also banned against them a couple times instead. We go to Bank, which we haven't seen from either of the teams so far in this league.
Mandy. Bit of an unknown. I feel like this favors Wildcard, just structurally.
Honestly, the way I see it is kind of no matter what map we went to, I feel like it was going to favor Wildcard just by the current form that they have got. But I think that with Bank, Bank seems to be one of the it was a pretty comfortable map for them when they were playing it last year from memory. I think same thing for the actual Wildcard roster as well, where Tuhan and Cairo came from. Feels like a map that's pretty staple in both their map pools. I think they'll be fine to go to that. For Mammoth, I'm not so sure about it. I think that Bank it's a pretty big map. It's got a lot of steps to it. And I think that in order to get through each process, it's going to take quite a bit of teamwork. It's going to require them to, I suppose, like test how competitive they really are.
So knowing the struggles of Bank Dev,
Well,
this is not going to be easy by any means.
No, there's been a very long off season,
Sure.
and we don't have any stats from this season on how the teams play on Bank. It's all just scrims. The last time Wildcard as a team played Bank, it was way back last year in APAC South against Fury, and they actually got destroyed 7-2. But that was like 3/5 of a different Wildcard roster, so not really. I don't want to read too much into that. If anything, I think this roster is much more akin to the old Ludovica team.
Yeah.
For just kind of reading overall into this, the fact that Mammoth didn't ban Cafe is kind of concerning to me. Like, we've seen them get trounced on it twice so far in the league, and yet it came down to Wildcard. Wildcard had the choice: do we go to Bank, which we don't know much about, or Cafe, which we have seen Mammoth repeatedly get smashed on, and there's a lot of VODs on. And yet Wildcard are still picking Bank over that. So that to me suggests that Wildcard have absolutely been cracking Bank. It's a map that they have hidden well, and this therefore is going to come down to the mid-game adaptations, right? It's not like either team has a ton of VODs or any VODs going into this map on the other team. So it's going to be how they adapt once they're in the server.
Well, two people that are adept at adapting. Let's welcome in the boys that live and breathe Rainbow Six Siege. It's Guz and it's Xenox. Xenox, how are you doing on this fine day?
It's like the oxygen in my veins, isn't it? The old Rainbow Six Siege Rob. I love it. I can't live without it. And I think Guz is the same, although I'm not going to lie, Guz, maybe I might move over a little bit. I can't. Because Dev's stool is over here. Dev, you've left me with
Wait, whoa. What do you mean by that?
Sorry, I'll rephrase chair.
Thank you,
Thank you,
I
mate.
just wanted
Thank
to make
you.
sure.
You never know. You never know with Dev, though. You never know.
Look, I don't think we need to dive into this too much. Wildcard probably looking the more comfortable of the two. Anything that you want to ask? Maybe, I know you like to ask Dev or Mandy a question, Xenox. Anything before we go?
I don't know, actually. What have I got? Mandy, what did you have for breakfast this morning?
There we go.
What did I have for breakfast this morning? I didn't have a lot for breakfast this morning, to be honest. I thought it was kind of early, so today was a no breakfast kind of day.
I'd love to ask you what
I had porridge.
If you had porridge, I'm glad that someone asked you.
I didn't ask,
Did you ask, guys? No, I don't remember anyone asking. Hey, James, Dev, Marta, Stewart. But one thing I will ask is that you two gentlemen take this game away. Enjoy.
Yeah, well, we just take it in our hands, run off, and exit the building. And because honestly, I'm not expecting a banger. I'm not expecting one to go down in the record books between these two. This should be rudimentary for Wildcard. They need to win this and win it comfortably. Obviously, they've got some more important games to come to close out the season. If they're going to have any hopes to go to the major, this just needs to be one that they just tick off and get done rather comfortably.
Well, unfortunately for Wildcard, their chances of making it to that major now have been severely compromised. Unfortunately, they're not in the best of positions, but this is, as you mentioned, a game that they should be taking quite easily. So it's a chill way to sort of just open up the day.
It is. I mean, obviously the Oceanic League at the moment has sort of proven that there is that proverbial top four, bottom four, and in this instance we are getting a case of probably the bottom team in the bottom four. Mammoth, the way that they've been playing so far in this stage, has just not quite been up to par along with everyone else. As for Wildcard, of course, it's been a bumpy ride thus far. They've unfortunately not been able to probably live up to some of the expectations that they would have within their own camp and that we probably have externally for them. Ed Pan actually has
I forgot.
written, "Happy birthday, Xenox." Can you believe
No,
it?
we forgot.
It has been an absolute travesty. But Ed Pan, I absolutely love you. I hope you go to the major. Everyone else has forgotten. I shit you not.
And I asked you yesterday, we had this discussion.
And we literally spoke about it yesterday.
And you were talking about how much you loved your 20s.
But I appreciate that a lot, Ed Pan, so thank you very much. And obviously, as we head into the ban phase, not taken off the board, also two very prominent operators on Bank.
I feel so bad.
I really don't care. It's really not a big deal.
Well, it is the big 3-0 for you, so enjoy getting old. Very nice of Ed Pan, though.
It is very nice of Ed Pan. I'll tell you what.
I hope Wildcard win.
He has been also very good this stage, and now I'm not just sucking up to him for that, but he has actually been pretty much the saving light. He's got it. He's still got it up. What a top bloke. I mean, he was probably the sole reason why were even in the contest against Circular Spheres. If you remember all the way back, I think it was week 2, start of week 2, when they had that big matchup. He was the only one that really came to the foray and absolutely balled out. But ultimately, we move forward. It is going to be banked to start day 5 of the Oceania League here for 2023. Mammoth on the defense first. This gives them an opportunity at the very least where they can go lock a CCTV.
Teller's Archives, though.
Oh, never mind. I'll take it all back.
Mammoth are cooking up something special.
Forget about going to probably the most common defensive side on bank, where you're almost banged in, no pun intended, around early defensively. They go Teller's Archives. Now, in fairness, if you're a team that's struggling and you haven't won a game and you're at the bottom of the standings, this is probably the way that you're going to pinch a few rounds. You're going to do some things that the opposing team is maybe not ready for. Because we certainly weren't ready for it.
Well, I looked over Sky's shoulder as they're making the lobby. Pluto from Mammoth was the only player inside the lobby, and he did warn Sky that they've been cooking. So, I mean, let's see what it's like, because this site certainly not in the meta. An opportunity, though, for Mammoth to be a bit loosey-goosey, try and find a couple of picks, try and get aggressive and throw Wildcard off, who have, unfortunately, not gone through their last couple of games unscathed. And it's such an aggressive lineup. Valk for info as well. And Pulse. So, you're not going to have a fun time against the remaining 3 fraggers in Pluto, Hunter, and Tiltech. And there we go. An immediate jump out from Tiltech. And look,
wow,
this is going to be the game. Mammoth are just going to throw caution to the wind.
He doesn't make it back inside those safely, so 1-for-1 trade. But you do take the Ying out of the equation. Logic, though, finds a second onto Pluto. I'm not sure. Maybe Pluto also jumped out too, because Logic's still out towards main entrance, unless he just got a really nasty angle on him on the Vigil. It will be the jump out that Pluto was going for to go for the trade. Unsuccessful. A little bit surprising, because I actually kind of like the sort of roam heaviness style here from Mammoth. Off-site, Talon's Archives, keep control of areas like top square, probably also towards like top banana, and ultimately then you're going for double runouts, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. You got the kill onto Edpan, but you're running a Vigil, a Valk, a Pulse, and Oryx. Use those in the map. Make it difficult for Wildcard in the map. Don't give them freebies outside.
Minute 45 then, and Cairo will get control over towards top square. Chef Jeff down below, though, can feed information with that pulse scanner, Nitro in hand. Campo as well may have a couple of those black eye cameras as well up above, and Hunter can make sure that the push back down bottom square isn't all that easy. So you're still with the Stalmer in hand, plenty of explosives available to the side of Wildcard on the attack. They're doing their due diligence, establishing vert, clearing open area. They'll likely then try and drop and then transition across, maybe try and get control of bot square as well. And that's where Hunter could have an impact, but it's also Campo to get in on the fun. Minute to go. Hunter, oh, push from behind, but Chef Jeff to cover, and he swings for a second. And Wildcard, they let open area be taken by the defense. And unfortunately, our Logic stranded in the 1v3.
Yeah, really well played from Chef Jeff, and big punishment there onto Wildcard. When you take into account Pluto and Tiltech's early deaths, yes, they got the kill onto Adpan, but Logic was able to get the 2 back and then give the advantage over to Wildcard. And they lose out rather comfortably. Logic in a 1 versus 3. Cardiac sensor from Chef Jeff will spot him over towards Beepers. Logic wins it anyway. So 3 in the round. All 3 gained for Logic. Shoulder check inside. Doesn't find anyone initially. Finds the quad.
Ooh.
Hunter, though, technically in the 1v1. Shuts it down, though. Does not give him the ace. And Tiltech is excited with that one. That's a round on the board early for Mammoth.
Nice to see that they're taking it in their stride, right? Mammoth obviously not at this point. They're basically down in the dumps, and not any realistic chance for the major. It's mathematically impossible, and prize pool pretty limited at this point as well. But they go in, positive attitude. Starts off with that jump out. They get aggressive. They look to then retake open area, even once that vert's established, and Wildcard look to transition, catch them off guard. Almost slipped at the end. Good attempt from Log. Clearly on his toes, having to carry us in the rank stack last night. Oh, you in the rank stack last night.
He did. He did.
Showing off his fragging prowess, but obviously not enough.
Yeah, he's going to have to probably do a little bit more of that carrying if everyone else can't quite come to the foray. Great start, though, for Mammoth, and well, the surprise sight does in the end give them the result that they were searching for. Now they get to go down below. Now they get look at CCTV, and they can take a little bit of confidence and momentum into this as well, just to further affirm that this is going to be a difficult site to take for Wildcard. This is not an easy site. They do bring the Habana along with the Jackal. I love the Jackal here. Sweep above, make sure there's no roaming Mammoth members. We saw it obviously in the last round. They're happy to roam. They're happy to sort of play into that playstyle, especially on a site like Bank. So the fact that Jackal's made it through, you really do want to utilize it, even on a site like Locker CCTV. The soft breach, well, so I was going to say the soft breach. Well, technically you've got the soft breach through Cairo, but the Reteros for Edpan here on a site like Locker CCTV, I feel like Flores doesn't always get that utilized for this particular site. We'll see how Edpan wants to play it. Tuhan with a very early push over towards hallway outside of stock. Chef Jeff just hangs around top main stairs. He'll fall off. He's been droned. He'll sense the pressure. And Logic to clear from the other side. And really, this is just all about really good pacing here from Wildcard. Clear above, force them down, and then you get to work.
The best use of those Reteros will be for the Vulcan canisters from the Goyo on site. Otherwise, you don't want to be playing too static on the attack against a defense where Mammoth are showing that they are willing to be aggressive. Hatch open, up above, down through into red. Tiltech will probably play for that and look to waste a little bit more time. Management, though, on the side of Wildcard at the moment. Tiltech, well, he drops down quite quick. So, minute 45 for Wildcard, and they have top floor control.
But only 3 drones. So, those drones are getting absolutely decimated by the Solus of Chef Jeff over towards main stairs, really denying a lot of that information towards basement. Minute and a half remaining. 3 active drones for Wildcard, so information will be hard to come by late round. They're still going to deal with Hunter over towards blue stairs. That's another area, obviously, the Reteros can be quite useful, clearing out these Vulcan canisters, the ADS, the position top blue. Now, Hunter actually is smart here. That Retero has gone way too far. Didn't take out the Vulcan canister, didn't take out the ADS. He lets it go by him. He pushes in, uses this as the smoke, and no one can push him and swing him. So that's a big, big win there again for Hunter on Mammoth, and Campo with the opening kill onto Cairo. Soft bridge gone. And now with a minute to go, it's Mammoth in a really strong position to close out this round.
60 seconds on the clock. Wildcard could look to pivot for a rear push. The hatch is open. They have the flashes to drop Logic with 2 smokes as well to cover, especially the likes of Gold and Volt. Campo can probe. He can play this position. Should be favored in the gunfight if Wildcard elect to drop, and that's exactly what they do.
Campo should be able to get this one. Never mind. Tuhan walks straight to his sight lines. He got the kill, though. And it's 3 across the board here for Wildcard. 3 separate members finding a kill in quick succession. That's a wonderful angle from Logic over towards Beepers. Expecting that push up main stairs. All right, Wildcard respond. Probably in a stressful manner. They don't look like they're having a whole lot of fun at the moment. Mammoth are here to play. But a really good job to just sort of think their way through that round. Because the start of the round probably wasn't too bad. They got good top floor control, really good manner. And then the mid portion, actually, I've got to say, went to Pro Mammoth. They held onto blue stairs. Main stairs didn't get taken over. They obviously got a lot of the drones. So information was hard to come by for Wildcard. So Wildcard had to be patient. Very, very patient and let the round come to them. They didn't force anything. They didn't start trying to rush things over towards server. They put a little bit of pressure over towards Vault. Started to clear out main stairs a bit. Ultimately, it was just sort of a calm round from them, and that's a good sign. Mammoth don't repeat. They go over to CEO Executive here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, Mammoth are playing pretty decent pressure there, but Wildcard a little bit more aggressive in some of those peaks. They had the advantage, and they were able to convert and show off a bit of that mechanical pro-S, but I think they would probably even admit at this point of the game under a little bit more pressure than they would otherwise want. They'll pivot onto the Montang for the repick here in round number 3. Logic certainly no stranger with the Montang in hand, and will be looking to create space for the rest of the team. Opens up options like Banana. You can even post up Monty top square and push him down stock hallway to look to nullify that shield position as well.
Good signs early on, though, for Mammoth. That's what you want to see for a team that's sort of struggled at the moment in this season. Into day 5 now, and maybe able to just sort of fix some things and tweak a few instances of their gameplay to find some improvements. It's always difficult throughout the middle portion of a season when you don't really get that time to really just sort of hone in for a couple of weeks and months at a time and really practice and work on synergy and strategy. So Montaigne to go up Banana Stairs. Logic, though, I mean, he's the one that's 6-1. You probably want a gun in his hand. But we've seen Montaigne's in recent months really utilize that pistol anyway. Campo over towards Kanto. Just watches top banana, expecting that push from Logic. Campo really hasn't got anything to deal with the Montagne. And Logic will basically get top banana for free.
No extension in towards elevator either, so for Logic this cross is pretty damn safe, and Tuhan can follow up close by, but there's the angle from Campo. Straight through that rotating the wall, and Edpan top square taken down Chef Jeff to confirm it with the shotgun. Now Wildcard have fought from behind. Last round a decent example in the 4v5, but a 3v5 now with Logic on that Monty. This could be very, very tough for Wildcard.
Yeah, and there's a Yokai as well just hanging around that Kanto wall, so you've got a really difficult prospect now if you're Wildcard. Again, the Montagne has already kind of done its job. He's literally inside of CEO. Logic having a wonderful game so far. Could have had really probably a couple more kills in this round as well if he wasn't on the Monty. Campo with a big kill onto Sawyer as he was looking to drop down. Cairo has to go big here. He has to be the gunner. On the Zofia with the diffuser. Logic, though, he's in a bit of trouble, bit of strife, and he's lost Cairo on site as well. Really no expectation here now for Logic besides maybe the melee, the hip fire. He's got the pistol, doesn't get the kill he deserved. Mammoth will get their second round here on Bank on the defense, but Wildcard maybe just showing the signs of a little bit of that aggression, that push up banana stairs. Tuhan, they hadn't quite got all the angles maybe figured out. He rushed it up a little early. He dies, then you lose the one top square, so now you got no pinch pressure. Mammoth just systematically able to just sort of hold their positions well. Didn't panic, especially over towards the elevator's Kanto position. Just fell back, gave it up. It's fine, the Montagne's going to get that. They let him walk on site. They didn't panic either.
I mean, I think you don't have to be an expert to see the body language from Mammoth is quite positive at the moment. A lot of smiles. Chef Jeff. Bit of chit-chat after the conclusion of that round, probably wondering what's going wrong in the wildcard camp at the moment. 1-2 the scoreline, but we do now go to the tertiary side of open area, so I'm not going to see archives reappear, and we probably won't again hear from Mammoth. This site has certainly become increasingly more popular. There's been a couple of different adaptations on the defensive side, but I'm looking more so at the attack here. Oh, I thought Edpan was almost going to stick to 0. A great operator on Bank where there's a lot of rotations and it's a large scale map, but elects to change on to the Ying instead, probably to create a bit of space and to maybe just facilitate this push up above.
Yeah, it's only one deployable shield though for Mammoth, and I don't see it stock hallway. So I don't know how much of an extension they really want to have above. It might be a little bit more horizontal. I wonder if they're pushing more so towards... Well, actually, they're actually really extending over towards Janitor at the moment. But yeah, no shield stock hallway. And they have opened up some pathways as well over towards archives. So really focusing on that middle side of the map, both above and below. They've got the barricades as well over towards CEO, but Tuhan has just been able to waltz in. There is that shield. Actually, it's played at main stairs. Interesting. I don't know about that one, because then this is exactly what happens. You can't really deal with the pinch. You're kind of just stuck out in the middle on an island. Campo, though, gets the trade onto Cairo, who maybe stuck around longer than he should have, and then Logic as well says hello. Shot in the back. Well, it feels like half of the deaths so far have just been trades. After trades, 3 versus 3 with 2 minutes left to go. But this stretches the defense now. When you're playing this kind of side, and you want to play off-site, and you want to extend, you've only got 3 players left. This should favor the attacking team. You still got your hard breacher. You still got a good execute, obviously, with those Candelas through Edpan. And Logic can still clear any kind of utility left remaining.
Vertical control now the name of the game for Logic. Hunter will look to potentially contest this, and he gets it. Logic. I think so. Wildcard 2v3, so again on the back foot for the final push. They are finding it tricky in the mid-round, and Mammoth, to their credit, creating this chaos, but they are playing into it really, really well. Bottom square pressure, nullified. Edpan on site does drop, so he has a bit of control. No diffuser though, however, and getting lit up from behind.
Yeah, and I like that there from Edpan. At that point, you just go direct, because they're playing largely off-site. And another push there, that time comes from Blue Stairs. Unfortunately, doesn't now have the diffuser. That's going to be held over towards top square. Chef Jeff with a really good angle, although falling away at the moment. And good usage of the Candelas here to just get the diffuser back. That's win condition stuff here from Edpan. It's the only way you're going to win the round. Now it's a 1 versus 1. This is winnable. Obviously, he tries to find the diffuser, gets it, a little bit caught and tangled at his feet. Hunter can drop hatch here and watch for the cross here on site, and he's going to get the kill. Really well played there from Hunter. just understanding sort of the circumnavigation there as to what is going to happen, knows exactly where Edpan's going to go. Edpan doing as good a job as you could honestly ask for, considering Diffuser gets stuck top square. He's all the way on site after clearing and pushing in. Does a really good job to then use those Candelas, get that back. Unfortunately, though, a task insurmountable, and Mammoth have got 3 rounds. We got to start to believe they might be able to beat Wildcard here.
Should be the other way, this scoreline, right? Shouldn't it? We come in, we expect, yeah, Wildcard might not be in peak form, but against a struggling Mammoth should be a bit of a pushover game, but certainly not the case. Didn't mind that deployable shield top main. It does expose to the Skylight drop, and we did see the trade, but in the long run, Mammoth actually winning out the trade game and then having the advantage. So again, I think it just goes back to that P word, the pressure, right? Like, there's no pressure on Mammoth here. They know that they're really not in the discussion for much at all at the moment, so they go in. They play a little bit loose. They play positive, and it's yielding results at the moment.
I think the last time we spoke to Wildcard, I think we were actually on the old couch and had a chat with Logic, and one thing that obviously came up about that, Michelle, who does a really good job with the psyche and the mentality aspect of esports, and these are the kind of moments where that's actually extraordinarily handy. You've got to be able to handle these high-pressured scenarios where, okay, you're kind of losing to a team you should be beating, and it's kind of a must-win. Any hopes of the major, you lose this game, you are not going to the major. Like, it is a 100% chance you will not be going. So there is the pressure, as you said, that P word, it is applicable here to Wildcard. But 2 rounds to bring it back. Hunter watches blue stairs, he'll get a freebie.
Oh no!
Tuhan just able to stay alive. Maybe the swings and roundabouts, top square, angle, Pluto. Because Tuhan re-peaked it low on health.
Where's the rest of the team from Wildcard? Okay, well, they're in sight. So, again, it's Archives. A difficult site to lock down. A 2 versus 3. No denial, but Pluto hears the plant go down, so he knows where one player is.
He knows he's there.
Yep.
Oh, he can just get straight on this. Is anyone here going to be close enough to deny? Kairo's down below. Sawyer, is he close enough to spray? He's not going to be able to deny it. Pluto just gets straight on. Pros don't fake it. Mammoth have got another one. 4-1 for the team that's at the bottom of the standings. To a team many thought would fight for a spot at the major. This is turning into Wildcard's worst nightmare. They're lucid dreaming. It's before their very eyes.
I feel like I'm dreaming. Not only have Mammoth pulled that off, but they've pulled it off on Archives of all positions, and I don't think the plan there from Wildcard was all that bad, right? You send in the blitz, you gain space, no one really on site. Mammoth distracted elsewhere. But so too then with Wildcard trying to mop up, I think, those rotations, and then you leave them in the post so far away from sight. It was just a desperate spray through the wall to try to deny that counter defuse. Does not land.
That's crazy. That is actually crazy. And I agree. I actually think they sort of just rush in western side. You know they've got a bit of a stairs, square hold. But there's just no one there to obviously deny the counter defuse. And smart game sense again from Pluto there to understand that you just got to get on it.
Yep.
That they're not on site, that they're elsewhere. They've got the intel, one below, one over towards main stairs. This was a really well executed play again from Mammoth. They've really perfected Archives and Tellers 2 for 2. We don't see that often. We don't see the site often, but let alone a team win it twice.
It's the perfect strategy though. There is no world in which Wildcard are going into this game expecting sites like that to be played and played in the fashion in which they are.
In saying that, so this is a little bit more standard. This is the rudimentary CEO exec. You've got shield, stock hallway. You've got the castle barricades blocking off sight lines from the rappel in towards CEO.
Well, it's the same setup from Wildcard as well, right? They're bringing that Monty. They're going for the banana push. There's no one in elevator from Mammoth. And even still, last time Wildcard were struggling a little bit to pull it off. So we'll see that Yokai is well in play. So information available for Hunter, and Campo is looking to contest. Keep in mind, last time Campo was the player in a similar position to catch these players off guard on this push.
Yeah. Everything just coming up for Mammoth though, and definitely riding that wave of confidence. Logic has been sort of a beacon of hope for Wildcard, 9-4, but once again on the Montang. And it didn't work last time, not to his own fault. He actually got on site. Everyone else just fell apart around him. Calls go out from Edpan. Campo does not Sway holds his position. Oh, the timing. Can you believe it? Nade in towards Elevators. He stays alive. He drops down. I think Wildcard are prepared for this.
They didn't catch him.
Out.
They
Pluto
didn't catch
dies
him.
low to Cairo. Campo gets away. Coming in behind Cairo. Nice little 180 flick though to mid main stairs. Gets the second kill in the round. Finally, Wildcard getting things to go their way. A little bit hit and a miss, but this time it hits. Tiltek, he makes the rush. He's expecting Cairo top main. He fell back. He pushed into him. Trey finally comes out from Hunter. He tries to play off the ping, unable to find the down. And Logic now in sight can get this plant down. And if he does, that will probably be the round for Wildcard. And should be, surely from here. You've got the Repels, you've got the Montang, and it's only a 2-player defense remaining. Wildcard will make it 2-4. It's not the way they would have wanted this scoreboard to look at the end of the first half, but they'll take that round. They needed it.
Yep, Cairo stepping up. They needed someone there to really spearhead that attack. Able to get the first, then gets the trade main. Also locks down a potential flank threat there from Tiltek. So a decent recovery effort at the moment from Wildcard, but they are still at a deficit against arguably the worst team currently in the league. So it's not a position that we expected to find themselves in, but you never know how the defense is going to play out. So we just have to catch our breath a little bit, but expecting Mammoth on the attack to probably be just as, if not even more aggressive than they were on defense.
Well, yeah, I was probably thinking of the word annoying maybe as well on the attack, because that's what they were kind of on the defense, just annoying, some different strategies. And look at it, obviously you got attacker repick that's going to come out. Thought the 0 would make it through, but no, Hunter's maybe going to switch off to the Twitch. But the Amaru is interesting here from Chef Jeff. Got the hard bridge through the Habana, so straight to Locker's CCTV, and this is basically what you would expect the way most teams are going to play it. Denial through the likes of the smoke, so to obviously extend that timer, make it difficult. You would imagine, obviously, over towards server. You got a Vulcan canister there, obviously on the reinforced wall, so that's there to deny. You got EDDs, you got the Yokai drone. The whole purpose of this defense for Wildcard is time. They want this to go down to the last 15-20 seconds. They want Mammoth to have to force their way through server, go for the plant. It's all too difficult, too much utility, and that ends up being a rush onto site, and it doesn't work.
That's one way to get rid of the default. Shotgun in the hands of Chef Jeff on that Amaru. On basement, though, the question will really be how much of an impact could that have? Amaru in top 4 maybe get some quick control, but outside of that, util limited.
No
Up
way.
on the
How
plant
does
box,
Tuan lose
Pluto?
that?
What is that? What?
It's Mammoth Day today. Wildcard are going to have to fight tooth and nail to overcome that, because it's been the story here on Bank. Mammoth outshining Wildcard.
The Amaru is just in. No pressure blue. Didn't get caught top square. Cairo didn't see it. Might have just heard it though.
Well, yeah, proximity obviously giving away this position, but ultimately does not have anyone pushing back. Wildcard just happy to contend with open area. Chef Jeff will hold, and he actually droned himself in through server. Has got secondary hard breaches available as well. Minute 40 left, still 1 player advantage for Mammoth. They are obviously focusing over towards that square side of the map. Hunter, is he about to find a crouching defender here on site? Up close now with Chef Jeff. He got access. He comes back to help out. There's the drop down though after Logic loses his life. That was a little bit aggressive from Chef Jeff. Played into that one. Sawyer watching the hatch, expecting some shots maybe onto the retreating members of Wildcard. And it's an ETT onto Campo. Coming out of Archives, he loses his life, and Wildcard are back in the round.
A disappointing way for Mammoth to forfeit their advantage in this round. 60 seconds. Vulcan canisters now being burnt at that main entrance. Mammoth, I think, will probably want to position for a default, but there is also that secondary option of trying to go for a hatch drop. Keeping in mind, no hard breach now available, so getting open server wall now not an option.
Yep.
And we'll see if Wildcard read into it.
And 3 gas babes, well, now 2. After this one dissipates, Sawyer will have 2 more left. You've got the Yokai as well, still available. And that's probably enough, you would think, with 30 seconds to go. Wildcard won't need much more. Tiltek positioned over towards server. will probably have to just push through that doorway. There goes another gas pipe. It's actually going to be dropped by Hunter with the diffuser. It's an alternative drop here for Mammoth, and it might catch Wildcard off guard. Tiltek in through the smoke, trying to obviously provide a little bit of cover here. He is choking, though, to death. Wonderful play from Sawyer. Blocks any sort of entry, but Plant is down. Wildcard will be aware of this, that they have to probably send one above. Instead, they're just going to get on it. There goes one above, over towards Beepers. Pluto will not be able to win both here, surely, unless he times this right. Doesn't hit it. Was, of course, being watched, though, anyway, Sawyer. So Wildcard, oh yeah, Tuhan, just wipe that brow. It's a stressful game at the moment, but they're working their way through it.
Yeah, for Wildcard, just looking to chip away at this match. Taking that Hibana down was pretty important. Unfortunate Campo falling to those traps. I really do think if Server Wall was open and they could try and get that plant down, it perhaps would have been a little bit more successful. But with that said, Cairo did really good work there on the smoke and showed that he was ready to lock down those positions. So perhaps it would not have been a different story for Mammoth. We go up above now. We're going to see the Mirror Castle combo in play. And look, to be frank, I don't think Mammoth are going to be too interested in clearing that. I expect them again to lean heavily into that Amaru. Zero also a great counter for Mirror, so we might also see that interaction.
Double hard bridge to the Amaru, as you mentioned, though, is going to be picked off, and they bring the Zofia, and also Set Zero gets taken away. I mean, the Twitch works too, right? Like, I mean, that's pretty much same for same, which is going to be very handy here in dealing with the Mirror, dealing with utility, like mute chambers as well. But the solace is to then counter the Twitch. So it's all counter for counter. So double hard bridge though, good opportunities here. Of course, castle barricades over towards site. Mirror window. Is that one over towards janitor that Kairo's watching? No, that's actually going to be long desk over towards main. And yeah, there is actually one in janitor as well. So Kairo watching that one. Really well set up here. And obviously the main thing with this sort of defense, don't really want a whole lot of pressure probably coming from that stock position. And that mirror window then in long desk really does kind of help with that.
Ex-Kairo's pallets being prepped. I presume that's Kanto wall, but no, Campo is actually on the northern rappel. Kanto was opened up though, so making quick work of that. Certainly more reserved here from Mammoth than I anticipated. I thought it would be a little bit more explosive and not necessarily wanting to hard counter some of the setup here from Wildcard, but it looks like that will not be the case. They need to be a little bit mindful though. A lack of pressure on some of these defenders, but a mirror window does get popped. That's the one inside of Jan, and that may open up more opportunities now for CEO Plant, as that will be a lot more tricky for the defense to lock down.
Yeah, I thought they'd be a little bit more expressive as well on their attacks, but so far it has been quite default from Mammoth. You know, they've kind of picked the Amaru a couple of times and then always just really picking off it. I mean, well, obviously brought it Locker CCTV. That was probably the one side I was a little bit confused by it, but when you've got Wildcard playing so far aside. Okay, here we go. Beepers. Jeff has just slow walked up and Tuhan's not ready for it. Quick trade though from Logic on the Solos. He goes to double digits now. Makes his way below Janitor. Kairo's still there, and we'll see that mirror window. Gonna make things very difficult for the likes of Campo. Burst out from Sawyer inside of elevators. Knows there's one top banana. Ed Pan in front desk now. 50 seconds left. 4 versus 4. These are the kind of rounds, though, you would be backing in Wildcard. This is when it's all a little bit more default. It's all a little bit more neutral. Wildcard should be winning these rounds, especially on the defense. Hunter with the smoke to make the cross, actually. And this is not bad. I think it might catch Ed Pan off guard. He makes it through with the vault, though. That's a wonderful turnaround from Ed Pan. Probably should have lost his life. Instead, stays alive, Pluto. Swings, loses that one. Cairo, that's much better from Wildcard. When it comes down to these kind of face-on-face shooting fights, Wildcard have been better. Mammoth have got to find a way to get back into sort of stabbing them in the back, trying to get these flanks going, try to be a little bit more expressive on the attack. It's all a little bit too same. And it's allowing Wildcard back into this game.
Ed Pan doesn't survive there. I think it could have been a different story, right? Because he was mainly focused on watching the rappel in. He knew that Sawyer had his back. Once the smoke went down, though, that was a little bit compromised. And then the fact that he was able to then survive, was able to support some of the other players like Cairo inside of Jan. Replay down below, so it was a good trade. And that Solace was always also down below for Logic. He eventually made his way up main because he didn't necessarily want to be down below, not helping the team out in the trade department. But that was always an option, that plant denial. And planting up on the desk would have been very difficult on site. So well played from Wildcard and putting on a little bit of a clinic now up above. So the pressure now is kind of reverted a little bit. Mammoth don't look near as strong on their attacks so far compared to their defense.
Wildcard win here 7-4. What does that say about them? Because I know that many would be like, well, they should have beat them 7-1, 7-0, 7-2 at worst. But I think it speaks volumes about the fact you start 1-4, it's not working. They're doing some interesting things on the defense, a lot of archives and towers. Maybe those are the kind of sites you're not quite as prepared for, and they've done it, and a couple of things really went their way. They had the dream start. To mentally kind of just not allow that to affect you and to just switch back, because like, it's actually more mentally draining when it's a team that you would consider lesser doing it to you versus a team that maybe is a contender, like a Bliss. To then be able to switch your mindset back, it's from 1-4 to 4-4. You're in control now. You're dictating the game. You're on the defense. You're doing your thing. I think it speaks volumes for this team.
Still a long way to go, though. And if they are pressured significantly here on the defense and Mammoth are able to sneak around, then we may see them stress tested once more. Good entry from Pluto. Thought maybe Sawyer was going to have a bit of a peek, but actually has a mirror window facing in towards bot square, so only 3 walls on quad are reinforced. And that actually compromises this position quite a bit. Can use that chassis for coverage. But Pluto locking it down. Logic elsewhere does get the first, so Chef Jeff trying to find entry with that Amaru denied, and that is the diffuser now on the floor.
Oh, this is an interesting little lurk from Pluto. Bot square finds the kill into Sawyer. That's the mirror gone. Mirror still obviously on that triple wall. Now in through archives, tries to find a couple more that are lurking around, but unfortunately, as he's made this push, as he's made this roam, teammates have fallen around the map. Wildcard are just doing a lot better at winning these contact fights now. Far, far better than Mammoth. And really, as the attacking team, that's really got to be where your strength comes. If you're going to find attacking rounds, you've got to be able to push in, find kills, win out. Force the defenders on site, especially on a map like Bank, where pretty much the primary sites are all off-site kind of defense. A lot of roam. In this case now for Wildcard, they can kind of just fall back a little bit here. There's only 2 players to contend with. Selmas go out from Campo, top blue stairs, minute left. Pluto inside of Archives with the diffuser. Can make the push in. Logic watching though. Oh. Logic not just watching, he finds the kill onto Campo. That's an intriguing angle all the way over to bot square. So it's a 1 versus 4 for Pluto, and I think it's timeout time. Surely Mammoth will take the tack after this. From a 1-4 lead, it'll be a 5-4 deficit in favor of Wildcard. Pluto might just get 1 hit, helps out the KD. Default's still up. So watched all that way. They know exactly where he is, what side of the map he is, from top square to bot. And they will not allow this plant to go down. Not at all, and not with the way that Logic is playing. 13-5, and on the brink of 14-5. When they go and get this kill, he is trapped in on the other side of Kitchen here. It is Tuhan, though, that does get the kill. It is Wildcard that get 4 rounds in a row, and finally forces out tactical timeout from Mammoth.
Well, it's definitely been a game of 2 halves. Mammoth just don't look as inspired on attack. I think at this point, I'd just be throwing the kitchen sink at it. Just bring something crazy. Wildcard, they've probably looked their weakness when the unexpected has hit them. Mammoth have this tactical timeout though to quickly have a chat and have a discussion and an opportunity for us to get a gaze at that scoreboard. You mentioned it, Logic, 13 kills, not too bad. He's just been chipping away. He hasn't had any like huge plays or anything like that.
6-1 as well. So and then that was in the first half when they were down 1-4.
Just on that Solace, right, running around, getting info, getting a couple kills. Obviously, Mammoth are going for those sneak entries, and they're not really working.
Does this end up being a win-win game? Are we going to have a game where both teams are going to walk away actually pretty happy? Because Mammoth have put up a good contest. Even if you lose 7-4 here, Wildcard's a good team. You bamboozled them in the first half. You got something to sort of build on. For Wildcard, yeah, first half disappointing. Very disappointing. No one's going to give them an escape ticket there. But the ability to come back mentally and get into this game and win it pretty comfortably and now stabilized and they're going to probably go on and win it. Is it a win-win? Both teams can end up pretty happy with the way this game has turned out. If Wildcard do
I think if you want to take the positive approach, it can be. If Wildcard do go on to win and we talk to Logic, I'm sure we'll get that insight. If I had to guess what he's going to say, he's going to be like, we should have won this 7-0.
Yeah, he's gonna say we were shit.
I don't know how we let them get 4 rounds of shit. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to say, but I don't know. Maybe once the adrenaline cools
That's logic,
down.
though. And he's not very logical.
Well,
online.
Again, he plays with us, so that's definitely not logical. That's not logical at all.
And they've also still got to finish the job, though. Lock a CCTV now into the 10th round. It's only a 1-round advantage, and all it takes, as you said, is for Mammoth to just throw the kitchen sink. Go for a rush. Do something a little bit different. Overwhelm a position. Get a couple of kills, make it a 5v3. Force Wildcard to start to scatter around a little bit and try and claw their way back into a round. Certainly still winnable here for Mammoth. Certainly a game that is winnable, and we're getting towards the tail end of the stage now. There's not going to be many more games for them that are going to be winnable. And this would be one of the bigger upsets of the stage. Actually, this would be the biggest upset of the stage thus far. Close, but no cigar. Chef Jeff over towards Blue Stairs, so no real hold there from Wildcard. They'll give that one up. They don't really care about it. In fact, probably they want them to go server. Obviously, when you look at the lineup that they've got, and Logic finds the opening kill onto the Yana of Pluto, making his way in over towards open area and staff.
There's just no follow-up, right? Like, where's the rest of the team? There's no one. There's no pressure stock. There's no follow-up. There is some over towards bot square, but it is delayed. So Chef Jeff here might be in a position to make a play, but he'll be walking into that 2-man crossfire inside of open area.
Well, is it communication issues? Like, I mean, is it just has the Yana Gemini'd in and got no intel, so pushes in expecting no one to be there, and then as soon as you go in, it's like, oh, okay, there is someone. Have not droned properly. There's many different cases as to sort of why that issue is there.
Well, unfortunately, we can't go back in time, so Mammoth will need to try to recuperate from this position. And Wildcard, under no real stress, will fall down. Probably could have held for perhaps even a little bit longer, but they're not going to limit Test too much, and Logic is actually still above. And I don't think he's been droned, and he will be a dangerous player considering he still is popping off. And yeah, look at Chef Jeff. Look at his body language. He has no inkling that there's a player here.
Yeah, really, really well played here from Logic. And
whoa!
Well, he's going to quad down, he's on for the ace, and he knows exactly where Chef Jeff is. 1-on-1 for the ace, doesn't find it. Chef Jeff will deny Logic. Logic, though, 17-6. Would have been a deserved ace, but he doesn't quite find it. The lurk imprinter, so successful. And Chef Jeff in a 1 versus 4 hero mission. But I don't think he will be the hero of this story. Cairo immediately just puts the pain further into him. Low on health. Candela went out. One more available. Still to be thrown down. 40 seconds left. Even a gas babe here from Sawyer will do the job at this point. He spots a foot of Cairo. That man's going to need some toe surgery after this game. 30 seconds left. Wildcard will go up 6-4. Chef Jeff will opt for bot main stairs. It will not be a position of safety. The Vulcan canister already just proving to be a thorn in his side. Back through beepers, looking for the hatch in open, but again, still being watched. It's all still just downhill from here for Chef Jeff. Okay, well, just run into him and feed the stats, I guess. And is that a teabag? It is. A little bit strange to be teabagging when you're losing, because at 6-4, match point to Wildcard.
Well, it was a nice double.
It was. Well, I mean, to be fair, they just ran at him.
It was just a click and
It
spray.
was literally just like Devon Sky last night.
Well, it's a bit like Logic. Well, to be fair, Logic better positioning, and then look at this. Wait. Boom. They just lined up. Well played.
Yeah.
Probably deserved the ace, to be fair, but
Definitely
Chef Jeff, to his credit, played it as well as he really could. He didn't have options really available in 1v5. Up to second floor we go.
Truly a tragedy. Well,
what was the tragedy? What, this game? Logic's missed ace?
I don't know.
His potential 1v5?
Depends on what side of the coin you're on, to be honest.
What did he say? Maybe next year, King. Oh.
Here comes the...
I like this. We need more banter.
I think this is something that the Oceania League needs to be at the forefront on in Siege. In Siege in general, we need to be the region that starts to get the shit talking up a level. The in-game chat's there. You guys can talk, banter away. Our region should be the ones that really set the bar. So you guys have got to improve on that, so I don't mind a little bit of talk.
Disclaimer though, we are not paying the fines if you get in trouble.
Oh, no. Well, I'm not.
I'm not. Maybe Dev will.
I don't think Dev will. Have you seen that man with money? We went out for dinner the other night. First thing he said is, we're not going unless everyone pays me back.
Well, we actually went out for lunch before the broadcast, and we went to the one specific place where you QR code in your all order individually, so that we didn't have to transfer him.
Oh.
He was very happy.
That put a smile on his dial?
Most certainly.
We love James.
And he can't hear us right now either, I don't think. No, he's oblivious.
Well, it says always something here when we see the analysts start to get ready because it's match point. They know this one's probably over. 6-4, and I'm in agreement. I think this one's probably done. Mammoth gave it their all. First half, so impressive. They had a 2-4 lead. And since then, 4 in a row to wildcard. Well, actually, 5 in a row to wildcard. It was a 1-4 lead if you go all the way back to the 5th round. That was the Talers Archives. That was the second time we saw it. The plant rush.
Ooh.
That was then countered. Logic. Does he find number 18? No. Hunter finds the kill. And Logic is probably telling his team, hey, we can lose one round. That's fine. Give me another chance to get the 20 bomb.
Well, he could have done it this round. Just won the game. Come on.
Well, it's too late now.
He's overcomplicating it. And look, Mammoth.
Well, okay. They might get that next round. Down to a 5 versus 3. Cairo over towards Janitor. At Pen. At front desk. What have we got here? What have we got?
Look, instead of going for the repels, going for this super structured square or lobby push, they've just snuck a couple players around the map and found kills. And I wanted to see more of this from Mammoth. I know they did attempt it a couple of times and they did get shut down, but now that it is successful, we'll see if they can convert the late round.
Well, and when you kind of look at it for wildcard's sake, what did they do in these kind of sites like CEO Executive, Montaigne, Banana Stairs, Kanto? Like, there was nothing really repel looking over towards CEO. So they too, and even a little bit of square pushing as well. All right, Cairo brings it back.
Cairo's been playing well.
He's definitely stepped up since that first half. I mean, I think pretty much all of wildcard has stepped up since the first half. Logic was probably the only one that was actually performing well in the first half when they were down and out 1-4, and then everyone else has really lifted and brought that team synergy back into the fold here for wildcard. 3 versus 4, certainly very winnable here. All the key positions still under lock. The only thing maybe would be sort of top square. That's about it, but you still got Cairo and Janitor to contend with. They know he's there. Campo with the diffuser. Cairo has got this mirror, but not for much longer. Headpan with a wonderful kill onto Campo, and he was the one with the diffuser as well. Took a bit of damage back, and there is still that Nitro Cell as well for Cairo. Sawyer gone. 2 versus 3. Mammoth once again have got the player advantage.
1 Nitro for Cairo, but it doesn't matter. Mammoth able to finally get an attacking round on the board.
Better. Much, much better from Mammoth. You know, less stagnant on the repel. Less sort of stock standard. As you said, basically decided, let's just go around the map, search for ones, take our fights, and back ourselves in. And that's what they did. And Logic also gets his wish. He can still get the 20 bomb now. He'll be like, thank you guys. Now I can get 20, and then we can win this, win 7-5, and call it a day.
But the discussion now, actually quite seriously, is if this goes OT, Wildcard's still going to win. Again, that's another point they lose. Same story, Carlton's Knights. They lose that singular point, and that can have big ramifications through the mid portion of the standings. Now, again, looking towards the very tippity top, Wildcard and their major aspirations will be well and truly perilous. But it's then a discussion about where they end up placing in the prize pool, because there are decent discrepancies between those placements, and for Wildcard, they would have been eyeing off the top couple of spots at minimum.
If Wildcard loses this round, I don't think they can make the major. I think their reliance right now is that Bliss at some point before the Wildcard Bliss game, which for those that are unaware happens on the very last play day. They need Bliss to win in OT at some point. They need Bliss to go to OT.
Well, they're 4 points behind, so.
But that's what I'm saying. They need Bliss to go to OT, so then they beat Bliss, and then therefore they'll have the points over them. Now, if they go to OT again here, and Bliss don't go to OT, then that's obviously GG. So, look, it might not matter in theory if Bliss go to OT even just once and Wildcard beat them in regulation, but this is not good. And it's not good in general for them this stage to be losing to a team like Mammoth.
Yeah, you go OT and win. Currently, Wildcard are already 1 point behind Homeless, Circular Spheres, and then it begins to allow the likes of Aerial Rise, who are currently trailing by 2 points to Wildcard, to then maybe jump up, and then Wildcard could potentially finish 5th in this league, which certainly I don't think would have been on many people's
Should be second
radars.
Minimum. Maybe 3rd minimum, I should say. 2nd, ideally, if they don't get 1st.
Oh, I like this. So E set up, sledge the wall, push through, line in tow, Amara up above. And a good first pick.
Well, that kill does mean you've got to go on the rush now. You've given away your location over towards electrical, straight into sight, clear out the player tucked in behind the reinforced wall. That's Sawyer. He got at least one back. They're falling apart. We're going to overtime. Unless Tuhan brings back something here for wildcard. Certainly doable. Campo on the floor. And you've got Tiltek low on health. So in terms of a scenario for Tuhan, it's winnable. They go with the revive. He spots him. Good trigger discipline. Didn't shoot straight away. Got the kill onto Tiltek. He was low. Now Campo is as well. You saw him to your right. Hello! Chef Jeff just crawls into his radar, his line of sight, and he didn't spot him. They really didn't spot each other there for a good second. We go to overtime. Mammoth have got a point in the Oceania League 2023. They are on the board.
And they're out of last place.
Woohoo!
They'll jump above NQS, and potential for them to maybe even get their debut win. Because again, they're starting to run away with it a little bit. And they're getting away with plays where an experienced team like Wildcard should be shutting them down. Decent denial at the very beginning there. Sawyer a little bit unlucky not to get the second. We didn't see, of course, the kills elsewhere, but those faltered.
Do
and
we
we
have
saw
it here
that
on the
res.
replay? Tuhan. No, we don't. Okay, well, maybe we do. You can just see for that split second there was that near the chassis. Crawl out, thought he should have been able to spot him, didn't. Was more so focused over towards beepers. So, overtime it is.
And look, I mean, the small asterisk, so I'm not going to go too in-depth, but if he is playing like 4-3 ratio, he just literally might not have seen him, right? Because black bar's stretched, out of vision,
Well,
not in the peripheral.
You can turn the black bars off.
Yeah, but if it's...
And then just play your normal resolution and get the kill.
But you still wouldn't have seen him in 4-3 res, Jake. That's the point.
Or get off the 4-3 res.
Most of these guys would be playing 4-3.
Yeah, I play 4-3.
I know.
I don't know why.
You're still shit.
It makes no difference.
No. Does it make it easier to drive your Ateros and take down shields because they look bigger?
I think it just makes me feel more confident.
Yeah.
That, hey, if this is what the pros do, I'm doing it.
To be fair, 90% of Siege sometimes is just confidence. And
yeah. Oh, 100%.
Mammoth connected back to the game. They're playing confident.
Well, and that's what that first half did for them as well, right? And for those maybe just tuning in or they've only caught the last couple of rounds, Mammoth were up 4-1, right? Their first half was impeccable. They looked really good. And Wildcard were certainly on the ropes. This was Mammoth on the defense. They went to sites like Archives and Tellers. They won them both as well. They won that twice.
And that's where they are in OT. So they'll be very happy.
And they get the opening kill. Chef Jeff goes up to 11. And they'll take a 5 versus 4 point. What is Chef Jeff doing? He just put these DPI up to like 10,000. Logic gets a kill into Pluto. No time to be celebrating Chef because Logic has just got another double. And he edges closer to dropping 20 here. The man does not want to lose. He will do everything possible to will his side over the line.
Still plenty of time remaining in the round. And Chef Jeff, oh, he was eager to get back up over towards top square, but Sawyer, who's had a really solid anchor game himself, able to shut that down on the hard breach, leaves it up to Hunter, Tiltek as well. And this will be a wild card round.
Oh, don't speak too soon. Funny things have happened with 90 seconds left. I feel like this may be time for wildcard to still throw this Hunter. Well, that's just a random C4 over towards long desk with no intel. Logic just outside Janitor in that stock hallway. Tiltek, this is the big play though. You spotted him, you got to shoot him. Cairo will punish him and get the second as well onto Hunter. Wildcard don't throw the round. Wildcard have got overtime match point.
Well, perhaps Wildcard on attack for OT will not be a disaster. Still fighting hard in this game, wanting to get the maximum points that still remain. 2 for an OT win, of course. And it looks like Wildcard will go down to basement. So we'll see how this does play out for Mammoth. I think this is probably going to be one of the more difficult objectives to attack in a way, because that lurk entry can be more challenging in some respects because it only opens up options like lobby, for instance, or E-box. It's not like you can sneak through dirt or garage, which will obviously be being held by the defense.
What have Mammoth got here? They've got 1 point. You can't just be satisfied with 1. Look to double up. Go for 2. Get yourselves well and truly off the bottom of the standings. You've already done that with 1. Just make it a little bit more harder, though, for NQS to get back out of that bottom spot now. But for Wildcard, they do bring the very conventional-looking lineup here in terms of their operators. Again, smoke for denial. Yokai, Vulcan canisters. It's all pretty much stock standard for Wildcard. What can Mammoth do to change that up? They bring the Jackal once again. and try and clear above in a very hurried manner, especially over towards open area stuff. This is where the battle, I think, is going to be won and lost. The way that Wildcard have been set up here, this is typically where they've been winning these kind of rounds. You know, I feel like Mammoth at times, they like to get that blue stairs control, but what for? Wildcard don't care. You can get blue stairs, you can get server, but we're watching through the hatches, so you can't really do anything unless you clear open area staff.
Once again, Wildcard will open up the red hatch and look to fall off. Pluto again will prepare for an entry towards this open area position, and last time Mammoth approached it, Pluto did struggle, and there was no real pressure or trade at all.
Does that need to check for any EDDs? I think it might have been. There was nothing else there.
Don't know. I mean, he could have been expecting a player to be on the wall. Right?
Oh, potentially as well. But yeah, I guess it's a 2-4, right? You also then can clear those EDDs if they are there, and then you can now push through like this. This is aggressive.
He has no info on log again. Logic's going to get this ping. That's not logic.
Oh, okay, you're right, but it's Cairo.
There you go.
Okay, well, 1 for 1. I mean, if you're going to entry, at least you get one. You've got to do at least that, and he did, but immediately traded, and still that area under control for Wildcard, and that's probably the main premise, though. Where is everyone else? It's actually probably not even Pluto's fault there. As the entry player, where is everyone else? You should be focusing open area staff. Like, Chef is just lurking garage here, pushing in onto site. Oh, well, GG. Very anticlimactic ending, Guz. Very much so. And you know how I said before, both teams would be like, it's a win-win. I feel like now it's a loss-loss.
Yeah, well, it is in a way, right? And look, hopefully we get some inside, Sawyer or Logic, maybe one of the others, I'm not too sure. But I almost guarantee you they're going to go the classic line of, look, we're happy with the win, we got some points, but it shouldn't have been that way. And it's even more to the extreme when you're taking on the bottom place team with 0 points, and with Mammoth having such a huge negative round differential as well. You go into this and there's no reason to expect Mammoth to push them at all, never mind overtime. So credit to Mammoth. For me, that's the storyline I want to run with, because they played really well. They got off to a good start in the first half. And then unfortunately, I think just their attacks in the second, it let them down ultimately. Pushed OT, so credit to them.
I think getting overtime there for Mammoth, if we had said at the start of the day, Mammoth get to overtime against Wildcard, we would have said, no, you're silly. No. Off to the silly hospital. You're not allowed here anymore. But they did it. Fair play to them. But they had an opportunity to probably get the win there against Wildcard and fell short in overtime. That was probably their 2 worst rounds for the entire game, to be completely honest. Wildcard, though, they held on. They'll get the 2 points, but they will not be pleased with that performance as we go to the couch.
Do we just do little dances now?
Yeah, we just do little dances. That's how we throw from now on. We just dance with it. Disappointing for Wildcard, I think, but elation for Mammoth here, Dev. Finally, they have a point on the board. They are no longer the worst rated team in OCL. OCL. Actually, no, technically, it still works.
Not in OCL any longer. I guess so, yeah. I was going to say, is it really elation? And then I thought about it, and yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah.
Right? Put it this way. Mammoth have got more rounds in that game against Wildcard as they have for the rest of the season combined.
That's ridiculous.
6. Their next closest game was a 7-3, right? They got 6 rounds. They got 7-0, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. Yeah, exactly. In fact, it's been almost directly sequential until they got here 6 rounds against Wildcard. So a huge achievement for them. Obviously not the win, but a massive glow up.
Yeah, and I think we'll. I actually want to touch on how this has kind of progressed throughout the stage, because it'll be a very interesting conversation come later tonight when we've actually seen some of these results pan out. But Mandy, I mean, determination is a very, very key factor to a lot of games. I want to say determination from Mammoth to push it to OT in the first place, but. The calm and resolve for Wildcard to get back on top of that game and close out. I know this probably destroys their chances and maybe their hopes for the major, but this is still something to take away.
Yeah, for sure. I think Wildcard, when they were down in that point advantage, especially on their attack as well, it can be a little demoralizing. And I think the old Ludovico might have crumbled under that stress and under that pressure. But for them to be able to bring it back, especially go into their defending half and have such a dominant first few rounds, I think is a real testament to them staying composed and being in the lobby and retaining that even when things don't go quite right in the more chaotic parts of the round, namely the roam clear. It's been quite tough for them. But yeah, I think, for Mammoth, that's actually massive. Just being able to rob a point off these guys is huge. It cannot be understated.
Robert Point, and no longer are they on the donut. They're only on the baguette now. But that's okay. They may well move to 2 feet soon. Dev, big storyline for us was watching Logic. Big performance from Logic today.
Yeah, and thankfully he is not going to have to uninstall and retire.
Not this time.
Not this time. But he really, really wanted that win.
Yep.
First player this year in OCE to break 20 kills.
Pretty big.
He broke the record that was actually made against Wildcard in the previous play day by Kelton's Knights by Phoenix, who got 18 kills. That was the reigning kill record at the moment this year for OCE. And now that's been broken by Log. So real stellar performance. Always just knows when to get re-aggressive. There was one round I was kind of just sitting typing up some notes, and I hear you guys going absolutely bananas. I look up, and Logic's got a 4K in a clutch.
Nearly the ace.
Unreal.
Nearly the ace. I was heartbroken. I thought maybe that was the moment. I was trying to scream as loud as I could just in case potentially you could hear me in the background. Now, sorry. A matter of defense diff for Wildcard here. Do you think that this might be something that follows them for the rest of the stage?
I think it's a day-to-day thing. I think the thing about roam clearing and whether you OD or not, it's very performance-based, in my opinion. I think that if you're having a good day, you're feeling sharp, then yeah, roam clear is going to go your way. It's always one of the more uncertain and volatile. In fact, in my opinion, is the most volatile part of the round, especially from an IGLing perspective. You go and kill them now. You kind of don't really know how that could go that way or that could go that way. It's not like just let's open that wall and get the bomb down there. That's a realm of different callouts. It's a realm of different certainty. So I think that, yeah, for Wildcard, it's going to be a day-to-day performance thing, in my opinion. I think that sometimes if the early game's good, it's going to be good. Otherwise, you might struggle.
Dev, if we start to kind of break it down a little bit more and maybe get to a bit of the bluntness of the conversation, you know, we've gone through the fluff. We've said, yay, both teams, but really, you know, there is a question mark, I would say, left around Wildcard. I'm not going to say in particular Tuhan's performance, but obviously Tuhan, one of the top-rated players in the league, not really showing up, and then, you know, still coming to it toward the end, still being able to stand on his own 2 feet. A little bit disappointing, though.
Yeah, so actually the highest rated player in this match, he was the top rated player on Wildcard. I believe that'll probably change now. Logic might be able to jump him because he was in second.
Yep.
But yeah, you were talking about the opening deaths and that roam clear and how volatile it is. Rainbow Six is a game where one headshot is a kill. That could be through a wall, that could be a lucky spray, it could be a recall headshot, like it could be an array of different things. You get one opening death, it's unlucky. You get two, and you're like, okay, maybe we need to pull it in. You get three, and that's a pattern that has really started to massively affect what your team's performance is going to be. And we saw Tuhan, I only managed to record 3 of his opening deaths. But 3 across, 14 rounds is already quite a lot for the best player in the league. It is his role to be getting those, and obviously there's a lot of things that goes into it, like whether it's the team supporting him. Maybe he just had a bad day. Sometimes he does just get unlucky, right? Like a spray through a window takes you out while you're running past or whatever. That happens. But yeah, definitely something that I think individually he's probably going to be kicking him for this game.
For sure. And
not
look,
not kicking him, kicking himself.
Well,
not going to kick him just because he got a couple opening deaths.
Maybe Wildcard will, but you know, I think the firecracker you put up Logic's butt last night after some pretty poor performances in ranked.
He was throwing.
It spurred him on. It spurred him on for a victory, and so too for Wildcard. Obviously, an overtime win means only 2 points. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, we'll hopefully get to hear from Logic himself.
Hey guys, my name is Totek. The team that I play in is bar backstall. The position that I play is entry frag.
My name is Jake. I am a player for Circular Spheres. The position I would play would be entry/lurk.
My name's Jigsaw. I'm from Team Bliss, and my position is entry fragger.
Hi, my name's Logic. I play in Wildcard. I am the second entry.
Hi, my name is Phoenix. I'm in Kelton Knights, and I play entry frag.
My role is basically to gain and maintain control within the map, really. You know, I have my support players and stuff. They drone me in.
I'm taking majority of the gunfights. That's a lot of fun.
I definitely think you have to be quite a strong aimer and shooter, being able to have a lot of good positioning and a lot of good polling too.
We just need to make sure that we're not stagnant. We're not staying in the same place and stalling out too much.
Favorite weapon on attack? I think the ARX is very strong, does a lot of damage.
My favorite weapon on attack would be the FMG. I know that when I'm playing Nook, I'm about to get a whole lot of kills.
I would say my favorite weapon on attack has got to be IQ and Amaru's G8. I just like that it's a 50 round LMG, shoots fast, and you can run around with it.
I think the best way to describe me and my style is probably fast,
Unpredictable,
God mechanics,
aggressive,
ratty.
careless.
My name is Nate. I'm in Team Troops, and the position I play is support.
My name is OJ. I play for Homeless, and I'm the second support for the team.
My name is Sean. I play the hard support for Not Quite Sure.
The thing that I like about my role the most, I get to control what's going on.
Being able to support the team to do the best that they possibly can.
It takes a lot of understanding about how the other team's playing and about what changes you want your team to make in order to break down what the defense is doing.
As a support player, I also am the in-game leader, so I get to open what walls I think are necessary, and I also get to like kind of control the team where they need to go, what happens in the round. The role of a support player, you're trying to help your team in every which way possible, whether that be clearing shields, getting wall denial. So if your team can't hear you or they don't know what's going on, it's going to make it very difficult. And if you also don't know what's going on, that's going to make it double difficult, which will just end in disaster for a lot of the rounds.
My favorite weapon on attack definitely has to be Ace's AK-12.
Definitely Ace's AK, I think it's the AK-17.
I think it's the AK-17.
It's one of the better ones for the hard supports. The gun does really high damage, nice and easy to control, just a really solid weapon.
No recoil, a lot of damage, good scopes. It's the best. 3 words that describe me and my style are loud, aggressive,
patient,
really sharp, star player,
crazy,
aware, and calm.
I feel like we're going to win because we're just best.
I think Kelton's Knights is going to win Blast. Nobody expected us to be a team. We formed together about 2 weeks ago.
I think, personally, that we're going to win Blast. We're gonna roll you. 7-0s every game.
There's one to his left. He spots the head. Campo just peeked out for a second. 7-2 victory for Aerial Arise.
I definitely think we're going to be able to get to the top of this stage because we've got the best team culture and chemistry between each other.
Our team are definitely going to win this tournament. Definitely ready to mechanics check every team we verse.
We're already smashing. We're undefeated so far, so I think we're still going to remain undefeated throughout the season.
I think we're going to win purely based off how strong our team's friendship is.
What does it take to win? Making sure that you love your family. I feel like we're the best team to win this because, well, we've got family. Why are we the best? We all live in the bar back stores.
I think the audience should 100% keep an eye on Tuhan. Tuhan's had previous teams, they haven't been able to unlock his potential. We've unlocked him and we're ready to let him loose.
Audience should keep their eye on the worst performing player on Wildcard because they're probably going to get kicked by Kyra.
Keep my eyes on. I can keep their eyes on me. I'm sharp and like they should always be spectating me because I'm going to do something cool.
He needs to clutch up a 1 versus 4. There's not a lot of hope. There's not a lot of time.
I think Bank has to be my favorite map in the pool.
Bank is definitely my least favorite map in the game.
In my opinion, I think it is the perfect map for both defense and attack. In my opinion, also makes it the best map.
I think I would rather play any other map, including Favela.
I think the best way to enter Bank is through the top floor, always. Coming through those north windows, jumping through stock, going through skylight.
My favorite place to enter is definitely server with the pre-placed throne.
And then on defense, it's a bit of a trickier question, but I think at the basis of defense, it's very util and team dependent. So making sure that your plant denial is perfectly set up, making sure that you have your impact grenades, etc.
Some of the essential operators that you need on this map.
The main one is 0 for me.
Dokubi and Nook are 2 essentials for this map.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Hope you're ready to be back underway. I'm gonna say right now, I'm very keen to hear what Log has to say after that because The very first time we heard from him, he was very unimpressed with their inability to close out against Kelton's Knights. And if you'd have put Kelton's Knights up against Mammoth, I think you'd be in a little bit of trouble. Log! What's going on, mate?
Hey guys, I can't hear you.
Oh, that's all right. We'll figure it out, mate. I'll mime to you. How did you play?
It's not working, mate. Hey, look,
I'm waiting for it.
I love you. Does he get that?
You stink.
I literally just bared my heart before him, and he just tells me I stink.
What? How do we mime this? How do we mime this? Hang on.
Can we write it on a notepad or something?
Yeah. Maybe.
Let's see if we get it out.
Yes.
Have
This
you
is
got
an
a notepad?
achievable
Three
thing. This is an
words?
achievable thing. Rob, what are we trying to say?
Oh,
to
no,
him?
he's got it. He's got it.
Yeah.
How? How would you do how? How?
What?
How?
What
How?
are we saying?
How?
Yes.
Oh, no, it's
You.
more than one.
No, you.
You.
Yeah.
What?
How are you?
How are you?
Oh, yes. Oh, that's not me. Anyway, I thought that was one of that. Anyway, yeah, not too bad. I don't know. We just got taken overtime.
Oh, no!
Oh,
We just got taken overtime. We just got taken over. God damn it. I just want to hear Long talk.
Oh my god.
Oh, Mandy.
My disappointment.
What did you
is
take away from that,
immeasurable.
Dev? What did you take away from that?
I took away that Log interviews just about as well as Wildcard closes out games.
Yep. It's a little bit disappointing for them. They really did struggle to close out in the second half, Mandy. I don't know how much more we really do want to touch on this, but do you want to say anything final on this wild card saga?
Not much. Hashtag stack the deck, I guess. They
Yeah.
win it out over time. I can't imagine Log would have responded "How are you?" to the most incredibly ecstatic response.
No.
But at least they close it out.
What we should have done is we should have gotten on one of our devices, like just notepad up and write 20 exclamation mark and show it to him. That would have
Yes.
gotten him.
That's
happy.
what I was here. I was ready for
Yeah,
it.
We
see,
almost had it.
We were
But the
almost
Miami
there.
game.
We were almost there.
I will
That's,
say, I do have something to add.
Please.
But since we can't get Logic on, let's just talk about the other team for a second.
Yes.
Because I know last minute lift up Mammoth finally off the bottom, and I will say another guy off the bottom, Pluto, going into that was the lowest rated player in the league, and he hit double digits against Wildcard. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a solid game to do it in. If you were ever going to put up a performance, really I want to see it against the teams that you're going to have a tough time against. And not to put it on his shoulders single-handedly, but the fact that he's doing well, the team looks like they're starting to click a little bit better, it excites me. And the reason why it excites me is because of the conversation we're about to have next, which is Bliss and Aerial Arise. This is a really particularly interesting point that I want to make. The reason being is all of these teams are now starting to rise to the occasion. Kelton's Knights rose to the occasion. Aerial Arise have risen to the occasion. Mammoth have now risen to the occasion. Everything that we thought would happen on play day one didn't, right? We thought, oh yeah, brand new league, everyone's going to go gun-ho. We had, 3 7-0s. But if you look at the trajectory in which we are headed, Bliss have to be so damn careful because Aerial Arise, I knew it was going to happen, 100, Andy.
I think it's exactly right. As the league has progressed, every single team has improved so tremendously. We can see the practice is really coming in form. People are getting hyped up and they're like, oh damn, we have officials every week. People are excited to go back into lobby and play them. And I think as a result, every single team can cause an upset now. They can be a lot more competitive. And like you said, for Team Bliss, that means going up against this Aerial Arise roster who are starting to really find their form, be up and coming, get into that practice routine, are starting to become a bit of a threat.
And I think as well, we also saw Aerial Arise pick up a coaching member.
You're throwing me under the bus. I literally just got out Twitter to have a look at that announcement.
Yeah,
I'm
certain that I just heard about it this week.
Wait for me. I actually posted it in our Discord.
Please.
Wait for it.
Dev, you're showing a bit of skin there, son.
Oh. Ow. Please don't make me feel self-conscious on broadcast, Roberts.
So yeah, you've got it?
Yeah, so Wafer
Wafer, awesome.
Yeah, and I would love to tell you more about him, and I'll do some more research.
While
before
you
the
do
game
that
starts.
research, how about we do this? We'll go and talk about Bliss first, because we know a hell of a lot about Bliss, and that's where we can really start to dig into these talking points. A team that, once again, is showcasing what they're worth. I'm telling you now, I said it out loud in the last broadcast, and I will repeat it through and through. Oda is the best player in our region right now, statistically, and just as a Giga Chad. He is unbelievable. Mandy, what do you think about Bliss right now? Are they hitting expectations?
I think they're absolutely hitting expectations. They were the favourites going into on day 1, and
Yep.
they are still the favourites going into on day 5.
Yep.
So I think, they're still doing Team Bliss things.
Really, do we think that that's ever going to change, Dev? Because they have just gone from strength to strength year to year.
Very hard to see it changing with these guys already having great performances against your teams like Homeless and Circular Spheres. And also, I want to say, you actually didn't give enough credit to Oda right here. You said he's the best player in OCE.
Yep.
He's actually the best player in the world right now. Overall,
What?
BR6, this guy has a 1.54 rating, 2.1 KD. He's above Dan and Horneteo, who are pretty close nipping at his heels. But I mean, if you look holistically at all the regions, this guy has the best rating. And it goes to show not only Bliss's dominance, but his form coming into this year. He was never known to be a real fragger. He's kind of more of that flex player, quite a bit of calling responsibility. And yet he still is delivering some serious playmaking and some big numbers.
Well, he's taken a lot of maturity onto his shoulders this year. You know, this roster now is the big talking point of OCE, and I'm sure that if we still had APAC South, there would still probably be that discussion of where Bliss sit in the whole region, if you will. And I think that many of these questions will be answered when we go to the major, if they make it there, because we have seen them fall short. And maybe today might be the opportunity, because Aerial Arise are arising. That is for damn sure. Wettables turned on last week, Mandy. He is the only player on this roster that is in the top 10 for the league. And the numbers that he put up last week were incredibly impressive. However, we're starting to see this roster take shape.
Yeah, for sure. I think that as the weeks have gone by, these guys have gotten into a pretty good practice routine. They did tell me a little bit earlier in the season that, yes, we've only just formed, but we do want to be a very active roster. And I think with the org being picked up and with the support staff, of course, to follow it as well, they've really come into their form. They are starting to collect their identity. But of course, that's something that can't be found all too quickly. I think the weeks still need to go by for them to really become a solid and mature team. But I think the starting foundation is certainly starting to be there, led by Nate as well, who has taken up more of that leadership role going into this team as well. So I think for sure these guys have got the foundations of what could be a really great team here in OCE.
Shaping up very nicely. Dev, what can you tell us about the coach? Did you do the Twitter research?
I've got a little bit, yeah. So Wafer actually has quite an array of experience within the US and even a little bit within Brazil as well. So been pretty active in the scene since 2020. And I think the height that he's reached was assistant coaching for Astralis at SI this year. So when they made top 4, and a pretty big accolade to have, and also being part of such a big organization and such a professional team, I think really lends itself to creating a professional environment for these guys.
Yep.
And for me, coming into this season, I saw the troops, as they were called. I saw them struggle in the open qualifiers, and I thought, this just seems like a bunch of guys have kind of slapped together a team, a roster, so they can compete and just get a share of the prize pool, not necessarily looking to shoot for the stars. And I think that's quite an unfair assessment now in retrospect. I reckon these guys are actually looking in the long term. These guys have put together a proper roster with a lot of experience. They're taking it very seriously. They've now got a coach as well.
Yep.
And I think with time, these guys will be contending for one of the top spots. And, you know, they had a rough start, but they've actually got some pretty decent wins under their belt.
Yep.
This will be their biggest test yet, however.
Well, this could be a huge scalp for them. And for the rest of the teams that are watching in the rafters, this is a very big game.
Bliss undefeated, right?
Yeah.
If Aerial Arise break that, there's literally nothing better that you can do within this region in any single game than beat Bliss.
Homeless and Circular Spheres will be watching on with great interest, they say. Let's go ahead and have a look at the map vetoes. I don't know if anything will really shock me unless, you know, maybe we go to like a skyscraper or something like that, but I feel between the experience and the veteran nature that is brought on this Aerial Arise team, they'll be prepared for most maps, as to Bliss have such a deep map pool. Skyscraper actually made it all the way to the final 2 bands, so what have we got? Bank gone, border in. That actually, you know what? That was probably the only other one outside of Sky and Theme that would have been an eye raiser for me. Mandy, what do we make of this?
I think the main thing for Bliss here is that because it's best of ones, you want to keep your map pool closed.
Sure.
You don't want to reveal too much, especially because you don't need that big of a map pool for best of ones. You really only realistically need to know 5 maps, maybe even 4 to play in this league. And so I think that going back to a map that they're repeating and comfortable on, I believe they've already played border throughout this league already, means that yes, there might be a VOD on them previously, but they're not revealing their entire hand. It means that they have a map in the back of their sleeves, in their back pocket, that they can bring out for a more formidable opponents. They do have wildcard, of course, on that final day. Not only that, but they have Kelton's Knights who've come and showed up to be one of those bogey teams that could bring an upset. And I think that by going back to border would indicate to me that these guys are comfortable in their strengths, and they're happy to go back and they don't want to reveal anything new.
Dev, for aerial...
Keep trying. Keep trying.
Is it? That is
you got some cackle from Xenox in the background as well.
Aerial. Why is it this word? I don't get. I've never had to say it before.
Do you want a Dev Marta fun fact?
Please.
Sponsored by Linguistics.
Yes.
So the L and R sounds, phonemes, actually are very closely related, which is why we really commonly get them mixed up, and why some second language speakers often say L's instead of R's.
I give up.
It's a fun fact for you.
Nerd.
I've got some more fun facts.
I would
for
love
you.
to say what's AA, but I don't think that would be a conversation very
Let's keep
fitting
that
for
off
this.
the broadcast. So you were going to ask me about Aerial Arise's border
that's the one.
performances. So they actually haven't played it while being under the Aerial Arise banner, but thank you for giving me some time to get up my stats from the troops. And the only time I've actually seen these guys play border, I just accidentally deleted that. Excuse me, bear with me.
Just bear with us while we...
I got it back. Border, not quite sure. In the, what was that? The open qualifier upper bracket, a 7-5 win. That's pretty good. It is against a not quite sure that has really not quite been in form, however.
Oh.
And for me, this is a Team Bliss on arguably their best map right now. So these guys, Bliss, are on a 3-map win streak on border, including taking down Circular Spheres in a dominant 7-3. And prior to that, Knights in the SI quals in an even more dominant 7-2. So I'm really a fan of Bliss's border right now, and I think that if they weren't favored going in already, I think they even will be more so on border.
So Aerial go into this, the underdogs already on paper. I'm just going to say one.
Go
I'm going to say Arise or Aerial. I'm not doubling up anymore. I'm really sorry to the org. You can at me on Twitter for that one. But Mandy, just before we get underway with this game, very quick prediction. Where are we going?
Yeah, I think for sure Team Bliss. I mean, like, look, there was not a universe that I thought we would be talking about Oda in the same light as Down or Hornetau in the statistics, right? That's like, that's massive names they're putting together, right? I think Bliss are like certainly in their form. They've got some big players, big names now, not just in the scene, but apparently in the world as well. So I think right now, best form they can be. Good map, Team Bliss.
All right, well, it's time to get underway with this one and to run us through all the action. It's a very handsome boy and his co-caster Guz.
It's not often that a couch absent of us two descends into madness, but I will say thank you very much, James, for teaching us some linguistic history. I learned absolutely nothing, gained pretty much no common sense, and I think I lost a brain cell along the way. And I feel very sorry for Mandy. I will apologize to Mandy for those two. She had to put up with them. She did a very good job. She was very much professional. Dev has alluded to the fact that there is something in the way that he is now stolen. Go back and read your language history, mate. Thank you very much. All right, let's get underway. Bliss and Aerial Arise. Hey, it's not that hard, Gus.
And we will Wise?
That's Rob. No.
Sorry.
Say it right.
Aerial Arise.
There was a lot of pressure on that, wasn't there?
I was sweating. I almost stumbled.
Didn't quite. All right, let's head over to border, and we'll see if maybe Bliss can stumble as hard as Wildcard did on bank.
Wow. It's an interesting game, this one, right? You go in, you're back in Team Bliss. They beat, of course, Circular Spheres last week, same map, 7-3, so they only showed 10 rounds. They'll be beaming with confidence, but there is that underlying pressure. It's just bubbling in the background. They know they are the team now to lose their spot at the major. They're in pole position. It's theirs to lose. Aerial Arise, they'll be looking to play spoils.
Is this a trap game?
Maybe.
Okay, that was a very quick answer. Do you want to elaborate maybe on why maybe?
Look at the experience for Aerial Arise, right? Nate has popped off. Wettables, a lot of experience. Smacker maybe not quite as much. Hayward coming back into the fray. Supremacist has been around a long time. Aerial Arise, again, We framed them a couple of times this way. They're a team with the pieces. If they put it together, they link it together, they have one good day. That's all it takes. And that completely throws Team Bliss into a spiral. So it could be a danger game, but it's not the only dangerous game really for Bliss. Every game in a best of one single round robin is. Carlton's Knights next week. That could be very, very dangerous the way they've shown up recently. And Wildcard, big game to close things out.
Last time we saw Aerial Arise, they took down NQS 7-3 rather comfortably. That big on Clubhouse and has them out at a 2-2 record, so standing pretty strong. And now they get themselves an opportunity to cause a major upset. I will say this. There is a lot of Aerial Arise fans. Not the ones in North America.
Really?
No.
Where have you seen them?
They are in a couple of different jerseys right now. Wildcard being one, Circular Spears being another, and Homeless. They are all massive Aerial Arise fans, all of a sudden.
And why is that, Jake?
Well, of course, they need Bliss to lose. Everyone needs Bliss to lose, because right now, Bliss have themselves one hand on the ticket to the major, and provided that they go undefeated for the rest of the stage, they will be able to have two hands on said ticket.
Well, so they've got one hand on the ticket. What's the other hand doing?
Trying to play games, I guess.
So Bliss are playing one-handed right now.
I guess.
I mean, maybe that'll keep things close.
Look, the point is, though, they need Bliss to lose. It's as clear as that. Aerial Arise are close enough, technically, that on a good day, maybe they could cause a big upset, a big boil over. We'll see. We head to border, Bliss on the attack first, and you can basically summarize they're actually based on the bans, right? And the operator bans. This is going to be fast-moving. We want to see teams get map control, and you take out operators like Solus and Valkyrie for information, Yana obviously for entry, Lion for entry. That's what Border's going to bring.
Now, last time we saw some really good pre-placed drones from Bliss, and we'll see similar ones employed. Aerial Arise, if they're expecting this map, probably watch the VOD and are aware of some of these positions. And Wet showing his presence of mind, currently locking down that customs position. And a decent start from Aerial Rise. They haven't allowed anyone to slip in just yet, but as I say, that
2 minutes
Jigsaw
15 on the clock.
in Passport.
You're praising them already. It is Bliss.
To be fair, you got to take what you can get.
Jigsaw on the roam. Bottom of waiting. Oh, gets the ping, but obviously on the other side of the wall. Goes for it anyway. No real contact yet on a map like Border, but it is intriguing the way that Aerial Arise are kind of set up for this one. A little bit of vert down below being established through Smack, and you can do that obviously towards the bathrooms because he's on that Oryx. Oda finds the opening kill. Does get traded though. The man has been on a rampage so far in the Oceania League, rated as one of the highest players in this region.
Well, in the world.
All right.
We heard it on the desk. Come on.
First it was Jigsaw, which now you're telling me Jigsaw's not the best player in the world, guys. What happened?
Well, I think
2 weeks ago he was the best.
Well, he's bumped down to, I think, outside the top 10.
Oh, no. Big drop off.
Well, that said, Bliss do have 3 players that are rated higher than Wettables, currently the top rated for Aerial Rise. So it does show that Bliss are on another level right now.
60 seconds left in this opening round. And no real control established here for Team Bliss, in fairness. Only just now, established over towards break room. There is still a player inside of security. That's going to be the Azami of Supremacist. Goes prone. Wettable helps out. Gets a big kill there onto Brendo. And he should get a second one here as well. He was just sitting there watching Sage for what felt like a lifetime. Jigsaw over towards top east stairs. He is now going to have to go pretty big. Pushes in through offices. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Fishro does have the diffuser, but Aerial Arise are by far and away in a much better position to start here on Border.
Yeah, that hold over towards security, causing problems for Team Bliss, and Fisho doesn't really feel comfortable going for plant, rightly so. Goes deep, no trade. Jigsaw taken down. Is there something in this one?
It's only the opening round, and we saw it obviously on Bank in our game prior. For those that missed it, Mammoth got out to a Mammoth lead of 4-1 over Wildcard. And Wildcard, though, then turned it around and well, they went to overtime, but basically won 5 in a row, and we thought the game was going to be over from there. Regardless, the point is, it's early days. But good signs. And that's probably all we're after here for Aerial Arise as a team is middle of the pack. You want to be better than the other teams, sort of bottom 3, but you want to be competing against the top 3, top 4. You really want to be in those games. That's where they've got to be at this stage. And I'll tell you what, it's a good start against a team like Team Bliss on a map like Border, which, especially with Bliss on the attack, can probably bode well for a team like Bliss to get good map control, get those early contact fights, win their ones, especially Oda, Jigsaw, Sage, Brendo, so many fraggers. Yeah. It's the kind of map that really can enable them.
Yeah, I guess that it makes it surprising that we are heading to this particular location, but Aerial Rise in the last round doing a good job locking down positions like CCTV. That push was quite late from Bliss, and Supreme did a good job in just wasting a bit of time, and Wet able to cover a 3K from him in the first round, boding well for the rest of the roster to look and play around that. But we expect now a snappy response from Bliss. Very rarely do they let games spiral out of control, and they'll be looking to assert dominance once more in this matchup. Jigsaw, again, very similar to that game against Circular Spheres, is continuing to look for that entry through Passport to try and unlock the map.
And it's a pretty similar setup as well for Aerial Arise. Extension above, a lot of presence over towards Armory, bit of Archives. You've got one over towards Security as well with Supremacist. He's got the hatch he can open up if need be. So that means that Bliss have got to push up above. They've got to clear. And that's where really Border is going to show itself, is those early fights will be prevalent. Pushing into these key areas, getting established over towards East Stairs. Again, same kind of roam from Jigsaw. This time, though, goes into Towers, avoids East Stairs, and looks to maybe put a bit of pressure horizontally here, pushing over towards Customs.
Well, there's that Banshee in lobby as well, so that's certainly a direct counter from Smacker. And Jigsaw, I think, just second questioning that push. But he can still position himself inside of Towers, and on the topic of Smacker, he finds a kill.
Oh, that's big.
Diffuser down.
And hard breach, only hard breach.
Oof.
So it's a double whammy there, unfortunately, for Team Bliss, but Jigsaw lurking in bathrooms. Is there an opportunity? Nate, inside of Workshop, but are they aware of Jigsaw's very perilous position here? He's got a really good angle being watched in towards Workshop, but obviously the vert established below. Maybe he's waiting for the drop. Is that what the pressure up above? Waiting for the drop and then push in. This might catch them well and truly off guard. The Bliss execute is on perfect. Oh, they don't even know what just hit them, Aerial Arise.
And that's the Bliss we've come to expect on this map. Even with Fisho dying and some really good, powerful positions being held, Jigsaw was allowed to just sneak through. And his cue is when there's a pick above, or if the pressure is down on the players below, he can use the sound coverage to push through. He gets a free kill, the rest of the team mops up, and in the blink of an eye, I think from start to finish, that was probably less than 5 seconds, round over.
Yeah. And considering when you have a round like that as well, where you get the opening kill on the hard breach who has Diffuser outside, you probably at that point start to think, oh, maybe there's an opportunity. We've got ourselves into a really, really good position here. But credit to Jigsaw, and that's twice now. He's been able to just roam through waiting for free. No one's watching him. And then this time he was smart enough to just push through Towers, eventually into Bathroom, and get a good sightline in towards Workshop. Read the play perfectly. There was absolutely no pressure because Aerial Arise's defense was more focused above on the vert and on the hatches. They completely just left Bathroom, Towers open, and Jigsaw abused it. Abused it well and understood a bit of the win condition there too as well for Aerial Arise. That hatch, that drop, he's ready for it. He was basically one step ahead. I mean, really the whole team, Bliss, were just one step ahead of Aerial Arise, even though Aerial Arise thought they were 2 steps ahead by getting rid of the hard breach up. Head into the third round, and Bliss have basically already shown them what can happen when they're at their best. They will be hard to beat. Aerial Arise just have to keep being plucky. Keep getting these opening picks. Keep hoping that Bliss stumble along the way in these rounds and pinch a couple of rounds and just put a bit of scoreboard pressure on.
Well, just like every round before it, Jigsaw, Passport, hand in hand. Aerial Rise will probably need to try and find a way to mitigate the amount of control that this position can establish. And again, the drone work from Bliss, it's great. A player spotted main stairs, but not quite caught. And they can begin to constrict this half of the map. Puts a lot of emphasis now on Aerial Rise up above. Things like the East Stairs hold, 90 control as well. Armory as well being posted up on. But Jigsaw now, he'll sit and wait. He'll wait for his teammates to go above, to push out these positions. He can sit and wait and look to find kills in tandem with the player next door. That's Fisho. Brendo finds the first. And Aerial Arise, whether they know it or not, are not in a very good position.
No, it doesn't help now that you've lost your Asami as well. The keeper barrier is not regenerating. Oh, it's a freebie for Smacker. It's a freebie for Smacker. Yes, indeed. Fisho just gets a little bit lackadaisical. It should have been almost another one. He peeks before he's got the gun ready. That costs him. That gives a free kill to Sage. Jigsaw then follows up elsewhere on the map, and suddenly, again, in the span of 5-10 seconds, Bliss just turned around on his head.
Ooh, Hayward, though. That's something. First kill in the game. The swing, though, wet. Really wanted to get himself into this round, but unfortunately now, Hayward 1v3 over towards server, and this is a very difficult cross to make to site.
Yeah, virtually impossible now for Hayward. Does have the experience, been around for a long time, but all the sight lines are in favor of Bliss, and Brendo will take advantage of this one from waiting, and that will be a 2-1 start now in the first 3 rounds of this half. Bliss will be pretty happy with the way things have shaped up. First round, obviously they would have been a little bit disappointed with themselves because they probably let themselves down with that opening attack. But since then, the last 2 rounds have been pretty darn clean. And Aerial Arise have not really had much of a look in. At that point, minute and a half, 4 versus 4. But look at this from Smacker. Just that little bit too early. Tiny, tiny little bit too early. It's the difference between being able to get the kill or falling. And in the end, he falls. Ultimately, though, Aerial Arise not as contested in these last 2 rounds as the first.
Yeah, so I guess at this point, right, it's probably fair to say that the first round was a blip on the radar for Bliss, because from there it's been a quick turnaround, and they've looked a lot snappier, much like that Circular Spheres game last week where the pressure was really on them to perform. It was quite a close matchup, and then they were able to run home with it. So the ball in the court of Aerial Arise, and the small 1%ers continuing now to go the way of Team Bliss. They need to start focusing, I think, a little bit more on denying Jigsaw on that entry passport. There's a couple of lurks elsewhere, like we saw Fish able to get in pretty uncontested as well. That is causing issues through the mid-round. It puts pressure on those extending because then they fear their way back towards side and being able to assist players on the objective. So, yes, it's an intertwined set of issues here for Aerial Arise at the moment. So we'll see how they compete.
Not really changing a whole lot up, but they do bring the frost this time through Hayward. Still Supreme on that Azami. 0-2 it though. Not able to find any kills. Was holding security for a couple of the first rounds. Team Bliss just have been a lot smoother in their gameplay. Everything that they've done just looks a little bit more calculated at the moment, and that's the way it needs to be on a map like Border as well. And Jigsaw, though, he's been the one that is just basically heading straight to site. He's not worrying too much about having to roam clear, top floor, vert. He is just very much given that license to put pressure on site. And he's been doing a significantly good job at it so far, but there is his position being watched by Supreme. Won't have the angle unless Jigsaw pushes in, which I don't think he will. They certainly would want to push in blind.
Well, and that's a good thing, right? Because now Team Bliss may need to adjust their plan. If Jigsaw can't get in there, what's the backup plan for Bliss? Because a lot of the attacks are headed from this position. A lot of the map control is important from this position. And Aerial Arise now direct countering it. So we're going to see pressure elsewhere from Bliss. Up above, Armory control has been forfeited by the defense. But a heavy stack, Fountain, Office, vert control down below towards site. So we'll see how Bliss go about clearing it. But the live droning, absolutely perfect, and Brendo will get that kill for free.
Yeah, Hayward gets droned out. Brendo's going to get another one here as well.
Oh,
that
what?
was disgusting. He had the intel from the drone. He had it from the drone, and he basically knew the player was there. Still, even with that said, that is an incredible shot.
Yeah. Jeez.
6-2 for Brendo. He was traded, 4 versus 3. Bliss have got the man advantage, but Aerial Arise with 3 on. You think that they can maybe still win this round. Fisho wanting to clear Supreme. Top east stairs. Has the Kiba barriers. Now, Fisho's got to be careful though. His diffuser drops at the top in a very, very awful position if he dies. I think he makes the right call here and backs off that. Gets someone else to push in instead. 1-for-1. Supreme does a good job of holding top east stairs. He did his job on the defense, guys, but everyone else has fallen apart. Site open. Jigsaw straight into colors now. Oh,
you see him!
Spot him! Doesn't spot him at all. Supreme eventually does die to Jigsaw. We'll see it on the replay.
He's laughing. He saw it. Now you can't play 4-3 on that. That was definitely insight.
When you're tunneled in and you're just focusing.
I mean, can we get a measurement? How close is he to his monitor, you reckon? Do you reckon he could like just give it a little touch on the
Well,
nose?
watch his back, because you noticed it before even I did.
Yeah, well.
Which is probably expected.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
What we don't expect is Jigsaw to miss it.
No.
That was a great shot from Brendo.
Well, Wet definitely didn't see that one coming. Straight through the wall with the flick. And honestly, I think he deserved the third there. Supreme,
Well,
to his credit, he did a nice shot.
Ironically, the easier option would have been to get the kill on Supreme, crab walking.
Oh, here we go.
Well, to be fair, you at home, if you look at that reticule, you're not really noticing that tiny little Azami in the corner right.
That's why he's not the best player in the world anymore.
Oh, jeez, he did get the kill. He did get the kill, and he has been playing very well so far in this game. He's basically abused that passport and waiting area, and he's made Aerial Arise's defense look a little bit silly, especially in that vicinity. Supreme, though, to his credit, held top of his stairs really well. But to keep the barriers as well, that was a position he did not give up. Even forced Fisher Guy to think about, top waiting. Okay, I got to fall back a little bit here. I don't want to push that. He dies. That's Diffuser in a bad spot. And then if the Diffuser goes down there, you basically don't have to move from east stairs. But as this game has got on, Bliss are looking more and more comfortable here on border. And we are starting to sort of really highlight. Now, Jigsaw goes onto the Nook. He hasn't even been on the Nook. Now you go onto the Nook. Now he's going to still be able to do what he's doing, but more silently.
Again, the drones, the pre-place from Bliss, causing issues. Wettables will be called out. Had the advantage, the initiative in that initial engagement, but Jigsaw, he survives. And Sage now looking to enclose in on this position. Wettables now elsewhere. Jigsaw in the map. Early pressure again from Bliss. And even Oda, right? Statistically, the best player in the world, still sitting drones a minute into the round.
Hey, he's 4-1, mate. He can do what he wants.
Exactly. I was saying it as a positive.
Good.
It's more so directed at
Well, when I sit drones, it's not a positive.
It was more so directed at the ashes of the world that never sit on drones. Not everything's about you.
Hey, it's not as bad as last night with our wonderful observer Sky sitting on his drone while I'm in a 1v1.
Oh,
he just has to get off the drone and swing.
No, we're not talking. We're not bringing that one up
He's
again.
shaking his head. I'm looking at him right now. Jigsaw gets the opening kill. Brendo, and this game is starting to just really fall apart now for Aerial Arise. It's got that sense that maybe the first round gave us a little bit of belief, but that belief has well and truly evaporated now. Bliss are firmly in control on border. And Wearable's just barely able to stay alive. Over towards all possess. He might be able to get one here, and should. Never mind. Brendo!
What?
Leave some for the rest of them, mate. He's up to 8-2. Minute left, 5 versus 2, and Team Bliss are just having a training run.
Nate unable to land the trade. Team Bliss just looking far superior in this game. That first round, well, it was just a warm-up, and now Nate still struggling to find these kills, getting so unlucky, but finally he falls. Hayward, 1v5. Spray on the second, but it's Jigsaw to land it. Team Bliss winning round 5.
Yeah, and it's all just smooth sailing. No pressure now. There's no contest here. This game's over. Tactical timeout from Wettables. 4-1. 4 in a row as well now for Team Bliss. And it's not like these rounds have been close. Like, we're not really seeing like counter diffusers. We're not really seeing Aerial Arise bring it to like 1v1s or 2v2s. We're not seeing scrappy siege. Just clean, clinical slaughter from Team Bliss. You know, and we did Southeast Asia last night. I tell you what, we didn't see anything like that.
No.
From what we've seen from Bliss tonight. It's been far and above what we saw last night. So they're on a really, really good level right now. And they've just got to make sure that they can keep this consistency going heading into the major, because that's where they will be going if they keep up this. They play Carlton's Knights and Wildcard.
If they play like this, they're going. I mean, I don't think there's too many question marks over that at this point, right?
Yeah.
And this isn't just a... Some people may look at that and listen to that comment and be like, yeah, well, they're not really versing the strongest of teams. But they did the same against Circular Spheres, who arguably were the second best team at the time on the same map, where they just maybe had the odd round here or there where it didn't quite click. Every other round in which they won, for the most part, was basically decisive, wiping the floor, playing really well, key players stepping up. And I think, for me, that's the thing that's so great about Bliss. very rarely does anyone need to be carried. Now, the exception to that might be like Fisho, but 0-3. But I mean, he's on support. He doesn't have to worry too much. He's getting in good positions, making calls. It's just such a formidable quad combo. Oda, Jig, Sage, Brendo. They're just all literally insane.
Well, really good example there as well, right? Sometimes, especially when you kind of look at Fisher's position, you're hard bridge, you have diffuser, and you're pushing like top waiting and you want to get maybe East Air control. That's not your job. And we saw him fall off that. So he's not even in a position. He doesn't even put himself in that position to go for that kill because that's not his role. So he's playing the ultimate team sacrifice. And it's very much important that obviously people are aware of that it's not all about just the kills. It's not all about the KDA. These support players are doing things that sacrifice their own statistics. And unfortunately, there is no real statistic for those kind of acts.
Look, if I could go to the major and never get a kill, I would not be complaining. I'd be more than happy.
Hey, maybe there's hope for me after all.
Maybe. Maybe one day.
Well, out the back of this tactical timeout, we'll see if Aerial Arise can respond. I don't think 4-2... Well, to be fair, it depends on how you want to kind of rate Border. Like, is it a 3-3 kind of map, 4-2 in favor of the attack? I think a team like Bliss, though, you would expect 4-2, 5-1 for them on the attack. So if Aerial Arise win this final round and a half, bring it to 4-2, out the back of the tactical timeout, have a breather, go into the second half, you start attacking, it might just reset things a little bit. So very important round here for them to just hold on, get around, keep that scoreboard ticking over, and break this streak of Team Bliss, who have now won 4 rounds in a row. And they have completely barricaded off waiting.
I wouldn't mind just a Brendo round where we just like watch Brendo for like the majority. I just want to see how he's getting these kills, man, because I think he's getting fed a lot of information, but we're seeing it now as well, right? He's also gaining information himself. So that's Oryx spotted. Could be some pressure from Vert, from Jigsaw. And Brendo's now just gonna keep lurking around and finding really favorable positions, and we've seen him be so sharp. And now at the disadvantage, let's see this Bliss activate. Brendo. Oh, it would be good timing.
He knows we're watching. He knows we're watching.
I know, sorry.
Even with the ping. So that's Supreme over towards security once again. It's obviously Sage that's fallen early. And minute 15. But a good example here of course, now Team Bliss having to just move a little bit quicker. They don't have as much time to just slowly scour through the map. So through break now, Brendo goes, and security has been given over. So control now for Team Bliss. It is in their hands.
And this is the pause we often see from Bliss. They'll just gain a little bit more info, a little bit more ground, and then they will go bang. Nade for Jig. If he lands this, it could be really on here, but I don't think it will.
That's ambitious.
Live drone though. Fisho will clear the single wall to the right, and Jigsaw might be able to isolate that.
He didn't clear it, but the shots went out early from Haywood, and that gave away his position. Knew that Supreme was there. He knew that he was going to get swung on, but Supreme played it well. Hit those shots. Winnable round now for Aerial Arise. Splashes out from Brendo. Looking for the demonstration. Knows there's one here over towards Fountain. They can double swing. Didn't matter. Fisher guy got the kill. Sometimes support can come in handy. Oda pushes through on the Twitch, and he finds an entry kill there on a Wedables.
Oh,
Nate falls too.
Man.
Oh, they've done it again. When the going gets tough, they get going. 5-1 lead for Team Bliss here on Border. Going into the second half, they are in cruise control.
Anything that's even remotely 50-50, even leaning in just to Aerial Arise some of these engagements, Bliss just aren't losing them. Like, I mean, that clear through office was great, right? The drone onto Jigsaw, so he hits that. Almost hits the second. I don't know how that wasn't a headshot. Must have hit neck. Supreme trades. Then you have 3 players isolating Fountain. You still have flashbangs going out. Oda then pushed through. We didn't see his POV, but he then got swung from Archive's door. Well, of course, he wins that. And then even on the cross, on the long angle, the long line of sight, which can be a little bit tricky as an attacker to win out, no issues. 5-1, the scoreline. And it's a little bit disappointing for Aerial Arise. That first round from them actually, retroactively, was really quite good.
It was.
And then everything since then, it's just been Bliss being far superior.
But it's also why I kind of made sure we just kept it cool. It's only one round. Like, you know, this doesn't necessarily indicate a whole lot. But yeah, it does feel like it's a bit of a shame that they weren't able to sort of get more from that, or off of that, I guess. Either way, they get to at least now get their turn at the attack on Border and see what they can do in picking apart this Team Bliss defense. But I can't help but imagine it's going to be largely the same. Armory and Office to start with. Jigsaw on the Warden, probably will just roam as well. Why not? He doesn't have to be stuck on site, and already over towards waiting, and he stares. They got to double up. Sage and the cap can. EDDs have already been in place, and Jigsaw's on the move and on the roam, and now back over towards site. At the very least, though, what have Aerial Arise got? They've got the Nook, so Smacker's indicating already that he's going to want to go and roam clear.
Well, I don't think they're going to have much information. 3 drones down, so the pre-place has been dealt with relatively well, I can only presume, from Team Bliss. Even with that Solace band out. Oryx in play, security as armor barrier to protect him from the single window. And Team Bliss eager to play contact. Now, it's around this timestamp where we often saw, whether it be Jigsaw or maybe Brendo, get control actually somewhere in the map to have some kind of presence. As far as I can tell, we haven't really seen that yet from Aerial Arise, so it's a testament to the pressure that Bliss are applying.
And the Nook's got immediately. So that's maybe not win condition for Aerial Arise, but it's a big way in them getting into this round, finding a couple of kills, entry, clearing some roamers. He falls rather early. But there's one back, so Sage loses his life for it in the end. And Brendo, though, in Bray, that's a wonderful kill. Almost got the second. Doesn't have to over-aggress this, but why not go for it? Wedables is down. He'll be aware of that. Ball goes out. Nate now falls 2. It's basically Hayward in a 1 versus 4. Zoda cleaned up Wedables. Of course, that kill going to his teammate anyway. Oda just lights up the kill feed. Oh, dear for Oda. It's match point. 5 of them to Team Bliss. And I think that they are very much preparing for landing.
Well, you could just cut off the ding. They're preparing for land, Jake.
Ding, ding.
LAN. That's what they're ready for. Yeah.
I see what you've done there. Well, Aerial Arise have never arisen. Never took off. Stalled at the runway. Got the opening round, and since then, they've been sitting on the tarmac. While Bliss have just ran circles around them.
Where'd the circles come from? Team Bliss, their logo is like a flower, I think, isn't it? It looks like a flower to me.
It is a flower.
Ah. Did Brandy tell you that?
Yes, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes. And the whole origins around it, but we don't have time for that.
No.
'Cause we've only got
The
one
game's
more
going to be
round.
over soon.
We got one more
We've
round.
only got 3 minutes.
So shout out to Brandy and the Bliss organizations, because it's been a great year for them. It's been a good time as an org, and it's always good to see the local organizations, you know, giving in and helping out with the Oceanic Siege. We love it, and they stuck around.
They have been around for a while now.
They have.
And there would have been plenty of reasons, I think, for Bliss to have moved on. But they stuck with this team. They showed belief.
Yep.
And it's looking like they may be rewarded. But there are still 2 games after this one. 2 big games at that. It's not a done deal. This is not going to lock them in. Let's make that very clear.
But it is one more obstacle that has been circumnavigated.
Crushed.
There's 2 more to go. Well, yeah, crushed. Yeah, they have done a little bit. They've absolutely just gotten the tank and just rolled over the obstacle.
Pretty much. And that's, again, no dig to Aerial Arise, because Bliss really are just on another level. Aerial Arise scrapped together at the last minute. And a couple of good performances. I think Supreme actually is for the most part, done a really good job here. He's held down a couple of really good spots and done some damage.
Do you think we should drop Logic from the stack and pick up Oda at this point?
He keeps dodging us.
Oh, Brendo. Well, maybe we'll go and ask Brendo, because he's up to 12 and 2.
Yep.
That is a demolishment. He's almost got the same amount of kills as all of Aerial Arise put together, guys. 12 to 14.
Machine.
And they got the player advantage on the defense here. It will mean that Aerial Arise are going to be stretched thin. Can't imagine there's much hope for them to keep this game going, to keep this one alive. This one will probably go in the books. In some ways, probably what we expected from our earlier matchup between Wildcard and Mammoth. That did not come to fruition, but this one certainly has. After an early round blip in the first half, that very first round of the game, since then, Bliss have won 6 in a row, looking to make it 7. But Hayward might have other ideas. Getting the elimination on to Fisher Guy. Jigsaw still just watching here in lockers. And now he gets a little bit antsy, and he will find one. Never mind, Supreme takes his head off. Trades, finally, are going the way of Aerial Arise. Oda, though, that's Diffuser down as well. 2 versus 2. But he knows there's 2 over towards Office. Is he aware of the pick? That's 1, that's 2. Almost! Oda's down! Brendo and Wettables in a 1 versus 1. Wettables, of course, has to go back outside, get Diffuser. 40 seconds, and then get on site. Brendo not giving him any kind of information. Wettables is going for the kill. He's going hunting. Brendo gets up, then down, and around. Brendo wins it. Done. It's over. Bliss make it 7-1. They win 7 rounds in a row. It's almost like a little bit of a gentleman's sweep in a way. Wow. They edge closer to the major, Guz, and they are the rightful, apparent team to go from this region. For sure. They're the best we've got.
Yeah, just another clean step forward, right? They hardly put a foot wrong. 7 straight. Very well played. And again, Border, they were allowed to go back. Obviously played really well in the previous play day. Pretty much did the exact same thing, right? On the attack, their entries, their pre-plays, just insane. Not really under a whole lot of pressure on that entry. Then on defense, just completely locking out Aerial Arise. And yeah, they are just insane, honestly.
We probably don't want to dig too much into Aerial Arise. Obviously, Bliss are a very tough opponent. They're at sort of 2 different levels of their respective careers as teams. And obviously, Bliss just really putting the hammer in that they probably want to go to the major with form, with confidence, and just making sure that they absolutely just demolish everyone along their path, not let up. They've got to treat every game as if it's like a qualification game, even though they don't have to. Just making sure you're in that right mindset, that you're in the correct mindset, that you treat every game as it's like a major itself. Really, 7-1, ultra performance from Team Bliss. We don't expect anything different. I do expect, though, a little bit more professionalism on the couch. We'll see if we get it.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, at this point, I'm sick of working with him. Unbelievable performance from Bliss once again, Mandy. Just to another level. Like, they continue to stun us in their, I would say, for lack of a better word, professionalism, and just their determination in every match. Like, 1 round, Aerial take away from them in the very first round, and then after that, flawless.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Bliss have just got the most impeccable form at the moment. They never let down. Not only that, but it seems like no matter which opponent they play against, they play a really disciplined game. Like, I don't think we've ever seen Bliss try and be that guy, you know, try and be that team where they're so dominant that they start disrespecting, you know. Every single round they play a disciplined Rainbow Six, and it certainly pays off with a scoreline like that.
Dev, what's very evident from the player cams is how much they're enjoying their time right now as a team and in the server.
Yeah, one moment springs to mind for me. It's that round where Jigsaw had... You all right there, mate? Ah, thank you. Thank you. Are you quite finished?
Mr. Professional. Oh, thank you. Hey, I'm going to give you one later, big fella.
There's a good reason for it. Back on track. The one round that really sticks out to me that shows how much Bliss are enjoying themselves is that round where, I can't remember, it was like a 2v2 or whatever, and Jigsaw, we were spectating it, right? You could just see this little head from the Azami bobbing up over the window.
That was good.
And as soon as you saw his reaction watching back that kill cam that his entire team would have watched, I just saw Fisher, and like, Fisher is ruthless, man. He would have been like, Jigsaw, you're an idiot.
You already know it, don't you?
Yeah, it's 100% what he would have said.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, I think what they've got is a really good blend of teammates that are enjoying their siege. They've got good personalities on the roster. They also have that firm lead, as you're saying, with Fisho Guy, and it's really evidently showing in the server. For Aerial Arise, there we go. I'm going to slow it down every time I say it now. I mean, surely we just write this off as a Bliss performance. Do you think that there was anything particular that you were looking at from Aerial's perspective going, that just is not good enough, Mandy?
No, I feel like it was just Bliss domination, honestly. I think for Aerial, yeah, look, it's going to take a bit more time to get quite on that level. I think of maturity that Bliss are at the moment, and so going down 7-1, I think shouldn't come as too much of a surprise to us on the broadcast, unfortunately, to say so for them. But I think that with time and with experience, they should be able to get some more on the board.
Well, we're about to see a face we haven't seen for a very long time. It's the Stern Fisho Guy. Welcome in. I can't believe that we've finally got him. I can hear him, but I can't see him. There we go. There he is. Fisho, mate, it has been a hot minute since I last saw you on the interviews. I've got to ask you right now, 5 games on the trot. You haven't lost more than 3 rounds in any of your games. what is going on behind the server? Like, are you guys pracking every night? Does it feel like you're a good bunch of mates playing together? Where is the synergy clicking?
Well, we're not really practicing every day of the week. We just kind of have a pretty decent system in place that we're able to work with straight off the back when we picked up Sage. And yeah, I mean, we have pretty good chemistry and comms, so everything else is coming pretty naturally to us.
You, me?
You.
Me? All right, Fish. Look, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but if you guys do make it to the major, how do you expect your guys to perform? Because it does feel like you'll really be in a much more competitive environment, to put it kindly.
I mean, I think the boys have pretty good potential to have a good showing at the major. So, I mean, anything can happen. We could get 7-0'd, we could 7-0 on land. We'll just have to wait and see.
All right, my question for you, my question for you, hopefully you do make it, is about team dynamics. So on your roster, you're one of those more vocal players, being the IG alongside Oda. Have you guys got like a lot of really loud players? You guys like always laughing, or have you got some quiet people as well? And does that blend well in the comms in the server?
I'm kind of the quiet one on the team, and
really?
I think we play.
Shocked.
Yeah.
Oh really?
We play. Yeah. We play. We try and bring a lot of energy on game day, and I don't know. We like, just play with each other well. I don't know. I'm not really. I kind of just let people do their thing, and I'm not really overriding it, and they make it work.
Fisho, with your calm and composure, I've got to ask you, what's your Riz like? Are you more of a calm-natured man when it comes to that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, look at you. It's the smile. You let the smile do the work. Fisher, as per usual, mate. We always get the floor to whoever we do speak to. I think you've got a number of people to thank, but we'll let you have your final comments.
Yeah, thanks to the org, thanks to our supporters and my family as well, and also to my fantastic teammates.
Oh, you're too sweet, mate. You're too sweet. Well, look, congratulations on again a still flawless stage. Hopefully it stays that way, and hopefully we're speaking to you next week. Bliss up, baby.
Yeah, bliss up.
That's the performance that we had hoped for, and the interview that we expected from Fisho. A very, very serious-natured man with a good sense of humour behind him. Mandy, now that we're seeing Bliss almost in their element, where do they go from here? You know what I mean? It looks like there's nothing that can stop them in O's.
Yeah, I think it's just about continuing to be disciplined in their final two. I think out of the remaining three that they had, to be kind of blunt about it, yeah, I think this was probably the one they had to worry about the least. I think Kelton's Knights, although they're not like a complete team as Aerial Arise are, they're kind of the bogeyman of the O server, I think, in general. And so I think that if Bliss aren't too careful about it, that could definitely be a few rounds dropped there, maybe a few too many. And then, of course, as well, wildcard, with their current form, there's a little bit less to worry about, but certainly if they don't bring their A game to that, they could definitely have a few rounds stolen away from them as well. So I think for Bliss, it's about maintaining form, not getting burnt out, I think is a big one, and staying composed for the final two.
Dev, final thoughts?
Yeah, so for me, the big thing here is that Bliss have put themselves right on the radar for the major, and they realistically only need one more win in order to guarantee themselves. They're currently sitting at a plus 25 round differential and on 15 points. So they are absolutely pretty close to booking their tickets to Copenhagen.
Well, they are flying. There's no other way to put it. Blossoming like a beautiful flower is this roster, and potentially will continue to do so. We're going to go to a short break, but on the other side, Kelton's Knights take on Not Quite Sure.
where this is. This is on Oregon, and it's in the showers.
This is Oregon Showers, 100%. Lock it in. It's on the locker in the middle.
Oh, we're guessing where they are. It's a lot of pressure. All right, this is Oregon Showers. Yeah, this one's very obvious.
Ooh, I want to say that's Villa. Idea where that could be. I don't know. I don't know the names of the rooms in the basement. The best I got for that is basement. I don't know what any of the rooms are called.
That's on Villa somewhere. I have no clue where though. Let's go for art downstairs. If you know.
Oh, yeah, this is Villa, and this is in the art studio.
Oh no, it was art.
Oh, too good.
Nice. Is this garage on Chalet?
This looks like garage on CC, like up in the rafters, like up above us, clubhouse.
This is clubhouse and in garage on the roof.
Garage on the clubhouse. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Cafe. In cafe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is like preparation in cafe.
This is on cafe, first floor kitchen service.
Oh, what am I saying? Yeah, I meant like cafe and bank.
Oh, fumbled the bag. It's on bank.
That's theme park finish.
This is Sky. What is that? I'm gonna guess Shrine.
Oh, I think there's like two of these. There's one on Sky and there's one on theme. I'm gonna go initiation on theme park.
Yeah, I knew that. I was just double checking.
This is, oh, I know what this is. I hope it's gonna be embarrassing if I don't. Villa, and it is, it's the room next to the library, I think. I don't know what the call that is. Just go Villa, and library. It's not library, but.
That is cafe in mining room.
That is mining in cafe.
It's cafe. It's cafe. Yeah, 0 points. It's cafe.
Glass already broken, carpet white. It's got wooden shelves.
Excuse me? You've just given me the floor. Yeah. So it's probably skyscraper.
I'm gonna say Villa, actually. It's skyscraper. Is it closet? First floor?
I'll lock in trophy of skyscraper.
Yeah, so it's Sky. Is it in Geisha?
Geisha. That's gonna throw off so many people.
Pass. No clue. Like Punchlet CEO.
I'm gonna go skyscraper. Actually, I think there's an Ash Chibi in office. I'm not 100% sure.
Jeez, where are the Chibis? I feel like that could be skyscraper in office. Oh.
Oh, the welding machine. There's so many welding machines. I'm just gonna guess bank electrical.
Right away. Oh, it's probably like, what team? Which player got it? Shots off. Jesus. Okay.
Based off the lighting, I want to say that's border in server.
Trying to think of maps that we haven't done yet. I'll go consulate admin.
I have no clue. Emerald Plains. I don't even know any callouts on Emerald Plains.
Well, okay, so I may play this game professionally, but I don't know the geographical locations of the map. I know these lights are on Consulate. Is this like what? Is this like Visa? It is Visa.
Alright, can we redo that again? Because I wanna. I fumbled the bag so much.
I think Bank has to be my favorite map in the pool.
Bank is definitely my least favorite map in the game.
In my opinion, I think it is the perfect map for both defense and attack. In my opinion, also makes it the best map.
I think I would rather play any other map, including Favela.
I think the best way to enter Bank is through the top floor, always. Coming through those north windows, jumping through stock, going through skylight.
My favorite place to enter is definitely server with a pre-placed throne.
And then on defense, it's a bit of a trickier question, but I think the basis of defense, it's very util and team dependent. So making sure that your plant denial is perfectly set up, making sure that you have your impact grenades, etc.
Some of the essential operators that you need on this map.
The main one is 0 for me.
Dokubi and Nook are two essentials for this map.
A Thatcher or anyone with impact EMP grenades?
My top tip for Bank would to be incredibly patient and you will win this map.
Oh, my top tip for Bank, use Azami. If she is not banned, bring her every single site. I don't care how you use her. She is probably the most broken operator on this map. I think Oregon is one of the best maps in Siege. It's definitely a staple. Everyone knows how to play it. Everyone's played it. It's been in the best games. In esports, it's been like the worst games.
Way back into this game.
I was
That's
getting a bit
right.
relaxed there.
Yeah, I know. We were kind of kicked back,
Not very
relaxing.
professional.
We are back and underway. Just typical professionalism from the both of you there. Some professionalist play. That's all I can say. Bliss up. I don't know.
That right. Professional play.
Professional play.
That's all I can say.
That's all I can say.
He was a poet and you didn't even know it.
You know what?
Ooh.
That's a classic though.
Tell you what.
It's just the way it works.
Boys are on here.
It's just the it's the B team here. Honestly, it's the B team.
B for Bliss. Bliss
That's
up.
it,
And Bliss
baby.
7-1. Too good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. I mean, do you take anything away for Ariel there, guys? It's a pretty rough performance.
I mean, you're taking on the best team in the league on one of the most difficult and unforgiving maps, so
Yep.
yeah, I don't really take too much away from them,
No,
unfortunately.
very true. Very true. But you know, one of the things that I think is very important to remember is with Bliss being in kind of pole position here, we expect these kind of performances. And now what is expected needs to be followed up on. And it's not easy to follow up on that, is it, Guz?
No, definitely not, but I don't think we should probably waste too much more time talking about that game, right?
You don't reckon?
Nah, I'm happy to move on.
Why not?
What, do you want to talk about it more?
Oh, I just didn't know whether you had had something important to say.
Do I ever?
Well, very...
Sometimes he gets into his little iPad and pulls something out.
Very true. But see, it's the real...
It's, yeah.
Pen to
Yellow
paper.
card.
We're off again. But before we go anywhere else, I believe it's a birthday for some cheeky little bloke. Happy birthday, big
Where
fella.
did you remember that?
I don't know.
It's all for you, by the way.
So, yeah, that whole thing is for you.
That's
is
wonderful.
your birthday cake.
Should I
So
eat it
there
now
are 3
or later?
candles
I can do
for
the
every
talking.
decade that this bloke has been on this earth. That's right.
hold
The
it?
bloke is 30 years old. Can you believe that?
I can't. I would say...
30.
Oh, you went...
Yeah, blow his candles. Hey! I don't know what just went
That
flying.
was so intense. I blew a bit of chocolate off. No, I really appreciate that. That's actually
all
quite
right, beautiful,
wonderful.
man.
I'm glad you were able to remember.
Oh, I'm really good like that. I
Yeah.
have a
Well, no, we
memory
can just
like
leave
an
it here.
elephant.
You can dig in if you want.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
leave that on the couch as
I
we start
probably
to.
shouldn't.
Well, no, you're 30 years old now, mate. You know what? It's time to let it go. The dad bod
He needs
comes
to eat
in.
it all.
He does. He needs to start to form his.
It tastes pretty good. That's great.
It is. Hey, we did not skimp on the cake. Thank you
Is
very
it
much.
nice
We
and rich?
skimp-
It's very
I'll have some later.
Sometimes
I'd
we
like
do
to focus
skimp
on work right now.
on the entertainment here, but we don't skimp on the quality of chocolate cake
Very
that we
chocolatey.
buy for our co-cast
Really?
turning 30.
Chocolate
Oldest
cake is
member.
really chocolatey.
Yeah, oldest member on the broadcast. How's it feel?
Well, it used to be Raven.
It used to be.
And then Raven left, so maybe I'm leaving now. Maybe like you hit 30 and then you just
And
leave.
then you're off. You're off.
Yeah.
Are you going to head to Paris anytime soon?
I-
Are you going
I
overseas anytime soon?
I don't believe so.
No?
No,
No,
I don't
okay,
think that's
that's a
going to
bit of a
happen.
shame,
But
but-
I very much appreciate it. Much love.
that's all right,
It doesn't feel real.
No?
I will say I still probably feel the same age as him.
Do we? What do we say? Blink and we miss it?
No, it is quite long.
Yeah.
It's long and short at the same time.
Oh, that's the definition of Xerox. Long and short at the same time. Let's go ahead and start talking about Kelton's Knights, because this team has really started to surprise us in recent play days. I feel like Kelton, for some reason, were trolling in the beginning.
Carlton, as in bouncing, or the team?
Well,
Probably
both, to be fair. Kelton Bouncing has been trolling hard the entire stage.
Bounced out of here.
And to be fair, I don't think the trolling nature has changed at all, but for some reason the performances have.
I would always go as far as to say that the trolling has doubled down by still making even more changes, right? You bring Vinny in, who's
Yeah.
washed and retired at this point, literally with the Twitch.
Stop playing like that.
He's back again!
And he's back again.
I think he's full
They're
time.
tripling down.
He's lied. I explicitly asked him after the first game if he'll come back and play out the stage. No, I think it's just a one-off. He's now played 2 more games since then, Rob.
You know what we're going to do after this, don't you? Second week, if he gets through to the interview, we're going to roast him for that. This bloke saying he's not going to be there anymore. Oh, you're just taking out your
Yeah.
dentures. That's what happens when you get old. That's what happens.
I was trying to do that off camera for a reason,
Oh,
Rob.
yeah, you could have flicked your bloody mic up. Everyone
Did
heard it.
you want some of the cake?
I did want some of the cake.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. Do you want...
Can you just
I did use
focus?
that fork.
Let me do me. You guys talk about the bloody graphic. My God.
Guz, bit of professionalism.
Bit of
from you.
professionalism. Stop eating.
Put that down, sorry.
Anyone in particular on this roster?
To be fair, we are taking this segment, this team, about as seriously as they're taking themselves. So I don't think we're really doing an injustice to this roster. Again, just to reiterate, maybe you're watching OCE for the first time and maybe your last time at this point. This team is literally just like, they're here for the money, they rocked up last minute, but they are doing damage.
Look how much he's eaten already.
They could have an impact.
That's a decent chunk.
I swear, have you just bitten into it?
He's just
No, I use the fork.
Fucking hell.
You know, you've taken a chunk out of that, unlike NQS have taken a chunk out of
Oh, yeah,
this
let's go to
league.
NQS.
Let's go ahead and break this down because they have had a shocker of a stage so far. Guz, I don't know how many positive signs we have. Maybe we can talk about their 1vx's because nothing else seems to be overly positive.
Yeah, Cake and Shont clutching up here and there, so that's not too bad. But unfortunately, we do have to go quite a fair way down the standings to find this team. And personally, I would have expected a team of their pedigree to be at least mid-table competitive. Unfortunately, they are currently in 7th position, and most notably, not with a single point. And in fact, with Mammoth pushing their last game to overtime today, they're the only team now on 0 points.
Will they stay that way, Guz? Surely. I can't see them finding a point.
If there's any opportunity, I'd say against Knights they could maybe get it.
You reckon?
Yeah, I'd back
What,
them
on the back of their past couple of performances?
Is Kaken the worst rated player in the league right now?
No. Well, actually, could be now. I think Kaken was pretty low, but the 3 members from Mammoth were horribly wrong.
Ah, Cake.
Cake in.
Yeah. Also, nice rating.
What, 69? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I'm really not quite sure about that one, and I'm really not quite sure about this team, not quite sure, because they just are not showing up at the moment, but they do have a good opportunity to do
You're the
so.
birthday boy.
Oh, wait, this is Kaken.
That is Kaken right there. He's had a chunk taken out of him, but he does have an opportunity to bounce back. Will it be against Carlton's, though, Xenox? Take
No.
this one seriously. I don't think this will be the one that we see.
Well, the thing is, Carlton's Knights have actually played all right since
Yeah.
Vinny's come in.
Yeah, it's
they've probably been a little bit better than the likes of NQS, Mammoth, etc. So I'd have them above at least those two, maybe same level as Aerial Arise. I think, yeah, maybe they've found the sweet sauce, which is Vincia coming back.
The salsa.
Yeah, Joker, obviously, it did work.
Yeah, Joker.
Too washed.
He was actually the third worst rated player in the league for the one game that he played. Let's go ahead and have a look at the map vetoes to figure out where we're going for this one. I feel like there aren't very many maps that we might see that are actually viable here, Guz.
Well, NQS have played Clubhouse at this point 3 times, so I don't know if they'll really want to go back there, considering they haven't had much success. And in fact, well, they won't even get the option, as Carlton's Knights will take it down themselves. It still leaves maps open, like I thought
Cafe.
maybe Oregon, but even that gets banned out, and that was played a couple of times by Carlton's
Cafe's already
Knights.
banned.
So
I've done that twice today.
we're probably going to land on a map that neither of these teams have played a whole lot, and it will end up being Chalet, played once by Carlton's Knights, and the first time we'll see it from not quite sure. But out of those 2 last maps remaining, the Villa, the Chalet, neither team have played either of them. So
Chalet.
This is a good cake holder.
He is a great cake holder. Might give you my cake to hold a little bit later. So looking back at those kind of results and the fact that we really have only seen Chalet played once, does it still you with any confidence whatsoever that NQS will be able to turn this around?
No.
That's pretty troubling.
I'll actually make a half-decent point. I'll make it short. Circular Spheres, that was the game where Carlton's Knights played on Chalet. 7-5. And Circular Spheres were not a pushover team throughout this stage. So Carlton's Knights Probably a slightly different roster to that
Yeah.
game. But,
when was that? What week was that?
that was week 2.
Okay. So
Well, week 1, play day 2.
No Vinny then.
True. So they're going to be even better. So
Yeah.
an even more dominant win, maybe.
I tell you what, I actually now even more so in favour of Carlton's Knights.
Well, there you go.
7-2 win.
7-2.
Thank God I'm here to carry you.
Thank you. I did not. Did I not just say every now and then that iPad?
Yeah, it comes out with something good. You did say short,
Magic.
and it was short. I'm
Yeah.
glad. Just like Dev's co-caster.
Oh, what?
But fair. In fact, let's break the illusion for a second. So I'm actually sitting down.
And I'm standing on a box, but I'm not getting off my box.
So this is if I actually stand up normally, and we've got to do it. You know, come on, off the box. This is how it actually is. I'm so sorry, Mandy.
Oh my god.
For a while, I was actually just standing here like this, like crouching to the whole broadcast, and that's why I ended up getting a chair because I couldn't be short enough to cast with you. Get back on the box.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Now we're going to Chalet, and we've seen Kelton's Knights finally pick it up. Just like we should probably pick up this segment. And hopefully they will be able to continue their form. Not quite sure. Quite the opposite. They are yet to find even a single point so far.
I feel exposed on the broadcast. Get me out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. But at least we're going to Chalet. We can be warm and cozy in the heart of Chalet in the dead of winter. It's actually quite warm here.
Very
I know it's
hygge.
not. It's been quite rainy and cold in Melbourne.
Yeah, well, I mean,
So,
you came to Melbourne. What did you expect?
Oh, look, I'm still in Australia. It's supposed to be warm
Melbourne
here.
is something else. Let's dig into the ban phase, though. Not quite sure. Getting rid of that Ying. But Thatcher's still in. Are there any particular exciting ones for you on the vetoes? We talked a lot about operator bans in the last couple of days. I've heard people say Brava is actually not too bad on Chalet.
Yeah, look, I love Brava. We got a good taste of Brava yesterday in the Japan League when we were casting that. We saw a Mozzie drone, a hacked drone, got hacked by the Brava to turn back into an attacker drone again.
Tug of war.
Yeah, it was exciting. It was quite good. I have no idea how Brava's going to play out on Chalet, to be honest. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Brava in general.
I hate to say it, I feel like a lot of Oceanic teams are not particularly adventurous with their operator picks.
No, unfortunately not. I don't think so. Anyway, we're going through this ban phase pretty quick. Ying's been taken off the board, which is, all right, I suppose, if we're not quite sure starting out on the defense. Means you don't have to deal with those pesky Candela type executes. Don't have to be blind as you go into your defenses, which is good. But it kind of leaves a lot on the board for the attack. You go Flores, he can clear out a lot of stuff on Chalet. There's Bravo, that's what we're speaking about. The Special Drone Force, quite exciting on this map.
I do feel like these two defenders that have been banned out are really impactful, though. Azami's so good at creating those power positions. We saw it on Border just earlier with the Bliss game. The Solus was actually banned by Bliss, which really enabled that pre-placed droning that we saw come out from them.
Here we go, though. Starting out in kitchen and dining. Pretty curious one for me for the defense. You don't often start down here.
Resisting the urge to comment on how sick that Goyo.
I knew that that's exactly what you were looking at. So for reference, everyone at home, I'm looking at Dev's monitor right now, and he's got his eyes. I can see him stare dead on into the eyes of Goyo.
How do I get that one? That's sick.
How do I acquire such drip?
You need to go on a drip search sesh after the broadcast tonight.
Oh, keep it serious. We're going over to kitchen and dining. As we were saying, often tertiary bomb site, but if we're not quite sure, they're actually going to lean into it nice and early. You've got the Valkyrie on the board, so that slipping through the ban phase is going to mean that they've got quite a lot of info going through the interior of the map, aiding them through the mid-rounds. And for the attack, well, we've got Phoenix on the Ash, and I feel like we didn't do Phoenix justice last week, to be honest. That guy went 18 kills up last time we saw him in the server, and now he's got the Ash license.
I rate that from him. He actually mained Ash in that game as well against Wildcard when he broke that kill record for OCN this year. I had high hopes for Phoenix coming in. A household name. He started with a bit of a struggle, but as did Kelton's Knights in general, right? I think they were one of the few teams to get 7-0. Let me just double check. Was it 7-0 or 7-1? It was the 7-0, yeah, from Homeless in their opening play day. So Phoenix really struggled, as did the rest of his team on that one. But like the guys on the desk were talking about, Couple of roster changes. Vinny's back in. Worthy.
Exciting.
Also, despite not quite living up to the MVP hype of 2021, he is the top-rated player on this team,
There you
even
go.
above Vinny.
Exciting things, but still no Kelton. Very disappointed in Kelton's Knights
Oh,
for
well.
never actually bringing Kelton. They're starting out on this top floor clear slowly though, Dev. 2 entries already making their way into the building. A little bit of resistance on the other side of the defense, but not too much. You've just got Karma on the 1.5x on the Mozzie. Oh, but he can be taken down on the cutoff.
Not bad there from Phoenix. We talked a little bit about him, and he decided that the pressure was there to deliver. But of course, Kakin is ready for a trade, so Phoenix biting off a little bit more than he can chew on that balcony.
Not looking too shabby so far for the attack for Kelton's Knights as they make their way in through this top floor. Worthy, of course, the next point of contest. We were just speaking about him as well, one of the forefront players. In fact, identifying that there is a pre-placed C4 inside of the bomb site, denying that entry inside the middle of office, right behind that half wall.
Also spotting out a lot of those Vulcan canisters as well from the Goyo, so when that eventual breach goes out on that dining wall, which are perfectly cued, is there going to also cause the fire to begin to rain on down?
From here on out, Kelton's Knights don't necessarily need to clear the top floor if they don't want to, although Nep is starting to make his foothold inside of Piano, cutting off Reelers on the other side. Master Control still at hand for not quite sure.
Yeah, wow, really sneaky spot there for Reelers. You see, Neptune seems to have an idea that someone might push up, but I don't think he expected him on that right side of the doorway, extra deep in Master. And so Nep goes down.
There we go. Kakin trying to look for yet a second pick for not quite sure. Playing the tango with the line on the other side. That's Vinny, who's been taken down low himself. 2 Goyo canisters and a smoke bag to the face of Pat will force him to relocate as he tries to get his way into the bomb site.
Well, the fire might have won it here for NQS. Pat is going to have quite an entry here, but he has been in form since re-entering the scene. That poor smoke player just hiding behind, but Sean does eventually find his mark. Now a 1-on-3, Vinny can't get it done, not quite sure. A good start, and have a look at that. Surprisingly fired up are Prez and Kakin after just winning the first round.
Honestly, good on them. Have a fun one going into Chalet against Kelton's Knights. These guys, of course, the bogey team for most of this OC League, as we like to call them. And I think for not quite sure to be able to pick up a round here, looking good. Signs played a very disciplined game on the site. Last dying seconds of the round, they didn't give away their life to peeking or anything like that. Just waited for that plant denial to come through. The smoke babes and the Goyo canisters were perfect, and they couldn't get the bomb down.
Do you reckon they're actually listening to music right now? Like
100%.
Karma was really giving it a bit of a
I
bop.
reckon,
Prez as well.
I reckon they're all in on Discord, and they're all like, you know how you can like Spotify
The
listen
Discord
in to
bot.
your mates?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Spotify listen works in too.
Yeah.
I love that one. The hard thing is that you really have to be quick on the pause function. If you want to be able to really use the audio to your advantage in the round, you don't want the music pumping the whole time. But in prep phase, in pick phase, it's fine.
Look, maybe they're Giga Chads. Maybe they like just, maybe they're just infinitely jamming.
Man,
Maybe
look
they
at
are
Kakin.
always
There's
cat
no
jamming.
question of Kakin's Giga Chad capability. You look at that man, you're like, sheesh.
Get Grease going over to Master at office as the next bomb sled of choice. We're not quite sure, of course, winning out on kitchen and dining, throwing Kelton's Knights off guard a little bit. Peculiar bomb site of choice. Once again, bringing along this Valkyrie to aid them through the mid round and start to telegraph the push of Kelton's Knights. Once again, looking for a library sweep across the map.
Not met with much as of yet. Roaming below, Karma. Wonder what info he's got. He's got a Valkyrie camera inside of reading. He does still have one in pocket if he wants to toss it on out. About half a library and all of Mezzanine is vulnerable to those C4s.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to play off the back of, right? He's got these 2 Valkyrie cameras that are facing in through that mezzanine area and up the library stairs, so it indicates to me that he is in fact trying to look for that C4 play as the roam clear comes through. Real is there to support on the library stairs, of course, and here he is again, Karma on board with us at the moment. Hatch open as well if he wants to toss that through.
Well, someone has jumped in though. And Neptune does double on back and take down Karma. I think Karma had actually just thrown out his final Valkyrie camera and revealed his position. Hadn't realized a player had already snuck on in there.
Yeah, Neptune probably was like, oh, I hear a black eye behind me. That means someone must be down there. He goes for a quick peek and is able to find him. Realize is now creeping his way back towards the safety of his team, able to get behind the shield, back in Piano. Easy as you do it. The next point of contest will be Kakin behind the shield.
Neptune's made his way up the stairs, though, and need to come over. How many magnets are there to protect this shield? Kakin's actually going to forfeit that pretty early there.
Oh, no way.
Does actually manage to get Phoenix, so that's 2 rounds in a row. Karma's been the opening death, and 2 rounds in a row, Kakin has swiftly traded back Phoenix.
As if he repeats the cutoff like that. There's no way. He runs past Piano, goes past the window, like, oh, there's a guy there. I'm going back for him. Now another shield inside of this split position as the execute starts to be shaped for Kelton's Knights. Breach already open, but the next point they have to worry about is Reelers, who's in this really peculiar position inside of Piano. Has this really long line of sight facing all the way onto that fluke double door. It's going to be quite scary for Kelton's Knights to make that execute, but they can actually take him down quite early.
Really peculiar position for Reelers, but he's really dead now. And Pat's made 2 on the entry before being traded on back again by Prez. Here's the last one left, and well, he's not going to last at all. So a good mop up there for Vinny. Not too shabby there from Kelton's Knights.
Yeah, not too bad, hey. They did a pretty good sweep across from Library side, although there was a shield there to contest. They played the cutoffs pretty well. They identified some safe spots to walk in and around that mezzanine area rather than having to fight that library hallway position, which was safe from them. They found the blind spot in the defense and crawled their way into the site, able to clean it up nice and easy with an execute.
Well, for NQS, the Chalet defense can be quite a fickle exchange, especially when you're dealing without the Solus to hunt down drones, without the Azami. Difficult to find these fortified positions, and so they go down to what should in theory be the most fortified of bomb sites, right? The basement. Yeah. We've seen how deadly it can be. As soon as you've got a little bit of hard breach on this site, as soon as you've got a little bit of vertical capability, it becomes so uncomfy to play on site.
And I think you said this was fortified, this particular defense, especially this basement bomb site. But look at the lineup they're running depth there. They've got this, exactly, completely opposite. They've decided to go and roam across the entire map. They do have the Cade on board, which would keep things closed for at least a little while. But I was wondering what your thoughts are on this. Do you feel like this actually plays into the way that you envision this bomb site to play in?
I mean, I'm a big fan of roaming on this site. In fact, I think roaming is absolutely necessary. If you don't roam on this basement site and the enemy team has a buck and sledge, you are going to lose. They're going to vert you, and you're going to have not a great time. So I think it's the right play. Might have been a bit overcommitment, though.
Yeah.
Kelton's Knights, though, haven't opted to prep for a rush setup. You know, if this was Japan or Korea or Southeast Asia, this would be like a Glaz execute already. So quite a different flavor to what we've seen, and we start to enjoy some of the regional differences in Rainbow Six meta.
It's nice though. Instead, like you said, Kelton's Knights are going to look for an entire map sweep. They're starting out here all the way on this top floor. Some of the players are not quite sure to meet them on the other side, as that double window cutoff has been open. Kakin has fallen back inside of the dining area, just through the hatch right there. Starting to get a pretty good foothold on the map, but there is finite time for the attackers to get through.
Yeah, but no smoke on the board, no Goyo, so I think that Kelton's Knights can be afforded a little bit more time on this roam clear because there's less of these real time burn, last-minute anchor operators on the defense. And that, to me, means that all these roamers for NQS have to have even more of an impact than otherwise. And I'm looking particularly at Kakin and Reelers here inside of Dining. Phoenix is so close. I don't know if he realized, but he did indeed see the head of Reelers ducking around the corner. It's an awkward engagement, but Reelers gets him on the narrow angle behind the dining table. And another opening death for the poor guy.
Away though, looking for the trade from within side of Trophy. And look at this, from not quite sure. They're relentless on this roam. Like you said, they really had to find some value out of this because of how much they committed to it. Worthy, though, is able to collect that trade onto Reelers, and that leaves Kakin all alone inside of Dining.
How much more damage is he going to be able to do? He hasn't wasted a ton of time here, realistically. And I feel like he needs something more before he goes down. One more kill would be enough to say it was worth it. As he brings out the shotgun, Worthy can pinpoint his position by the sound of that logic bomb, and Kakin ups and gets him. And that is absolutely good value here for him on this roam. Neptune looking for this trade, but hasn't committed as of yet. No flashes, no utility to clear this man, and he persists.
Filthy work with that SMG-11, still holding on to the dining position. Meanwhile, Nep is actually able to make that drop work out in his favor and collect the kill. Time is ticking away though, only 26 seconds, and Cade still on the board means that both these walls are going to remain closed, Dev. It's going to be tough for Kelton's Knights.
Oh, in comes the entry, and that is a critical pick there for Vinny. Trade immediately on back again, Neptune. Oh, that was ugly, my friend. NQS will take those. And, well, that's a good basement defense, though partially you got to question Kelton's Knights for letting that one slip.
Well, I think like you alluded to earlier, they kind of had to roam and they had to look for value out of that roam because of how much they dedicated to it. And certainly props to Not Quite Sure for being able to hold on to that dining position. This was the one we can see right here in the replays. That was really the pivotal part that closed out the round. They spent so much time, Kelton's Knights, of course, loitering through that mid-round, trying to clear these two positions, that by the time it came to the bomb site, TCSG could take them all down.
We're going back to dining now. And this is where it all started for NQS, Mandy. 2 rounds to the 1 of Kelton's Knights. And I don't know, I feel like I don't want to get hopeful too soon, Mandy, because it does seem like every single play day we get to the same position for NQS. But they are yet to find a single point, right? They really need to get on their bike. All of the games they have played have started looking close and then ended up literally every single time a 7-3. It's been 7-3 against Bliss, 7-3 against Wildcards, 7-3 against Homeless, 7-3 Aerial Arise. Now they're playing Kelton's Knights, right? Like, they've got their hardest games out of the way. They need to start claiming some points.
Yeah, and I'm just going to look back into last year's OCN. Do you think about all those cake and sweets? The 7-5 curse every single week for ground 0, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. It's like the same all over again with a bit of deja vu, but yeah, like you said, a little bit worse.
I will say, I feel like looking at the cams, and the face cams, the player cams, NQS look way more fired up today than I've seen from them all year long. And so I'm pretty optimistic, to be honest. Like, I know it's very early days in this game, but they are starting on Chalet defense without 2 critical defensive operators in the Azami and the Solars. Looking at their energy, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here and say that they're looking good.
I think so, and honestly, I feel like if there's any team that you can sort of bring that energy to and try and get that team vibes going, it's probably against Kelton's Knights. You know that these guys are kind of in it for the ride, you know? They're not quite in it to be the most competitive team. They're not really in that major contention spot, so they're just here having a good time. 5 old mates playing Siege, and there we go. Vinny with a nice quick peek onto Kakin can take him down.
Vinny really does still have it, and the NS with the space between. Wow.
Menacing.
Really taste the flavor of that one. Realiz has retaken Kakin's old position, but I'd be a bit scared to play that without the shield.
Actually, not bad from Not Quite Sure. They're trying to reclaim the space that they had otherwise given away and not letting that map control go in the way of Kelton's Knights, making sure that they are still holding themselves worthy of this top floor. Meanwhile, Pat playing this minigame on the main breach as Prez can use those Retilia claws to try and trick it off. And Nate will have to follow from Nep to be able to clear that. Oh, and it actually doesn't.
It's not ideal here for Kelton's Knights. They are dilly-dallying, and up above, Realiz has managed to get it down. No, I don't know who got that down. Was it Realiz or was it a C4? I didn't quite catch it. Maybe it was Prez's C4? I'm bewildered, Mandy, and it seems like Kelton's Knights might be too. They've got to retake upstairs with Phoenix down on the ground.
Ooh, look at this though from Pat sneaking in his way around the back instead, trying to look in for hopping through the trophy window. Almost catches a player out coming from back down the solar stairs, but not able to quite sink the shots. And only 30 seconds there, and really that wall has been opened. They do have the Ossa in hand, so it could be a pretty scary execute any moment now from Kelton's Knights.
Well, in comes the smoke, but the return of the gas. Pat looking for a lurk up west main. He's going to have the impact. And, oh, perfect! He does get that headshot onto Karma, pre-firing through the wall. He's going for a second now. If he gets this, it could be massive for Kelton's Knights. Just 2 players left. Realiz has control up above, and President is holding on to Kitchen. They're going to have to go hunting, and they can do just that. What a round!
Nice work from Kelton's Knights, identifying that they could have gone for the plant, but then realized as soon as that top floor player had died, good grief, that Vinny was like, oh, I've got to get off the plant. I'm definitely about to get vertical. Really nice flood as well from Pat to come up the main stairs, clean up the back line of that anchor and close out the round for Kelton's Knights.
Isn't it interesting, that last minute decision there from Kelton's Knights? When they're feeling that pressure, they know that they can't fully commit to clearing the top floor anymore. Instead of having one player lurk on the top floor and try and catch them while they're looking for the vert, while they're looking for the flank, instead, 3 players go breach. Pat is the only other player in the roster, and he goes downstairs. He tries to lurk up of West Main, which ended up being massively successful. But to me, like, if you like looking at that in the moment, I thought, well, that's a questionable decision, Pat. I think you should have held someone upstairs. I was wrong. That was the perfect play for Kelton's Knights.
For sure. These guys like to do some fun things now that they're a roster of 5. They're doing some exciting little plays for themselves. I think it's playmaking like that that's so exciting to watch, don't you think so? It's just like, yeah, you could do the right thing if you wanted to, but would it really be Yoast League if you did that?
Is it the right thing? I think that's where it's questionable,
yeah, of
right?
course,
Like, what is
textbook
right?
thing. Textbook,
yeah,
there you
or
go.
the
Textbook
obvious.
doesn't always mean right.
Exactly, yeah. And
it's about being unpredictable, you know?
Definitely in this meta of Siege, it does feel like we're in the era of, if you've been studying for the exams 5 years ago, you're looking to throw out your old textbooks because things have changed. This meta is a lot more risk-taking than previous.
Here we go, once again, Kelton's Knights, they know the drill. Start out on library side and sweep across the map. Seems to be the play that they're infinitely going for. Meanwhile, Vinny, though, has picked Amaru. That excites me a little bit. I wonder what he's going to be able to do with that. Nep rounding the corner, the first point of contact, but in fact, it's Worthy to take down Shont on the other side of the map.
Yeah, actually just cutting off, I think, inside a lobby. Kaken has been pushed back. I don't believe Pat's drone saw him before, but it will now. And then he jumped it, which I think gave the sound cue to Kaken. So he does know he's been droned here.
Playing a very cautious game here on the library stairs. A second drone to follow through. Prez contesting onto that lobby cutoff that Worthy was previously playing. And, well, Kaken is in a bit of a pickle at the moment, isn't he? He's down in the basement. They certainly know that he's around here. It's about whether Kelton's Knights are going to choose to clear him or not, I think.
Oh, Worthy's cut him off.
Oh, they totally know.
I mean, they know he must be coming out somewhere. Worthy's on drone at the moment, but there is a drone in lobby that would see him. And there you go. Once again, spotted. Is there a player looking for his cutoff from blue? Not yet. But elsewhere, Neptune got a little bit too aggressive up top library stairs. He found one before being traded on back. Real is trying to hold on to this map control for as long as possible. And President has also taken down that critical player from outside of lobby. So what is going on now? Kelton's Knights letting it slip.
Oh, look at that. Kaken's still at large too after all of that drone work. He still hasn't quite been cleared out. Instead, Phoenix, though, is going to sweep his way in through that top floor, making his establishment known inside of Piano. But Kelton's Knights have got to be pretty careful here with the threat of Kaken in the backside.
And also, like, keep in mind, this is kitchen dining, and we haven't seen
C4
anyone
as
from Kelton's Knights look to get close to that. Now they're getting on this vert game, but as we know, all these NQS players are in pretty safe positions, roaming around. I mean, President's not feeling any vertical pressure as of yet. This is going to have to be a dastardly desperate push for Kelton's Knights.
Oh, look, they totally have info on Kaken coming in through the top floor. Perfect crossfire from Phoenix and Vinny to be able to collect that kill. Now, man advantage for Kelton's Knights as they look for their execute in the dying seconds of the round.
Yeah, I mean, they have to hatch drop here. Realistically, that's their only option. They could try and send someone on the trophy window, but they're running out of time. Oh, it's going to be Vinny with the Amaru. 13 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't matter. He gets straight on inside. Spots out the last player. Can call that to his team. But he's the only one left for his team. And President has just got to hold on. It's not going to happen. Vinny rounds the corner. Prez, a little pre-fire. Gets the round and gets him hyped up. Have a look at that.
Nice work from Not Quite Sure to be able to play the attrition game through the rounds. They were able to reclaim back space that had previously been cut off, for example. They were able to reclaim space that had been droned, but then there was no more active intel. It was just really nice reactive work from them in the server to be able to hold on to as much of the map as they could for as long as they could. As the time dwindled away, poor Kelton's Knights couldn't quite get their way into the bomb site and close out the round on time.
3 rounds on the D here is really good, I reckon, for NQS. It's going to be a tough set of defensive second halves for Kelton's Knights. There's one more round here for NQS to steal away the half with an advantage. Kelton's Knights just, once again, struggling with their time management, struggling with closing out these rounds, even from what seemed to be an advantage. They couldn't muster up a push. Funnily enough, I said that they had to drop the kitchen hatch. They didn't end up doing that at all. They didn't have enough info, I think, to check whether dining was clear. Yeah. And so they had to take that risk and just send it down the solar stairs and through the trophy window. Ended up an unfortunate funnel.
These rounds have been quite fun to watch, actually,
Oh,
Dev.
yeah.
They've been quite back and forth. It just feels like as the mid-round plays out, it can really swing either way, as both of them kind of get into like the nitty-gritty work of, are you going to clear the roam? Are you going to play the cutoff? Where are the flank drones? It's just all these like small things have to go kind of right for Kelton's Knights to be able to win out that mid-round to late round. And it's really gone either way. Karma is looking for a spawn peak, a C4 to finish that off. Will take down Phoenix. And that's the first one going in the way of not quite sure. And the second as Reelers is able to clean up Worthy.
That is not great for Kelton's Knights, but a stellar start for NQS. Nice for Karma to finally get an opening pick after being the opening pick twice now as well. And a creative little spawn pick. I like that, waiting for the door to be sprayed down, the window to be sprayed down before peeking it. Unfortunately, Reeler's kill was off screen, but it's a big play to take down in Worthy and big utility in the IQ's electronic scanner. No longer is it going to be easy for Knights to find President's Valkyrie cameras.
Oh, but look at this. It seems like they're actually going to try and fight this roam out on the ground floor. Seems like Nep had absolutely no idea that Kakin was around the other side of that corner. Now 2-on-5 for Kelton's Knights. Doesn't look too good for them, does it?
Oh, I think that's been pretty generous, Mandy. It looks shocking for them. 2v5 on the basement. You got your Hard Breach and your Thatcher. I mean, that's something, right? The dynamic duo. Vinny and Pat, former teammates on Wildcard, once again reunited here on this, I don't know what we want to call it. I was looking for a collective noun to describe Kelton's Knights. This gang of youthful veterans.
You really wanted to make a Gang of Youths reference
I
there.
really did.
I could feel it. I could absolutely feel it.
Well, unfortunately for Kelton's Knights, this round has fallen just about as flat as any references I have attempted to make, and somehow it is the goo mine that finishes him off. That's a hilarious way to end it, and an enjoyable half there for NQS. 4 rounds to 2, quite an advantage going into their attack.
Well, look, come on. If you're Pat, you got to pick your poison, all right? Get impacted, explosive, or step on clear Lego on the ground and die, you know?
Oh, not the Legos.
Not the Legos on the ground. Disaster. Oh dear, for Kelton's Knights. Unfortunately, not quite able to make that roam clear work out for them. Not quite sure. Having to laugh at the moment in the kill cams as well.
Look at Prez!
He's gone!
He's gone to the bathroom!
Bio break! Bio break alert!
Prez. I will say, have a look at all this cool stuff in his background.
Yeah,
what is that? He's got, is that chibis?
Oh my god, he's got like a copy of the hammer.
The
or
sledgehammer.
whatever.
Oh, he's back!
He's back!
He's back, baby! He's like, guys, I'm back. It's fine. What am I repicking to? Yeah, it's fine. I got Flores. It's all good, guys. What's that? Yeah, okay, kitchen. Okay, yep.
You're just referencing that Prez gif, aren't you? The
Oh,
one
bro.
where, yes.
If you have not seen the president gif,
someone tweet it.
someone
right now.
needs to tweet
Someone
out
tweet
the
it.
president
Live
gif.
tweet
It
president
is
gif.
honestly the greatest gift that he has ever given to us.
Yeah, of course.
And one of my favorite highlights that has been produced from this team.
Going to round 7 now. As Kelton's Knights jump on their defending half. Like you alluded to earlier though, Dev, they've got to have a pretty dramatic defense if they want to match up to the scoreline of Not Quite Sure, who have now gone into their attack. Typically, we like to regard Chalet as one of the more attacker-favoured maps inside of the pool. And so we're expecting a pretty successful half for Not Quite Sure, as they're also in the lead for the points on the scoreboard.
According to my calculations.
According to your calculations.
Overall, in the Blast Rainbow 6 circuit, Chalet is one of the more favoured maps for the attacking side. In fact, the most attacker-sided map, 53%. It's still pretty tight, though, I will say. And
it is tight.
Oh, there you go, mate. Another spawn peak. This guy just doesn't stop. And it is back and forth. Shont going down early. That's a lot of relief on the vertical game with that buck getting taken out.
He's able to make his way back as well, all the way down through that basement and towards the safety of his teammates. Not quite sure, starting to get a foothold inside of this top floor. Karma, the spearhead of the push, but Worthy's actually going to try and re-aggress inside of this blue position. Could look for this late game fight, but Kakin.
Bro.
That's not what was on the docket.
Kakin, that was your teammate. Prez, you better go absolutely bananas here. On the Nomad, he's got to find something to bring back NQS from the 2-player deficit that, well, unfortunately, his teammates have kind of let themselves fall. I don't think he's going to find one here, though, Maddie, to be honest.
I mean, he could. You never know. Like, maybe they get antsy. They get a bit too excited.
Pat doesn't. Pat is a restrained
He's a
individual.
restrained man. Yes.
Pat is a sophisticated man. He has quite sophisticated tastes, and he is not interested in any overpeaking shenanigans.
Oh, but Realiz is with the diffuser in his hand as well, making his way
Go
in
for
through
it,
the
my
top
dude.
floor. Oh, and Prez is as well as he tries to go in for the flood onto the bomb site. 2-on-5 now with 40 seconds left to go, and Realiz can at least take down Vinny for one.
Well, NQS decided to go YOLO mode. It works for one, but not for the other. Kakin and Realiz. I mean, Kakin, look, you've already got one kill, but I don't count on the scoreboard unless you finally get 2 of the opponents. There's your first. One more, and you've made up for taking down Karma.
And there we go now, possibly winnable, but with only 25 seconds left and still player on the solar stairs, or just underneath the solar stairs inside of Harry Potter. There's no way he's going to be droned out there, is he?
Oh, but he's been verted, so even though they haven't actually checked it, he's feeling that pressure. I think Realiz is looking for it now. Does see him! They're just taking enough bullets in the gun to get the job done. 1v3 now for poor Realiz, and he is in a spot of bother. Kelton's Knights are, well, they start their defense strong, partly to their credit, but partly to the confustication of not quite sure.
Not too bad work from Worthy, though. He was able to run rampant with that MX Storm. Exciting to see him back in the server, able to just run off on his own, to be honest. And given the license to do so on this Kelton's Knights team, where there's really nothing quite at stake for any of the mistakes that he might be making, so quite an exciting roster to be on for him. Now getting a bit closer to evening up that scoreline as well are Kelton's Knights as they jump on their defending half. We alluded to the fact that defense might be quite difficult, actually, but they made that one look pretty easy.
I did say that holistically this is the most attacker-sided map in Rainbow Six Esports
Rainbow
this year.
Six.
But the one time it has been played in OS, it actually was pretty defender-sided at 58%. But that was like one time, 12 rounds worth.
And
that
the
was
sample
actually,
size isn't big enough.
Exactly. That was, funnily enough, the NQS versus Circular Spheres game. If my Kelton's Knights versus Circular Spheres game, if my memory serves me correct. It does. I've double-checked it. So there you go. Yeah, Circular Spheres pushed Kelton's Knights pretty hard, but credit to Kelton's Knights. They did take 5 rounds off of CS, who are one of the top teams in the league at the moment.
Well, there you go. Oh, that was quite an exciting game, wasn't it? I think that was the first close. That was the first close game we got in the entire
It's
league.
one of the only 3 close games we've had in the entire of Oceania.
Good grief! Don't say that on the broadcast. Absolutely not.
Well, this could be
have a very
another one.
competitive league. Death Matter.
Mandy, this could be another one right here. Look at it. 1 round separates the 2 teams, and Kelton's Knights coming in were hands down the favourites. And how about this for a stat? Not quite sure. Have finally broken the 7-3 curse. They got their 4 rounds, Mandy. They got 4.
That's so exciting. Now if they can break 5, that would make Kakin's life his career, I think. As he's tweeted out almost every single week. He can't quite break the 5 rounds. Karma on the other side of this cooking up a nade, though.
Oh, is it good karma or bad karma? It's a bit of both. Eventually he does find his man. And Pat is out of the game for this round. Funny lineup, isn't it, for NQS? That gridlock from President. I don't know what this man is doing. Prez, kind of known for his creativity,
Yeah,
to put it kindly.
I don't really know what to say off the back of that, to be honest. You've really thrown me off guard with that one. Prez is also the IGL of this roster, so it's kind of like when you have an idea, you need to like tell your roster what's going on. They're probably like, yeah, okay, let's do it. Seems like a roam clear is on the cards. This is one of those maps that, well, making an establishment inside of the building is quite important, in fact, through that mid-round. So you do want to be bringing along that nomad or that gridlock to make sure that your flanks cannot be met as you go for the execute. Time ticking away, of course, for these attackers, and thankfully they're able to claw one back. Kakin on the upside down rappel, getting that long line of sight onto Worthy.
That's a pretty nice 2-player advantage now. What's the next step for NQS? Still not full top floor control. But as I say that, Phoenix is caught in a really rough spot. He was mostly worried about the players pushing in from the display hallway. He completely forgot about the windows. And Neptune is taken out as well. So, well, this will have to be a very memorable clutch for Vinny to even put a dent in the 5 players opposing him at the moment. Looking for the first. SMG-11. We've seen a lot of big clutches with the gun in the past, but Prez to come from behind and finish the round. Have a look at that, Mandy. They have their 5 rounds.
There you go. They've done it. Kakin can rejoice. He's met his mark at last 5 rounds, but can they make it 6? Because if they make it 6, they can get a point on the board. That's exciting.
They certainly would.
They certainly will.
We talked about how these guys have been consistently the second bottom in the league so far, tied on 0 points with Mammoth, so not exactly anything
but
to
Mammoth
write
have got
home
one,
about.
haven't they?
Now Mammoth do have one indeed, but Mammoth's round differential is so much worse, right? So even after getting that 1 point today, Mammoth are still at a negative 24 round differential, whereas coming to this game, NQS negative 16, so like that's an 8 difference. They literally couldn't lose enough in this game to have a worse round difference than Mammoth. And so there's a guarantee now, NQS get one more round and they jump above Mammoth. Now, even if they beat Kelton's Knights, they can't jump above Kelton's Knights just yet, who are in 6th place.
Oh
but
no, they've gate kept the bottom 2.
They have gate kept the bottom 2 for now. I will say as well, Mammoth and NQS are the only 2 teams that absolutely cannot make it to the major coming into today. Just mathematically it couldn't work out. Of course, we're not expecting to see Kelton's Knights there either, but anything is possible with still 2.5 play days to go.
It's all fun and games here, you know.
Until someone gets hurt, Mandy.
Okay, look. We don't endorse that kind of thing in this server, even though we are playing Rainbow Six.
The only kind of violence we are okay with is digital violence. That doesn't sound much better, does it?
No, I was going to say that, so it doesn't make it any better.
Well, Karma's been committing some violence.
Better.
Poor Phoenix, man. This guy has been on the receiving end of the opening death 3 times this game.
That, on the flip side, though, Karma's been quite good on the entries. He's managed to open and kill pretty well on these both of these attacking rounds that he's able to get off in a row now, playing the Inyana role, of course. Not quite sure, once again, looking for a solo side sweep, completely different to what Kelton's Knights did, where they always went for a library suit, seemingly no matter what the bomb site was. Vinny, of course, still holding on to this position inside a master. No one on that double window cutoff, but could be in a bit of a pinch soon enough.
He's flashed out, feeling a bit of pressure. And once again, Karma, as you said, he's the first one in the building and the one to put that pressure on, does a bit more damage. Reelers moving in from Master, cannot land a bullet against Worthy. And Kakin on the cutoff. Now that's not half bad, is it? Taking down both Worthy and Vinny.
That's filthy with the 1.5 times the tiny little angle through the walls. Both of them is able to collect 2. Now not quite sure, once again in the mad advantage, and might be able to get round 6 step.
Yeah, they might just be able to do it. 2 players left up for Kelton's Knights. It's iDark Neptune and Pat. Neptune is still upstairs, and you can see NQS are being very thorough about this. I think Kakin's just spotted him with the drone. Karma also about to send one out, spots Pat, so they know exactly where the last 2 players are. Wow, Kakin, narrow angle, the pistol to surely finish him off. He's hyped up, and he is ready to go hunting now for Pat. Sneaking his way up the main stairs. Last seen at top blue. He's going to have to make this one count. That's 1. 3 more to find now for Pat. That's 2. And this is very much winnable. NQS need their 6th round. And they have the site control. Shont with diffuser in pocket. A flash, a second. Even a 3rd to cover. And Pat needs to get a move on. 1 more player. 3 kills. And it's just him and Shont left. The diffuser faked. Surely not for Pat. He has done it! There's absolutely no way! He is in disbelief! NQS, you're not going to find match point if you're throwing the 4v1s. Pat's going to laugh about that one till the end of the day.
Pat just shook his head and was like, what on earth just happened to him? He's been really sharp in this series, not just this series as well, but the entire stage. This man has kind of been on it, to be honest. 1.5x on the Frost. What better gun to do it with?
I think they were like almost all body shots as well. This was a really nice shot, I will say. Okay, I take it back. They were not almost all body shots, but 2 of them were body shots. You know, the C8 got, not C8, the C1 got a little bit of a nerf, but Pat doesn't give a damn. He's happy to go fragging with the Frost. 8 kills, half his kills from this game were in that 1 versus 4.
That's actually hype.
You can't ask for much better than that for Kelton's Knights. They have robbed NQS of a map point that they sorely needed. and they arguably deserved.
I think we've just cursed them, to be honest. By me saying that they were going to get that 6th round in the middle of that last round, absolutely cursed them.
Yep.
If they get another numbers advantage, good grief, try and say that one quickly. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just gonna silently hope. I won't manifest it into existence.
Well, here's a prospective spawn peak for Phoenix. He's put the tiniest of cracks in the barricade here. Wow, this is a narrow angle. Surely not. Karma. Oh, see you later, alligator. Takes his head clean off. You said this guy's been on the forefront of the opening picks for NQS. Well, now he's going to have to sit on drones for the rest of this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, poor Karma ODing. Haven't seen that one too often from him, but now not quite sure in the man disadvantage. I think this is one of the first times that we've seen not quite sure in the man disadvantage early in the round. I could be completely wrong, that is also possible. But I feel like, as it stands, not quite sure have been quite good at getting themselves into the building. They've been quite good at finding that first pick, especially with Karma, being able to get those first opening kills. But now him going down, they're going to need to replace some of that front line, get someone else in.
Well, there you go. It's Reelers on the forefront, on the Finker, not something we see often. He's ready for this entry, taking the top floor control as Kakin gets to work on this main wall here of Office. Of course, this is a dining bomb site, so that is not the objective, but clearing out this top floor is really just step one of going for this dining attack.
Yeah, and keep in mind, not a whole lot of hard breach left as well for these attackers. I believe it's two more Selma charges actually for Kakin, so if he wants to head down to the main breach, he can still get a running hole off of there. It depends what not quite sure want to go for here though. If they want to sweep across this top floor and get full control and then therefore make use of the buck, they are actually going to have to make this roam clear work in its entirety. But if they want to just go for a plant, just go for an execute, they don't actually have to. Kakin though, as he marches his way forth inside of Office, would indicate to me that they do in fact want this top floor control.
Yeah, but Kakin does get that initial one. Phoenix eventually punished on this top floor, but still a lot of players, as you said, on the defensive side, lingering upstairs, not looking to forfeit control. Kelton's Knights, while they have found that first one, I think that is the cue for them. Oh, sorry, rather, NQS. Cue for them to now decide not to overcommit to this clear. Still 3 players upstairs. It's just too much to clear.
Diffuser in the hands of Shant as he's able to take down Vinny inside of the closet as well. Rotation hole made for him to start to make his way towards the solar stairs. Kakin can get maybe 1 on even 2 on the cutoff. The second right underneath the stairs cannot find the carver, and Kakin with 3 on the round.
Yeah, man has 15 kills. Pat, you've 1v4'd before. Can you go double in a row? I just don't think they're going to let it slip twice, and they won't. So they do find the map point. Finally, off the bottom of the standings, off the donut, and onto the breadstick for NQS.
That's exciting stuff for not quite sure. The first points in the league for these guys.
Ladies
they
and
have points. That's so exciting for them. Fantastic work. Yes.
And what's more, who said Oceania wasn't competitive?
Oh,
we have
okay.
no teams on 0 points anymore.
Yay.
That is so last week.
Good grief.
Every team in the league now has a point. Mammoth and NQS fans rejoice. Also, gotta say, man, Kakin, he turned it up. Dude's on 15 kills in just 10 rounds.
Mans is going for it. He's absolutely going for it. Look at that. Top of the scoreboard in the entire lobby. Not just on his team. 15 and 6. Guys on it today.
He is. And I think they were talking about it on the desk. Kakin is no longer the bottom rated player in the league, but for quite some time, he was sitting right there on the bottom. I went to go and look at my stats. I accidentally closed the tab. So come back to me in a minute and I'll tell you what his stats are looking like holistically at the moment. But turn our attention to Kelton's Knights. It's them who chose the tactical timeout now, and they need to hold on. Just 2 rounds behind. They're pushing overtime. I believe it is possible. They did it against Wildcard, and they may well do it here.
Looking back on that wildcard game, of course, that was Phoenix's massive game, but now it's Pat's massive game to try and bring this one back into overtime. For the Kelton's Knights roster, look, I don't think they're going to be too phased by this one. Not quite sure. They fought long and they fought hard to try and claim this victory as they go back down to this basement bomb site, bringing along a pretty similar philosophy to what Not Quite Sure brought as well. They are going for this extended roam. Oryx to be super mobile with it. Not only that, but K8 as well on the board will keep that site nice and closed as it goes towards the late rounds. So Not Quite Sure got a lot to work through as they want to get a read onto the map. But look at that, they've got sense. That's exciting.
I sense something potentially very cool and exciting in this round from NQS. And it's Reelers himself to do it. Looks like quite a far and wide roam here from Kelton's Knights. I like the mirror. We actually haven't seen that so far this game, but it might be completely nullified by the utility of the Sens. Typically, you'd expect the Sens to be used for some kind of a rush. Vinny's throwing... He's actually picked up his claw.
He's juggling them.
But he's not in position to juggle it right now, so if Shont had just gone for the breach... Oh, Reelers is going to do it. He's got the secondary.
No, surely a thing you went on the thing. Yes, sorry, I think you went on the thing. He threw the Retilia claw as he was running away.
I didn't see that.
Wow.
You've got good eyes, Mandy.
I think I've got good ears, not good eyes.
Well, apparently I've got neither.
Look, they're starting to make their way into that top floor, though. Full map control. That's the philosophy, if we're not quite sure. They want to be able to clear away these roamers and do away with them nicely. The first point of contest. Ooh, nice shot from Karma onto Worthy, the superstar himself of the series. For not quite sure, Barkaken, who's on 15 kills.
Yeah, Kaken would have come hunting for you if he heard you say that.
But Neptune still at large on the ground floor.
I believe he has a retreat, though, with the hatch open. It's pretty common strategy on this site. Indeed, he does. Where'd that second mirror go? I actually never saw where it got placed. There's one on site, and where's the second one?
No idea.
Is it in his pocket? Where's the mirror player?
Bam,
it's in his
pocket.
pocket.
That's the culprit. We got bad
The
eyes.
reason I ask is usually you put it in dining, right?
Yeah, you do usually put it in
But
dining.
I
That's
guess
true.
it doesn't matter. The Kelton's Knights not looking to hold on for it for too long, and they just completely fall off. Actually, as I say that, Pat has snuck up blue stairs and found Prez.
Real star of the show, of course, with that 1-on-4 now clawing his way back. Reclaiming some of the map control is Pat. I think he's all the way back in games, I believe it was, unless the outlines... Oh no, he went back downstairs.
Pretty
Look, the
sure.
outlines are baiting me. Okay, this is a really hard game.
Get you baited. Get you baited.
Yep,
So-
absolutely jebaited. No! I didn't get jebaited. Look at him! He's inside of... Sky, show me Pat inside of storage. I was right.
So he's looking for the double digits, Mandy.
Yes, he is. Very
He's looking
exciting.
for it. Oh, but there's actually a rotate here to bot main. That's something else. He tries to mask the sound of the drop. Shont jumps in, actually doesn't realize that he's fallen on down. But here comes Kaken marching on through, edging closer to the 20 bomb.
Oh, and there he goes as well. The nade to mask the sprint down the stairs. But does he know that Pat is on the other side and Vinny's holding his cross as well?
Does he know? This is an awkward position now for Pat, but if he's not checked, he could deal some damage inside of the smoke screen from the Sens. Out goes a C4. He can barely see it. Think it must have been shot out of the air as he walks straight into a crossfire. But these Sens gadgets are completely befuddling everybody. Karma goes for the swing, but at the end of the day, the timer elapses. And Kelton's Knights steal yet another round.
I have absolutely no idea how the person that was planting the bomb was killed and all of that kerfuffle. I'll be completely honest. The smoke screens had me confused. My eyes cannot work fast enough.
No.
to
I mean,
keep up
you
with
have
these
good
rounds.
eyes as well,
I
as we
know,
have pre-established. So if you can't figure it out, that's it. No one can.
I do have glasses, so I can't. I'm handicapped at the speed that I can interpret things. But look at that. Nice entry, of course, from
Let's see.
Karma.
Okay, let's watch it
Okay,
again.
okay, watch it
Where
in 4K.
is the plant denial?
There it is.
So there's Shont. Oh, Pat
No
just sprayed.
way.
It was Pat.
It was Pat.
Of course it was.
The culprit all along.
Of course it was Pat. This guy. And you know what? With that, he's broken double digits as well. He might not be catching up with Kaken, but he's been bringing Kelton's Knights back into the game. Is that Neptune as well?
No, Neptune's also in double
All right,
digits
well,
too.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, look, silent killer, and we have not been given credit to him at all.
Oh, you do be kind of goaded. We've had a lot of high kill games here, haven't
have.
we?
Yes, we have.
Log earlier today broke the record that Phoenix established last week. Phoenix got 18 against Wildcard. Log today got 20 against, I'm trying to remember, Mammoth.
Yep.
So, I don't know, only a couple more here for Kaken to be in the conversation.
That's quite exciting for him as well. In his game that he could possibly win in regulation here. I think I've just cursed him because I've said it. But it would be cool if he did. He would finally be breaking that ground zero curse that has haunted him for all these months.
Yeah, I remember when we called them Ground Zero because they had 0 points.
Oh, no, don't. We got Brava! This is exciting. We haven't seen any Brava yet as well. Although there are no special drones to hack, so we can't get any droneception going on, which is not as exciting.
That's alright, we could see him hack a camera. Worthy's brought a
that would be
bulletproof,
quite
which
cool.
he hasn't put out yet.
Imagine if you hacked a Valkyrie camera. That would be massive value.
That would be something.
That would be cool.
I will say it is low-key triggering the fact that it doesn't show you as a defender whether a camera has been destroyed. It just disappears from your your queue of observation tools. You don't see the red X's anymore. It makes it so hard to tell whether something's been hacked. You have to just flick through. You used to be able to just see, like, if you kind of memorize where each camera was, you'd be like, oh, solar cam's down, because that's like the fifth one along or whatever it is.
That's right.
But now you can't. You have to actually manually check each one just to see what's available.
Well, there we go. Solar side sweep once again is the philosophy for Not Quite Sure. Looking for this map control of the top floor to boot. Worthy, of course, the first point of contest. MP5 in hands.
Oh,
is he going to get away from this cutoff this time? Oh, thank goodness he does. Kaken, of course, playing this cheeky line of sight, isn't able to collect the double that he did previously.
Well, that's because it's reinforced this time.
Imagine that.
There you go.
Who would have thunk it?
Good adaptation, though, from Kelton's Knights. Aware that they lost 2 players to that line of sight this time. Very aware.
We are such zoomers.
You're becoming a bit of a loose cannon. I'm not the zoomer here. You're the zoomer.
I'm the zoomer.
I got called an old man earlier tonight by our director, our producer.
That's because you kind of are. You're an old soul in a young body.
I'm only 1 year older than her.
She's laughing at us at the moment from inside the production room. We love you. You're great. Okay. Worthy found a first kill of the round. This is not looking so good for Not Quite Sure to try and close this one out in regulation.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, isn't it? Once again, it's Karma, the first one to fall. Always in those opening engagements, but it has been a brawl back and forth. Kaken, he's gone up to 17. Phoenix has taken down Prez. No more Brava in action. Just Sean on the Hibana, Kaken on the sled. Still quite a bit of ability to open up the floor and start pressuring these guys on site, but a 2v4 is a big ask with this much time on the clock.
Well, yeah, vertical's all fine and dandy unless you've got 19 seconds left. Sean just rounding the corner, but it's Kaken to open it up.
18 now, looking for his 19th. Knows that the player is in stock, spots him out, does get the injure, but is he able to secure it? It's a 2v2 now as Kaken drops into sight. He's the last one left, and he's so close! He's gone for the 20 bomb! We go to overtime! Despite Kaken's heroics, Kelton's Knights have brought it back!
My goodness, and I feel like this series is so deserving of the overtime as well. We've really hyped this one up. We've had so much fun casting these past 12 rounds. Just give us another 2 or 3, really?
It deserves it.
Absolutely.
We deserve it.
We deserve it.
I don't know about you. I've been a very good boy. I deserve an overtime here.
Are you just saying that because like they've got the oh no, they don't have the Christmas background? What on
I
earth am
like
talking about?
the background.
I do like the background.
It did give me Christmas vibes.
It did give me Christmas vibes, yeah. And then I realised that wasn't tinsel; it was just flags and palm trees.
Which is cool.
That's
you know,
cool
it's
as well.
a very summery Christmas. We enjoy those here in Australia. Chuck a couple of shrimps on the barbie, have a backyard Christmas. That's the tradition, you know.
This is so exciting for Kaken though. Breaking that 20 kills. What is the kill record at the moment now? Is it not
it's
20?
He's
It's
actually tied with Logic. So
Oh my
it's funny. I
goodness.
feel like someone needs to make that meme with the 2 red buttons. One button is finally actually win a game in regulation or get 20 kills because he really only had one choice.
No, don't say that. Do not say that. That is devastating for the poor
Thank you,
man.
Bryn. That's a great stat. I appreciate it.
Going down to the basement bomb site, Not Quite Sure, leaning into the roam once again. Oryx to be super mobile, Valkyrie to aid that that intel for where the attackers exactly are going to be, telling those roamers where they need to go, giving them that information. And for Kelton's Knights, what are they going to do? Are they going to try and hit the bomb site straight up? They have brought along double hard breach, so that would indicate to me that maybe they are going for something a bit more direct rather than going for a sweep. But you never know with these guys. You never know.
I love this. The classic. All right, let's thermite open snowmobile and then just yeet out of there. Just say goodbye. We can come back later if we want. There's perceived pressure, you know?
Mm-hmm. Just dip. Get outie there. But still, Roma's very much holding on to this map control. As Kelton's Knights shape up for what seems to be a backside take. We've got Worthy already alongside Nep starting to get drones inside of that big garage area. Meanwhile, we've also got a foothold. That's Phoenix in the top floor. He's got breaching charges as well in hand, so if he wants to make the vertical work for him, he could. But the first step is to get rid of those roamers.
Finding these openings is always a challenge, and Kelton's Knights have been better at it than NQS. When Kelton's Knights were on their attacking side, they got 4 out of the 6 opening engagements. And then it was 3-3 when they were on their defense. So they did tend to do a little bit better at hunting down these roamers or punishing these rotations than they did when they themselves were on the roam.
Here we go, Neptune with a long line of sight inside of that blue hallway. Only Karma, I believe it is, left on the roam. Worthy inside of lobby, looking to take that long engagement, AK in hand.
Okay.
Oh, but Real is still on the top floor, is able to take down Phoenix, who was hunting him down.
The oh-so-elusive Oryx. Difficult to pin down. And he just has so much mobility, he could be anywhere now. Neptune just waiting. He's got 2 players so close to him. If only he knew. Karma keeps on running around. Kakin's also watching for him. Kakin seems very aware here, and he's looking for his 21st. Looking to break a record.
Oh, Neptune's
but I
gone
think
in.
Neptune's just gone straight on in. Found one, but it's go time for Kelton's Knights as Vinny finds the double. Gonna need to be a massive one from Reelers, who opened the round. And Kakin, who's been putting the team on his shoulders. The diffuser getting planted, but there's no information. Vinny goes down. He can still call. As Pat, off that diffuser, is in a great position to swing. But if his position was revealed, it could be very awkward. Kakin now to find 2 players. That's his first. He's done it. 21 kills in the game as Worthy's the last one left. Can't quite get it done. Where is that diffuser? Kakin is wondering as the time is ticking away. The clock is his enemy, and it's up to Worthy to cover. He does so to perfection. It's 3 rounds straight now for Kelton's Knights, and they found themselves on the match points.
And certainly a warranted tech timeout here. If you're not quite sure, they had it in regulation. Match point, 6 points on the trot, and they couldn't close it out. And now 3 rounds for Kelton's Knights is starting to spell disaster for this team. Even Kakin and his 21 kills can't cross the line for not quite sure.
The last 5 rounds, 4 of them have gone Kelton's Knights' way. Not quite sure. You better have something amazing cooked up. Prez, I'm not seeing the reaction I was expecting. I was hoping for something akin to the GIF that we were talking about before. Chin wagging. Not so here. Kakin looks like he's turned his camera off. He's really getting serious. Sternly just staring into that camera. I wonder if it's him doing the talking at the moment.
Well, it could be either him or a support staff. Now, I
have a lot.
I have no idea who was on the support staff of Not Quite Sure.
According to the roster submission sheet that I looked at, Moloska was listed as coach, right? Everyone knows Milo, of course, a former wildcard player, former teammate of Pat and Vinny. Also, Aria listed as manager, Elements listed as sub, and Kultama listed as analyst. So I don't know how many of them are in there right now, how many could talk to them. It's probably Milo, I guess.
I've got no idea, to be honest. I've got absolutely no clue.
I think the safest bet is to say that Kakin was doing a bunch of talking and we just couldn't see it because the camera's off.
That's a fairly safe assumption to make.
Well, if I was Kakin right now with 21 kills, I'd probably have a few things to say.
That is
like the next guy on your team's got less than half you've got.
Oh. He's really got to put in the hard yards. He's been around the block.
Oh, he's been around the block a few times. He knows what it's like.
See him in this part of town often.
Yeah, he knows what it's like to have the victory teased right in front of his nose and then snatched away at the last second. Kelton's Knights have been on a mission.
Trophy and Kitchen. Next bomb site of choice for Kelton's Knights, as Not Quite Sure shape their way around the map. Starting out on the library side would indicate to me that they are looking for a sweep across the map. Looking to get that top floor control breach open. Now last time, they almost closed out this one. Well, I think they did. No, they didn't they? This was the one that came down to the 1v1. They couldn't quite close it out, was it?
Kitchen Dining was the round where Kakin got to his 15th kill and he won on the attack. But the first time Kelton's Knights played it, they did win it on the defense.
Okay, there we go. So it has been traded out. They seem like they're still doing this same methodical approach though, so not quite sure. Don't want to bring in anything too fancy. They don't want to take any risks anymore because it is on match point. So they've just taken that tack time out to recompose. Make sure they're doing the right things. And they certainly are not, in fact, as Phoenix is able to collect the first onto Karma. Thankfully, Reelers is there for the trade.
Yeah, I mean, must be something pretty significant going wrong when there's a player able to sneak his way all the way up lobby. and find 2 kills before he is eventually traded. Phoenix has done some massive damage this round. A reasonably quiet game from him after the precedent he set last week, breaking the, at the time, kill record of 18. But now he's been called upon. He's had a huge round, and he's turned this into a 3v3, Mandy. I can only feel like this favors the defense.
All right, it's thinking time for Not Quite Sure. 3v3, limited tools. The round not over yet, though. They can still close this one out if they so wish. You have the hard breach charges on Shant, so walls can still be opened if they so wish. Not only that, but you have 3 breach charges on the Ash, so if you so wish to take the top floor, you could try and play the trade game up there as well. Otherwise, you could go for a flood. There's a lot of options here for Not Quite Sure, because the defenders as well are down in the man count too, so they simply have to play and hold on to what they can. Seems like Not Quite Sure are going to try and probe a final pick off this top floor. There are still players stuck inside of Master, of course. Cut off now from that bathroom window.
Well, it's just Neptune upstairs left, and I think they're kind of running low on drones here in order to hunt him down, so it's a bit of a game of face checking. He could do some real damage here. Prez rounds the corner, does take him on down. A game that definitely deserved 15 rounds. Looks like we will be heading that direction. 3v1 now for NQS to push us all the way. Vinny with a tumultuous task set before him.
Tough one for Vinny. 20 seconds though. Not quite sure, need to get a wriggle on.
Oh, they know exactly where he is. He's found the first one, the double! He can't be doing this! Not again! NQS cannot let it end like this! With the deagle in hand, Vinny will wait. The time is on his side, and he locks in the 1 versus 3. This man cannot stop clutching.
He comes back into the server in perfect form, clutching time and time again for Calton's Knights and stealing away that 1 win that Not Quite Sure were oh so looking for in the series.
I can't believe it. How do they keep getting away with this?
I don't know. I don't know. It's criminal.
Would not have gone to overtime if it wasn't for Pat's 1 versus 4.
Yep.
And it would have gone to a 15th round if it wasn't for Vinny's 1v3. These guys continue to shake up this league and steal rounds that they really shouldn't.
It's actually criminal. They're actually thieves, like of the league. They stole away Wildcard's point to keep them out of the major spot, right? And now they've just stolen Not Quite Sure's 1 win and Kaken from the game of his life.
Imagine that.
Thieves.
You break the league's kill record. You get 21 kills in a game, and you lose it because you lost a 1v4 and a 1v3. That is a game that we will be remembering for a long time, and I have no doubt that Vinny and Pat are going to be absolutely ecstatic about that one. But let's toss it back to the desk. I heard them. They really wanted to keep talking. Rob, take it away.
We did. I'm just going to say this. That may well be one of the best clutches we've ever seen in esports history. Xenox, would you agree with
I'm just trying to find the page of Vincian and take a page out of this book because it's his book now. That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible. For a washed, completely washed, irrelevant loser. Oh, jeez. He's bloody gorgeous. I love him. How good was that? And look, Vinny, we've always said since he came back, we're like, hey, this is a big addition for Carlton's Knights. This guy was always an absolute star. I know Guz loves to talk about, if he had got picked up by this team, who knows what could have happened.
Have I really? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, obviously, quick shout out to Kaken. I know it's going to be overshadowed by Vinny and that play at the end in Carlton's Knights story over line. Kaken played really well.
He did.
Carlton's Knights, Not Quite Sure, also did obviously get a point pushing it to overtime, but yeah, it pales in comparison to what we saw at the end.
He did it for the cake.
He did it for the cake.
Yeah, I thought he was going for 30 for me.
Yeah,
he almost got it.
He nearly hit the dirty 30 for you. 21 kills, which is a new Oceanic League record broken from a record held earlier tonight of 20 kills. But, it's actually not far off. If I remember correctly, it's something like 24 kills for Ethan way back in Pro League for O's. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since
that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Nor do we want to. I'm kidding, Ethan. I love you. Please don't find me.
There's a big
clutch from Worthy as well. Snow Ime, 1v1 against Kaken. That was a big moment too.
And a
so
big 1v4 from Pat. There's just clutch.
all the oldies are coming out today.
I know, all the oldies, the hairs.
I feel like I'm back in like 2020.
You know what?
Yeah.
They came out just to appear
Oh,
for your 30th
no, that's great.
birthday. Let's
That's
welcome
great.
in Vince.
Nah, he's back.
The man, the myth, the bloody well legend.
Ah,
Look at
Vinny.
him. Look at him. He did it for the lads. He did it for Carlton, and I'm not sure whether I'm talking about Carlton, the football club, or
Carlton's Knights.
You never know. Vinny, mate, tell me how you feeling after that clutch. That's one of the most ridiculous things we've seen from you in a long time.
I think that's my new job. So I think that's why I'm in the team. But I was doing nothing the whole game.
I was
so
going to say you were playing pretty shit up till then, so it's pretty big talk for you.
So yeah, I had to do something. So I thought I'd win the game real quick. All good.
Vinny, I'm not happy with you, mate. Now, when you first came back into this roster, and I asked you if we're going to see more of you, you basically said no. You basically said, nah, one and done. And now you're just stuck. What's happened here? Have they just managed to, I don't know, wrangle you every night when you're playing?
I mean, when I joined the team, we had like 9 players, and now nobody wants to play. So I've ended up stuck in the roster. But yeah, it's been fun. I don't know.
I don't really know what to say after that one, Vinny. I'm going to have a quick look at who you've got up next. We don't know whether you're playing or not, of course. Well, it's actually Bliss. So what's the thoughts on that game? Do you reckon you can take them down?
I think so. They're playing very well, obviously, and they've probably got the most trained roster in the league, and they're scoring every night, which we're not doing. But I will be playing, which is good. So yeah, it'll be a good test for us. See if we can match it with the best. It might not be a pretty show, but we'll have a bit of fun, and yeah, hopefully we can upset the league a bit more than we already have.
Now, Vinny, you got the old Blues on, the old Carlton jersey. You a big fan?
Yeah.
You ready to get your heart broken again this year? 9th again?
We finished 9th again.
I went to the game over Thursday, and
the
got
Catters?
over Geelong. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Did you send Digital a message?
No, but I'll shout him out now. If he's watching. Maybe next year champion.
Yeah, I think Digital's Cats are 0-2, but they won the flag last year.
I'm not going to lie, this is a pretty meta conversation for everyone at home that has absolutely no
I
idea
forgot
what
we're
we're
actually
talking
on
about.
the main global channel. So yeah, no, that's I feel like we're on the footy show right now.
I know. This is the equivalent. I've got bloody BT here with me. I don't know any other bloody football commentator, but guys, you'll make up for the mess. Vinny, look again. We continue to be surprised by you, and we are getting a little bit frustrated here to not know whether you're back or whether you're just filling in what's going on. But we'll let you, as per usual, have the final say. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go? We know there's a lot of fans out there for you.
Yeah, building on last week, thanks to all the Carlton Knights fans. In all seriousness, anyone that came over from the Wildcard fans or from a few of the other teams, it's good to have people that are supporting us, and we'll continue to have fun. Shout out to Digital again for getting flogged over the weekend. And yeah, we'll see you all tomorrow when I play again, unfortunately.
I'll tell you what, this broadcast is very quickly turning into everyone hates Digital. Vinny, congratulations on your win with you and the old fellas, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Wait, don't they play Bliss tomorrow?
Yeah.
Could you imagine a world
Could you imagine?
in which they come out and beat?
Yes, I could. Do you want to know what's stupid?
I would have a heart attack.
I could imagine that. They just robbed NQS of their first win. I can 100% see them going on to beat Bliss because they're just chaotic.
Now, obviously, as this is the Bash Digital show.
Yes.
His team got flogged. I still remember a couple of weeks ago when he got flogged by me on the old FIFA. So.
Oh yeah.
As Digital's watching, no good at FIFA, mate. I was going to say give up on your day job, but you already did that with Siege.
This is too meta. It's too meta.
Too meta?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say give up on his day job, but I don't think he's got one either. So I don't know how to go from here. Guys, we move on to the final game of the night with pretty serious implications.
Yeah.
We can bring it back down a notch here because the winner of this will actually cement themselves just behind Bliss with an opportunity to still go to the major.
Yeah, both Homeless and Circular Spheres were trailing Bliss by 3 points heading into the night, and both pretty head-to-head, toe-to-toe. So very excited. A highly anticipated match to close out the night.
Tantalizing. That's the best way we can frame this very last game. Tantalizing, and I'm so glad we've got the best in the business that will eventually be taking us through that game.
Certainly are. Look, it's going to be juicy like a gorgeous roast pork on a Sunday afternoon with the family.
Yummy.
We'll be back after this with one of the games of the stage.
Oh, the second line.
Unless there's a swing here from Wetterballs, there is. Salvage wet stuck.
Oh.
He gets one from Service. Wetterballs. He spots the head. Campo just peeked out for a second. 7-2 victory for Aerial Arise. Use a bit, really no time. Has the yellow ping this?
Oh, he does. Keep in mind, one shot, but he still hits that.
Now being Hunter. Shots again, this time not landing him.
Campo does get the first.
Mammoth will get their first round. The Blast R6 Oceania League.
Just off this lounge position. Karma's actually found one and found a double. So Jigsaw has to dispatch with the lurker fast inside of catch. A difficult position. He vaults on through, but Karma equipped, and it's Shont who's fortified on top of that diffuser. Add bricks, and President is just laying low on the bed.
They double stack. They're both going to push through. They cannot even step a foot in Quiz's bakery. It's player re-aggresses onto Worthy. Pat tries to grapple in, but Juice is waiting.
Phoenix so low.
Oh my.
Neptune, not quite yet though.
Hope, there's not a lot of time. There's not a chance. Homeless are clean with it. They go 7 and zip on Cafe.
Just Smacker and Nate, and the C4 from Edpan to be ready for an onslaught. It's Server down the line. Hold on now as Wetterballs can get the clutch. Finish it off. 2 deny this push, dropping straight into the goo mine. Leaves it all up to President. Logic finishes it off. Wildcard have what it takes to hold on for NQS and stave off the match point. Brendo's feeling the pressure, takes. Quiz has found one, but immediately traded back once again. They can safely start to maneuver their way. Josh has gone down, and there is a reason in OCE that our blood runs pink.
position 100% known, and Phoenix will finally find that pick. Sebleton's Knights to form, and
he's got Diffuser. Had to stay alive and did so. Worthy starting to find some kills. Entrance, and he's going to find it really, really well played from looking over towards Dining.
And
Pinku, big fight here to right above, and Pat still at the fireplace stairs. That is going to be.
Avery does get the first 5 seconds red time
on site.
Weather this storm, but Pinku looking for a trade. A 1 versus 1 action. Pinku though steps up.
I think Bank has to be my favorite map in the pool.
Bank is definitely my least favorite map in the game.
In my opinion, I think it is the perfect map for both defense and attack. In my opinion, also makes it the best map.
I think I would rather play any other map, including Favela.
I think the best way to enter Bank is through the top floor, always. Coming through those north windows, jumping through stock, going through skylight.
My favorite place to enter is definitely server with the pre-placed throne.
And then on defense, it's a bit of a trickier question, but I think the basis of defense, it's very util and team dependent. So making sure that your plant denial is perfectly set up, making sure that, you know, you have your impact grenades, etc.
Some of the essential operators that you need on this map.
The main one is 0 for me.
Dokubi and Nook are two essentials for this map.
A Thatcher or anyone with impact EMP grenades?
My top tip for Bank would to be incredibly patient, and you will win this map.
Oh, my top tip for Bank, use Azami. If she is not banned, bring her every single site. I don't care how you use her. She is probably the most broken operator on this map. I think Oregon is one of the best maps in Siege. It's definitely a staple. Everyone knows how to play it. Everyone's played it. It's been in the best games in esports. It's been in like the worst games in esports as well.
Attacking definitely varies a lot depending on the team. You can either do like a full 5-man push, or you can have just 5 people on opposite sides of the map.
I think the same goes for defense. Wherever you're holding, you need to have intel. You need to have someone holding it, whether there's a shield, a Valkyrie cam, etc. So the bombs on Oregon, there are 2 in the basement.
And top floor is kids and games.
And there's 4 in the middle floor, being dining and kitchen and meeting.
Secret tips to Oregon is have good teammates and win your ones.
My top tips for Oregon, when you're attacking, like flash executes. If you want to do something cheeky, you can send a Nook, hit them with a special like Ying play or an Amaru play. It definitely disrupts the round.
What do I think about Cafe? There is a room called Stock, and we also do call that bar back store. So yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites.
I think with Cafe, a majority of your attacks are usually top down. There's 2 hatches on the roof, but a lot of the time you're just going through the hatches or going from the windows, so always going from the top of the map.
And then on defense, it's a lot of standard positions like Pixel, having someone cigar, and maybe a few roamers.
Ooh, the position that's most vital.
It's definitely pillars. Pillars is a good anchor spot where you can watch the snow door, mining balcony, the new balcony hatch drop. There are 2 big giant pillars that you can use to your advantage, hide around.
Ooh, I think that Chalet is a very... It relies on your team to be able to clear things very structurally.
There's pretty much a standard.
Two homeless teams now go head-to-head. It's Homeless and it's Circular Spheres. Both of these teams are currently sitting just behind pole position, and it is going to be an incredibly close match. Do not get it twisted. Guz, whoa, you're right there, mates.
Who, me or Dev?
Oh, James.
Oh, hi, Dev.
I was. I mean, I thought I was holding my cake, but it's actually a pillow. How have you done this?
Why are you eating Xenox's cake?
Yeah,
Your cake must be really good, Xenox.
It's really good. I tasted some
I
before.
tasted his cake as well. It's really good.
It's delicious
Should I
cake.
have some?
You wouldn't bite your own cake?
Oh, I can't do it.
Yeah, you're struggling.
Is that your first time using a fork?
Second time.
do you want to talk about?
Yeah, we were waiting for that tantalising prospect to finish. Now, of course, we are going to be looking at two teams that really do have a lot on the line. Major opportunities still up for grabs for both of these teams. Obviously, that's in response to whatever happens with Bliss tomorrow, and then, of course, final play day. But anything can still happen here in the Oceanic League. We'll go ahead and have a look at the matches that have been played already, and maybe I'll see if either of you have a hot little point to bring up. Because with 3 head-to-heads gone already, I feel like we are now starting to get a very good picture. Where do you... Actually, I want to ask you this. Where do you sit with Carlton's Knights? I know we were taking the piss at the end there, but where do you sit with them? Do you think that they're just that one team that continue to upset?
Jeez.
Certainly have not disappointed me, Rob. That's
No,
for sure. I think they're... Geez, probably last week I said there's this sort of top 4, bottom 4. I don't actually know anymore what that top 4 even looks like, because Carlton's Knights, the way that they've sort of been playing with Vinny back into the roster, the way that Wildcard have been sort of playing, are they around the same level now? Circular Spheres, are they continuing to sort of be a Bliss competitor, or are they more so just that tiny little bit better than the likes of Wildcard and Carlton's Knights? I think obviously this game coming up might just give us more answers because of where these two teams respectively sit, as you said, sort of still vying for a spot at that major for Circular Spheres and Homeless. But yeah, look, I think Carlton Knights are probably still not a team that's going to be contending for a major, nor are they probably top 3, top 4 or anything. But I think the best of the bottom teams for sure now, whereas honestly, week 1, they were maybe tied worse with Mammoth.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, 100% they were. Now all these teams are starting to, as we kind of predicted, as we went through...
What?
I just can't stop thinking about Jake's cake.
There's not much left there, though.
I know.
We've kind of gone through it.
Everyone's had a fork.
Yeah.
As we've gone through the league so far in 5 play days, we're starting to see that skill discrepancy close more and more, which is making for a very exciting league.
Just don't look at us. You can just look at the camera.
No, because the problem is I can see us right there. Guys, 9 points each, so obviously we can't separate them by points. But what about your opinion?
Well, I think both teams have subverted expectations, right?
Sure.
Both of them have scrapped together so Homeless scrapped together their roster to some extent. They had a couple of changes. They had a really strong foundation to play off, but needed to make adjustments. Circular Spheres were kind of on some kind of opposite spectrum in the sense that, yes, they did well in Challenger League last year, but we didn't know if they'd have what it takes to step up to this level of Siege. They did. Unfortunately, though, they did fall short to Bliss, but they're still in contention. If Bliss make any sort of mistake, it's up to these two teams to be there to ready and to capitalize.
Well, speaking of these two teams, why don't we go ahead and have a look at Circular Spheres first, a team and a roster that have certainly surprised many and continue to do so as well. Now they've got what will be probably their last big hurdle. We've got Pinku. Dev's just sneezing like nothing else in the background there. Jeez. I thought someone dropped a massive piece of wood.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned, actually. And I was
genuinely had to turn
looking
around.
over my shoulder to go and help out, in case I was needed. But
Yeah.
You are that guy.
Well, you're not that guy at the moment. Pinku, however, I must admit,
he is.
He has been absolutely unbelievable. He is the second highest rated player, or was before today. And really, the performance we've seen from him has been quite incredible.
Yeah, and when you take into account Jake Kenner's not that far behind him either, especially entry kills +7 is probably, I'm assuming, league first. And then obviously they've both got the same cost. 2 new pickups, and they are maybe just the additions that were needed for Circular Spheres to take that next step. This is a former OCL team at the back end of last year that would have been...
What?
Nothing. I'm just breathing.
Stop thinking about the cake and think about the game.
Do you want me to put the cake away? Is it distracting you?
Your cake will forever be near me.
Either way, as I was saying, I think that those additions definitely have obviously elevated them to a position now where they can contend. Is it too soon, though? Have they gone one stage early? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, I guess, but they did obviously find that it's not going to be smooth sailing the whole way through. Bliss are too good at the moment.
No.
But this is a good test for them to probably see, okay, maybe Bliss is one step too far.
Yeah.
Homeless, on the other hand, they should be capable of beating.
Well, I mean, should be. However, you've still got some of the best players in the region on Homeless. And the two that I'm kind of really going to be pointing out is Juicy and Player. Juicy and Player both respectively have really come into their own. Juicy obviously throughout the course of last year matured into what is an incredible player and almost one of the best supports, I would say, in the world. And obviously, he's not yet to be tested on an international stage, so that might change when he does. But player who really has come from almost nowhere, Guz, has stepped into the limelight, into his own, and performed phenomenally in all of his games.
Yeah, he's listed here on CGG as meaning the Yana Frost role and is being given that license to run around. And I think that's obviously a reflection on his own personal ability and skill. He's been getting in there, +4 entry as well, strong cost, he can clutch up. But I think a lot of that would also be linked back to the likes of Juicy that are heading this team and have entrusted him with confidence to play these positions, right? It would have been quite easy for him to have just been shoved into some sort of role that the rest of the team can play around, but they have put him in the limelight and play has stepped up to that opportunity.
Yeah, and obviously, like, I don't want to go hard here, but I rate Josh very highly. I think in the past, the old Knights roster, when they were at their best, it was when Josh was at his best. He was kind of their win condition, and you can see here at the moment only a 0.97 rating, +0 KD. At least that's not negative, but negative on the entry. So you've got basically only 2 players that are positive on entry at the moment, Quiz and Player. You need a little bit more from that, and he probably needs to be that third player. Juicy and OJ, maybe they don't have to be the ones to be that entry or to at least be able to be in that position. If this team is serious about going to a major at some point in the year, they need a little bit more out of Josh.
Yep.
He's capable, and because he's capable, he gets put in the spotlight there to perform a little bit better. We know what his ceiling is, honestly, almost best in the region.
Yeah.
In this oceanic region.
We've seen it. We've seen it.
Yeah.
We saw it stage 2 last year, and we'll probably see it
So,
again throughout this year.
It's a question of can he get back to that position, or at least amongst the conversation, because right now he's not in the conversation at all.
No, what I find very interesting though is he actually has the lowest entry stat. Just not negative or positive. He has only been a part of 3 or 4 entries there, whereas even the likes of OJ and Juicy are quite high in the 7s and 8s. So clearly there is a role that's being filled by Josh that maybe we don't see as viable in comparison to his compatibility.
Yeah,
for
maybe
a
his
roster.
role will shift a little bit. Maybe
it could do. It could
with
do.
the addition of player and obviously more responsibilities for Quiz, who's come back into this team and obviously a little bit more experience. Maybe Josh has taken a little bit of a step back, and when you take that step back, maybe you're not going to be in a position to be where he once was.
No, but why don't we take a step back and have a look at the map, Vito's, figure out where we're going to be heading for this one. Again, I really struggle with best of ones to kind of break them down too incredibly. Cafe, Villa, and Bank and Oregon, all 4 taken off first. That leaves really only Clubhouse and Chalet as viable options here as we get later into the Vito. I couldn't imagine we'd be seeing a border from these 2 teams. I mean, I might be tripping.
Well, Cafe actually has been played 3 times by Homeless, and yet they've elected to ban it out straight off the bat in this veto. So intriguing. Chalet and Club both taken out. So back to Border. We've seen Bliss double up on this map. It rewards teams that do a great job, especially in the late round. Circular Spheres obviously played in one of those games. And to their credit, I think they did play well. 7-3 didn't reflect that. They put in a really solid effort. They were outclassed by an opponent that is currently on another level. But for Homeless, I honestly feel a little bit wary back in the mid now because Circular Spheres, I think, played a really solid Border. And in a match that's close like this, Border may end up favouring them, especially if they learnt from some of those mistakes and looked back at that Bliss game.
What's actually crazy, I'm just quickly doing a Xenox and skimming back through my notes. A lot of the Circular Spheres rounds were lost after finding the first 2 opening kills. That is a huge credit to Bliss, and we spoke to Oda at the end of that night, and he was crediting Fisho and the establishment that they get in early rounds, pre-prep drones, all of these things that really set them up for victory. So for me, I actually am going to back that in and say that not only did they play well, but I think they took a lot away from that. They also were in the advantage in most rounds. Oh, you didn't have a boo-boo, did you? Minor, that's okay. Is it going to be a minor boo-boo for Circular Spheres today?
Well, the biggest thing that surprised me was probably more so the fact that they obviously elected to go to Border, right? Like, so obviously they got the final ban. They could have basically chosen between either Clubhouse or Border. I think they made the right choice because I think Clubhouse is going to actually maybe favour a team like Homers.
Homers?
No!
That was pretty good.
That was good. With that structured gameplay.
Yeah.
Because obviously they picked a lot of Cafe. They like that kind of play style. When you think of a player like Juicy, you think of that kind of structured.
Smile. Keep going.
You just can't take it seriously today. I don't blame him. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. So I think Border opens things up a little bit for Circular Spheres, probably similar to what we saw from Bliss earlier today. On Border, I'm expecting that kind of gameplay. I think it's also going to be intriguing to see the bans as well and the way that they're sort of going to play out, because all the bans we saw in the Bliss game earlier today really were focused in on intel and map control and entry. So like those kind of positions I think will be focused on. And I think this will favor Circular Spheres. I think this map should be good for them.
Guys, very quickly, final comment.
I'm not too scared for Homeless in terms of the amount of times they've banned this map. It is in the midfield, so it's not like they've been trying to hide this map and are too scared in playing it. But that said, I think Circular Spheres showed enough in that Bliss game and will just edge out 7-5.
And I'm also going to add the note that Homeless, being a smaller squad of X-Knights, used to favour this map quite a lot. So there is still a lot of history there. We're going to go across to Dev and Mandy to run you through all of the action. Take a bite, big boy. Ow. Oh, shit.
Don't ever say that again, Rob, please. Just do yourself a favour, save embarrassment on all our behalves, and focus on what a banger game we are promised to have here. We're going to Border, Mandy, and this one has huge stakes behind it. The winner will go up to second place on the standings and be within catching distance of Bliss for that major spot.
That is so exciting for both of these teams. For Homeless, the old guard, of course, reforming their roster as the X-Knights. But for Circular Spheres, coming up from OCE Tier 2 to potentially be second Tier 1 in OCE can be a very exciting prospect.
It's an unreal rise to fame and rise to power for Circular Spheres. What a showing they have had, undefeated up until last week where they took their first loss against Team Bliss. That was here on Border. Let's see what they've been cooking up in the last week, Mandy, to try and redeem themselves.
Border is such an exciting map, I think, for these two. There's so much history behind the Knights playing this map, right? You think about their form in 2022, and they were so dominant on Border. They were one of the first teams to really have a mature and developed strat book on this map. Whereas for Circular Spheres, what we saw out of them last week was, honestly, it wasn't pure domination, but it was pretty destructive. It was pretty destructive, the way that they were able to run rampant around that map and cause lots of problems.
One of the bans that we've seen commonly from Bliss, who defeated Circular Spheres last week, as you said, is that Solus. We saw it earlier today, right? And it enabled Bliss to get all these great pre-placed drones into the map. We've seen that here banned by Homeless. And I think while Bliss are clearly the standouts in the league at the moment, these two teams on your screen right now are the ones challenging for that spot.
Yay, Brava! I'm so excited. I love seeing Brava in the lobby. She can turn those Capcan traps the other way round and make them scary for the defenders instead. And I love seeing that interaction. Imagine dying to your own EDD. That would be terrible.
It is embarrassing.
Yeah, it would be embarrassing, just as getting your own Mozzie drone hacked back to the attack side. Anyway, starting out on Bathroom Intellers. Now, it interests me, the way that this map's been playing out, Tev, because I feel like we've seen the popularity of this bomb site absolutely skyrocket, especially in this league as well. Often this was perceived as a more tertiary bomb site, but I feel like with the way that it's played out, it's become super fashionable. Teams love going to it nice and early on.
Yeah, it's fine to mix up on maps which don't have the most defender-sided bomb sites, right? With attacker-sided maps. You want to go and you just need to try and leverage every advantage you have. The advantage of going for an off-site has been lessened quite significantly since the attacker repick thing came in. Like, it used to be you would have to bring Thermite if you were attacking Armory, but, you wouldn't want it on towers or whatever. But we're on a different ball game now.
No more Bravo. Very sad.
Yeah,
OJ decided to repick onto the Dokeby, just as you said things about repick. Quite exciting, but not fun for me. Not happy. Ripperoni, pepperoni. Now they're making their way towards the eastern side of the building. Quiz the first point of entry, one of the spearheads for this Homeless roster. Followed up by Player, who's also making his way in. Has to be careful of this run out, though.
Chikena does go for it. Doesn't land the shot. Pinku does open up the round for Circular Spheres. This is what we expect out of this roster of young gunners. Aggression. A lot of nasty shots. And there you go. A second one to double down for CS. It's Chikena and Pinku lighting up the scoreboard as usual.
And here we go now, Homeless in the man disadvantage have to claw their way back into the round. A Joker call to ring out would indicate to these attackers that there in fact is not that much E-Stairs presence anymore. No sound there to be heard as all these defenders have fallen back into the adjacent rooms.
Oh, this is a very difficult spot now to redeem yourself from for Homeless. Quiz though, he has been on quite a revival since rejoining his former teammates Juicy and Josh on this roster. Proven to be quite a deadly player. He's going to have quite an impact here as Homeless are slowly taking map control. Extra cautious of these Valkyrie cameras, however.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Everywhere they step, they need to assume that they're probably going to be seen by a black eye, or they're going to make their presence aware with the guns that ring out in the background. OJ instead is going to put pressure straight onto the site def, but look at this from Quiz. He's still putting that pressure on the top floor, looking for the Romans, trying to claw back a pick.
Goofed has been revealed, his position alluded to by the sound of that Dockerby call ringing on out. He was playing behind the shield, so probably the wise decision for Quiz not to get too aggressive. Eventually, Goofed feels too much pressure and falls back. He is low HP. Looks like him and Japer are both roaming around in Workshop and Server. As I believe, was that hatch just opened? Oh, here comes an exchange. Who is that on the other side? It's OJ. No way he wins that fight. Certainly would not have been favored to do so. But he gets it done. 30 seconds just over that left. Unfortunately, Quiz has fallen now for Homeless.
Top floor control, though, in the hands of Juicy, who also has the diffuser in hand. Only Workshop rotation needs to be covered by him, and he covers the first.
This is a big one now for Juice. The Don is in sight, but the cover is in left wanting now. An attempt now at a retake for the three players of Circular Spheres. Juicy caught out by Pinku. Another great shot from this gunner. He's insane. How does he keep landing these?
3 on the trot for Pinku will close out the round for Circular Spheres, good grief, making that retake work in their favor. Nice early pick as well onto Josh, able to cut down that roamer on the ground floor. Meant that there was no more horizontal pressure at all for Homeless, and they couldn't quite make a lurk work. Oh, they almost did claw back that round, a pretty valiant effort to try and get the bomb down with the cover in hand, but the gunfight's not quite swinging their way.
There's a lot of stars on this roster, and well, both the rosters of both teams, I will say. So we expect a lot of rounds like that to just be determined by early peaks, ones, some multi-kills. It was Pinku who found a spawn peak. I think Chikena found one shortly after, and Pinku, of course, not even needing his teammates to close out the round at the end of it on the retake. Pinku is actually the second highest rated player in the league at the moment, just behind Oda, 1.38 rating. He's also tied with the most clutches in the league with 2 clutches. Funnily enough, the next player in the lobby right now who has been hitting numbers is actually Player from Homeless.
Yeah.
He's the unlikely one, right? He's the rookie joining this team of veterans, and he has been putting up numbers. He's 4th highest rated in the entire league.
I think it's a really comfortable place for Player to make his debut into Tier 1 Siege. If there's any team that you want to do it on as an entry player, honestly, you kind of want to do it on Homeless. It's always such a pleasure to watch this team, especially the way that Juicy is able to micro some of his entries in tandem with OJ doing some of the calling as well. It's just fantastic support network that they've got going on for to try and enable this front line for these entry players. And I think as a result, you've got players like Player who can really relish in that environment.
We're going actually to Vincent Workshop for the second round, Mandy. Kind of unusual, at least in my experience, right? Like, we're not seeing this Armory Lockers Archives picked in the first 2 rounds. Instead, Circular Sphere is really favoring all these ground floor bomb sites. Lovely early pick there from Quiz. A pre-placed drone working to perfection for Homeless, and that's a great early pick.
And then bang goes the skeleton key straight into a kill for Quiz. Very nice work from him, and Homeless this time in the man advantage, contrary to the previous rounds. They can start to make their way inside of this top floor as well. They've got their drones being sent out along this side of the triple wall. It's forced Physics to fall off from inside of that break room mezzanine position. Good to play the adjacent rooms instead. But Homeless don't seem all too interested in taking this top floor at all. The diffuser is outside of the main door, and if they want to search for this execute, they could certainly try and find an opportunity.
It's kind of unusual, isn't it? They're not looking to take much map control. They're looking to kind of prod for some kind of execute-heavy strategy.
Yeah.
but they don't have the Ying, they don't have the Glaz, any of these operators that we would typically expect out of an execute heavy strat.
Oh, no way.
What?
No way. The sound of the barricade going down masks the run-up from Jakenna, and he can collect 2 with that Oryx and dash his way out of there. Suddenly, man advantage for Homeless gone to disaster, and Circular Spheres claw it back.
This is the Circular Spheres experience right
It
here,
really
guys.
is.
Welcome. Hope you have a nice time. OJ 1v3, and Physics has got Vert onto his position outside the window. He reveals where he is, and it's time to go hunting, time to go baiting now for OJ. The thing is, these CS guys, I would not be surprised if they continue to peek him. They're that sharp. They don't see it as a risk.
There we go, 40 seconds on the trot, and Circular Spheres, they're chilling, you know, having a good time, hanging it out. It's really scary the way that these guys are able to play. Hey, Homeless felt like they had such a good grip, exterior of the bomb site, but hang on a moment, OJ's just trotted his way into the building, the vertical above, putting pressure on him now as Physics tries to claw away on that last little slither of HP, baiting out the plants. But not a whole lot of time, they totally know what's going on.
Yeah, they figured him out here. I don't know where those Valkyrie cameras are. Some Vert above, OJ has been distracted adequately. Jakenna, a huge round from him. That double run out on the Armory balcony was just something else.
Absolutely, right. That was the nail in the coffin for the defense. It felt like the attack had a pretty good grip on what was surrounding the bomb site. There was really only one anchor there, and all they had to do was have a single attacker make sure that they couldn't make use of the vertical, right? That was the one win condition that Juicy needed to get the bomb down in the ground inside of ventilation. That was the main thing. But that run out from Jakenna, able to clear out that top floor player, took away that pressure, and it all fell apart from there.
I do gotta ask, like, was that deliberate, the bait? You know how there was
I've
a
got
player
no
in
idea.
Armory?
Yes.
So he ran
tearing
up,
down the barricade,
tore
right?
down the barricade, and I can't remember who it was on the balcony.
That was
from-
Jakenna, I think. Oh no, on the balcony.
On the,
Oh,
the
no
attacking
idea.
side, right? Like, I don't know which player it was, but they were absolutely convinced that that was a freebie, right? You hear
sure.
someone tearing down a barricade, you're like, oh, I'll take this. That's a freebie right there. Jakenna finds him by peeking out from CCTV, and a second one. It's just unthinkable stuff. It really is like a hook turn compared to where we thought that round was going to go. I thought that was going to be an easy kill for Homeless, but instead, Jakenna makes the round his own.
Absolutely baited by the mobility of this Oryx to just appear out of nowhere and find some kills. Of course, Jakenna, I feel like, has been a big name, honestly, for Circular Spheres. I think that in this series, he's, not in this series, but in this season, he's absolutely turned it off and gone nuts on this Oryx on just about, I think, every map that we've like ever seen him play ever. So I don't expect anything less from this man.
Yeah, Jakenna has been one of the best players in the league so far, top 10 for sure. Also, the most opening kills of any player in the league.
Wow. That's pretty impressive, honestly. Really impressive stuff. Not only that, but he's playing such a forwards position too, and he's so consistent at it, right? Like, a lot of time you have these really forward players, but they can't always collect the kill.
Yeah, and for example, Japer, I mean, 2 rounds in a row now, he's been the first to fall for Circular Spheres. Struggled to find his footing. I think it comes down to Homeless just having these really good pinches onto players as soon as they isolate someone, usually on the back of pre-placed drones. Now, admittedly, we haven't seen a lot of them, but it's hard to catch them, right? We're usually spectating the players. And of course, the Soulless ban has really enabled that here for Homeless.
Well, the thing for Homeless is it's kind of not the early ground that's a big problem, right? They seem to have like a very cautious game. Yes, Gooft is going to jump out and play. It's exactly this, right? It's this mid-round part where they're trying to get established in the building, and then some defender injects himself into the attack, dropping through the hatch. A little bit ill-advised from Physics, and is taken down from OJ. You think so?
Yeah, well, I think it was one of the attackers. I didn't quite see how the hatch got open, whether it was a nade or something, but yeah, it was not deliberate. I think it was OJ's nade. Oh, well, Gooft has now repositioned himself here into CCTV. But you're exactly right. Like, it's this mid-round that seems to dominate for Circular Spheres. They are at a man disadvantage now, but Gooft could easily change that. Yeah, so they've got no idea. He's got himself back in, but Josh has got his team back into it. 4v2. Big advantage now for Homeless. But guess who it is on the defensive side? It's Pinku and Jakenna. You could not ask for a better duo to try and clutch up
Oh, not only that, but they're both running some lethal 1.5x scopes on some very good guns as well. So you really have to be cautious as you approach this final 45 seconds if you are on the side of Team Homeless. Drones going out into the site will spot Pinku in his position, but he can carefully rotate back inside of Fountain.
Time is ticking now, Mandy. Homeless need to be cautious not to let it slip too far. A flash goes in. How does Pinku get this? How is he so consistent? He's not far from backing up the rest of his team now. It's Jakenna loses his head. Pinku now in the 1v2. Down from that 1v3. Quiz knows where he is. Juicy forcing that diffuser down. The 90 cam is still up. Quiz can thankfully lock out the round for Homeless and finally get them on the scoreboard.
Nice composure from Quiz to remain inside of that Beeper's position, juggle the two angles, and eventually take down Pinku to close out the round for Homeless. Playing a pretty slow take in towards CCTV, but they really did not need to take all that much map control in the end, just going down inside of Customs, coming up the main stairs, getting that breach open, easy as he does it, and finding some picks along the way. The thing about these Circular Spheres players, Dev, I don't know if you would agree with this, but I feel like the Circular Spheres players go to the Homeless players.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like Homeless really need to attack much of the map because they're
defending.
Yes,
even when they're on
yes,
attack.
Precisely. it's Homeless just need to get to the map. They just need to get outside the building, and then they go, now hang on a moment, where are our friends on the other side?
There's not been a single round where all of the engagements have happened inside the building.
This is
right?
true.
Every single round, Circular Spheres have gotten at least one player who was on a balcony or outside.
Yeah, 100%. These guys like to do some flying out of windows. These guys want to attack even when they don't attack. But in fact, they need to protect the bomb sites. And unfortunately, or actually quite fortunately, they've done it twice.
You know what they say, the best defense is a good offense.
Oh,
and I think that is the mantra here for Circular Spheres. And it loops me back to the operator Vita. Right? Have a look at what they've done. They've got rid of the Azami. This is an operator that's great for fortifying positions and playing that kind of like 300 IQ player style that we would expect from the experienced guys at Homeless. But Circular Spheres don't want Azami because they want to be flinging themselves at the enemy.
Exactly.
And Azami is more about playing positions. That's not their strength. That's not what they want to do.
Exactly. For Circular Spheres, it's about being mobile, not being static. That's boring. We don't do that here in Border. Anyway, going over back to this bathroom and Teller's defense, which they previously defended successfully. If I'm not incorrect, that was the attempt at the plants from Juicy and OJ. This time, though, Juicy has decided to bring along the Monty, which excites me as he makes his way in towards this break room doorway. The Wee-Woo to give away his position. No one just to follow behind him quite yet, though.
Oh, Quiz has punished Jakenna, though, at the top of these stairs.
Every time you get to the building and there is a defender there.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time.
Circular Spheres do not let anyone get near their building, let alone bomb site, without a fight. Thing is, that is the third round in a row now that Circular Spheres have forfeited the opening kill.
That being said, they don't seem to feel any fear in a man disadvantage.
No.
They are absolutely relentless at holding on to the control that they like to. Now, we have seen a bit of discipline from them. Occasionally they do, in fact, like to fall off. So it's not like every single thing they do is ill-advised. They still do give some respect to Homeless, but they certainly hold on for quite a long time, don't they?
Yeah, they have far more guts than any other team that I have seen. These players, while they do sometimes give their opponents respect, they absolutely do not lack for confidence. Here comes a breach onto the Teller's wall. Just have a look at this from Circular Spheres, though. Once again, they're not interested in actually playing the bomb site.
Oh, they could absolutely get this plant down. Juicy just has to put the shield on his back, get it down nice and easy. It's even aided by OJ on that Capital, but a player just around the corner could take him down.
Here comes Pinku. He's the star fragger for Circular Spheres. And the docket is opened now for CS. They found two. They found another one. Retake is the name of the game, and it may be all they need. Pinku is covering. Josh now has to deny the plan. He can't. And there's too many Circular Spheres players once again. Another successful retake. That's 2 for 2 on Tellers.
Unfortunately, the cover just not quite successful for Homeless, as they were able to get the bomb down in quite a precarious position. From there, Juicy was pretty much stuck there, right? Like, what could he have done to be able to get himself out? Unfortunately, eventually taken down by Japer, and without the cover inside that big lobby position, there was no way he was getting out safely, and poor Josh, left all alone on the top floor, had to go for a Hail Mary play, jumping off the balcony, and couldn't collect the kill onto the player defusing. Circular Spheres 3 up. It's exciting for them on the defense.
Bryn, can we see the Circular Spheres cameras for a second again? I just thought I saw something there for a second that keen viewers might have spotted. What is on Goof's bed?
Oh my goodness. That is a body pillow with OJ's face in it. That is filthy. That is disgusting.
I really did not need to see that.
I don't think I need to. You asked for it. What on earth are you talking about? What do you mean you didn't need to see that?
I saw it say OJ and I was like, what is that?
Curiosity has absolutely killed you.
Yeah, it's killed the cat.
It's killed the cat. It's in your head now. That's an image that's in your head that you're not going to be able to get out yet.
I have nothing but regret.
Yeah.
All right, CS.
Spain without the S.
Big advantage now. 3 rounds to 1 on their defensive border. I'm pretty scared here for Homeless,
Me
Mandy.
too. Yeah, I'm feeling nervous.
Also, like, when they switch to their defense, they don't have Azami.
No.
And that's one of the massive tools that I would have said players like Juicy and Josh would play so well with.
Oh,
Guys, get a new CC cam. Look at this. Some serious... I don't even want to call it banter. Like, that's BN in the chat.
That ain't banter. That is just straight fire, honestly.
We
This
can
guy
see-
is going for it.
Despite the Solus being banned, there are 3 drones in the prep phase from Homeless taken down. Circular Spheres have read into these pre-placed.
Oh dear. Circular Spheres are so on the ball. They want to hold as external of the map as possible, even taking down the drones that will aid the attackers from getting their way in. Once again, same philosophy for Homeless, starting out on this southern side of the balcony, getting foothold in Easters, looking for that break room control, but of course, once again, Japer to meet them, the first point of contest on the other side.
This balcony is not a safe place for any attacker when Circular Spheres play this aggressive hold. Another drone taken down. Physics is the one to hold on the line at 90. No shield or anything to play behind. Look at that. Jacana continues to run out from the CC door to contest that balcony. He has no fear. Physics, oh my god! Desperately dueling. Not able to secure anything as of yet, and Homeless have managed to take some ground.
And there we go. At last, that 90 wall getting open will force all of the Circular Spheres players away from that 90 hold. We also have alert going down in the ground floor from OJ, able to collect one onto Gift, but not before being traded through the wall. That's Japer collecting a wallbang onto OJ.
Seriously?
Yeah, that was through the wall inside of Passport. That was crazy,
right.
hey.
I don't know how these guys do it.
Aware.
They are aware. But man advantage now for Homeless as this top floor has been completely taken away. My question is information now for the defenders. They've got the Valkyrie. They even have the Mozzie. Try and get some cams, get some information. There's no C4 available for Japer to get that vertical game going, but at least they can start to read into where the push is coming from.
And for Juicy as well, on that IGLing roll, it's going to be about converting this execute, right? You've got the mid-round control, vertical established. Now you've got to come to your team exactly what execute you're going to go for. And not only that, but you have to worry about the moment that the Circular Spheres players start to get active and decide to regress and do something silly. So there's a lot to worry about if you're Homeless trying to plan this execute.
Well, there's no mid-round left to play with for Homeless. As that diffuser is going down, it'll need to be another retake called upon for Circular Spheres. Josh takes down Jacana. 2 players left. It's Pinku. Still up. Peeking the main door. Spots the player. Goes for the re-peek, but Josh has got his number. And Juicy to lock it in with the bearing 9. A second attack win now for Homeless as they finally begin to break through.
I like that one a lot more from Homeless that time. They took a bit more time to plan out exactly what they wanted to go for the execute. They weren't as hasty, let's say. In that previous round where they tried to go for that cheeky breach on the plant inside of Tells, it didn't work because they didn't establish themselves in the map. That time, they took a lot more time in the mid-round to make sure they had the vertical, they had the drones, they had the plays in the right position, and then Juicy went for the plan. So I think just a little bit less haste, a little bit more caution I think is the name of the game against these Circular Spheres players.
And to me, from Circular Spheres, I actually feel like it's almost the opposite story. Like we
100%.
saw, they fell off Armory completely. I think it was 4v4, and the only engagement that had actually occurred was downstairs, right?
Yeah.
That was the OJ hunting down Goof before being traded back. But Homeless, once they had put enough pressure on Circular Spheres, they completely forfeited the top floor. Obviously, it's a hard thing to call out, right? Because Circular Spheres don't want to contest too long up top, overstay their welcome and lose their man advantage. But I think they need to lean into their strength, which is contesting. And just keep contesting. And the more you forfeit, right, the more opportunity you give to Homeless to set up these post-plant positions.
The other thing I want to point out that Circular Spheres are so good at, and a lovely observer Sky has highlighted for us, is just how good they are at hunting drones. I think consistently, every single drone phase, we've seen them hunt down at least 2, maybe 3 out of the 5 drones. That's already pretty good in a competitive setting, right? In a competitive setting, a lot of your players are leaving your drone outside the building because it's a bit scary to get it in, especially on a map like Border, where it's kind of hard to get your drone into the right spot without running it through a high traffic area, right? So Circular Spheres doing a fantastic job at closing out that early game intel, and then that's compounding later on, right? They don't have any, they're starved of intel for the late round to plan that execute.
But I like that Homeless have been leaning into this Lion. I've seen a lot of Circular Spheres players disrespecting the Lion, as I'm unsurprised to see they continue to peek and continue to push while being spotted, but it does at least give information to Homeless. Once again, an opening for Homeless. That's 5 of the 6 rounds, but once again, it is also traded on back. The story continues here, Mandy.
He's in, and then Jakenna's like, I got my one arm Eldy. Keep them guessing, see whether Homeless catch on to the fact that he is no longer there and is in fact all the way back inside of CCTV. How'd he get there so quick? He's Oryx, imagine that.
They always keep you guessing, don't they, these CS guys? Now a re-drone using the Yana Gemini from player. He's checked it and seen that most of Office is seemingly clear, but it is, of course, this balcony, CCTV, and 90 that Circular Spheres are holding onto for dear life. And with that many 1.5x scopes, it's just so hard to clear out. Instead, Homeless turning some attention to the bomb site.
Not a bad idea from Homeless. Instead of trying to actually go for this clear, they're going to go for a more direct take and let the defenders walk into your line of sight as they try to re-aggress. Japer's thankfully able to trade one back onto Josh, but his player coming through 90 hallway.
Oh, and he's been spotted, however, and Japer almost finds him on that boost spot. Low HP now, vulnerable to just one shot on one of these rifles on the attacking side. He's retaken the mezzanine as Homeless begin their execute. The plan's starting to go down, but Pinku and Physics, they've got the clean house, and they can lock down the site. Circular Spheres take a well-deserved drink after a 4-2 half.
Once again, not a bad concept from Homeless to go for a direct take onto the site once you're in the numbers disadvantage. You no longer want to play that trade game on the roam clear because you don't really have the numbers up to send bodies in like that, right? So you want to go for something a little more special, something more achievable with less numbers. And so trying to go for these pocket executes that punish the fact that there is no defenders left on the bomb site isn't a bad idea, but they're never quite ready for that retake because the Circular Spheres players are so lethal.
Genuine question, Mandy. Like, is it lazy analysis for me to say that the reason Circular Spheres won that was because they just won 2 1v1s against the guys covering the
I think
diffuser?
that's exactly right.
They're literally
That's
just
it.
better.
That is literally it. Yeah, honestly. Like, when you go for a desperate execute like that, you have to rely on the fact that those players on those cutoff and holding positions are going to win whatever line of sight that they are holding. And when they lose, it kind of all falls apart because you don't have redundancy, right? You're down in the man count. What can you do? It's not a bad idea, but just a lot has to go right for an idea like that to work.
And you just can't ever count out a gunfight against a CS player. They're just so sharp, all of these guys. It's really funny. A lot of people view these guys as, like, you know, the ranked demons or whatever. Like that, I feel like there's an air of kind of disrespect in that they're not like the household names. They're not the old guard. They don't play regular Sieves. They're so aggressive. But they have this brand of Siege that leans into their strengths like something else. And you can't discredit the brain power that they have, right? They're hunting drones like crazy. They know how to play aggressively, but they don't play stupidly.
I think that's exactly the right way to describe them. I feel like they all know what to do individually as players, right? There's not like one player that you can point out to Circular Spheres and you go, That guy's got no clue what he's going on about. You know, he's just in for the ride. No. All 5 of them, I think, make really good micro decisions that allow them to just be in the right positions. And although they don't have these crazy macro strats that hold on to the entire map or anything like that, they've got like relatively good decision making. And the thing is, they do it as like a 2 or a 3 or whatever. And it's just everyone's kind of doing the same thing. That's the main thing for these Circular Spheres guys. They kind of all have the same brand of playstyle, and that's why it works so well for them.
Yeah, you can't say this guy's the support, this guy's the fragger, because they're all fraggers. But Gooft has been taken out. Circular Spheres incredibly separated. Jakenna and Pinku trying to hunt down OJ here inside of server to equalize the numbers. There's really a malicious amount of lurking going on here by Circular Spheres. They just get in the map, post up, and wait for a player to walk by.
Info to follow through as well, but it seems like OJ's position has not been found. He can take down Pinku and now push the man count even higher for Homeless. 5 on 3 and now 5 on 2 as Josh can triple down onto Japo.
This is a very awkward attack now. The lurk was promising but unsuccessful. And have a look, mate. There is a player looking right at you, OJ. Must have missed the scanner there.
Winnable, I think, honestly, for Circular Spheres. And nade to follow through. That's almost a sync onto Juicy. Just ticks away at his health a little bit. Diffuser as well in the hands of Physics. Oh, Juicy's absolutely a dead man. About to be backstabbed from behind. There we go, AK in hand. Now 2 on 2.
No way. Surely not winnable here. Quiz, unfortunately a miscall clearly from Physics, as he has let his teammate die. Now a 2v1 for Homeless. Physics has the sight. Homeless has the control. Quiz has the revolver. Stone cold killers here for Homeless. Nothing like any semblance of laughter. They're just focused, lasered in to try and get this advantage back.
They want to get this one done, Dev. They do not want to go down without a fight to these Circular Spheres players, of course. Keep in mind, Homeless, they have a bit of a name inside of the scene. They're, of course, some of the ex-Knights players. They do have something that they want to retain here within the OCE League. But for Circular Spheres, they have got absolutely nothing to lose. They want to make a name for themselves, in fact, as they start to run away with this map a little bit. 4-3 scoreline now, and of course they are on the attacking half of border. That does scare me a little bit for Homeless.
Honestly, it's constantly scary going against Circular Spheres. I'd say they have one of the scariest play styles. Yeah. You can go up against a team that makes you feel helpless because they're so good at their teamwork and their droning and their utility, and that does make you feel hopeless and helpless. But going up against a team that just peaks everything, that brings 2v4s back into almost winnable 1v1s, these are the things that absolutely tilt you out of your brain.
That's not cool.
When guys on Circular Spheres are getting in the all chat after hunting down your drones, telling you they know where your cams are, that is tilting. And so that's why I think you're not seeing a lot of smiles and rainbows on the Homeless guys' faces. It's not because they don't think they can win this, it's because it's just so hard to have a laugh when you're going up against this brand of Siege.
Not only that, but just having a look at the scorelines, so you're saying one of the standout plays for Homeless was Player, right? He's currently going 1-5, and he was playing that entry role on the attack, so clearly something not going quite right for Homeless in the early game would indicate to me that Circular Spheres, they've just been so on the ball with these early game engagements, whether it was on their defense, and they were taking the peaks, they were taking the fights that they wanted to on the entry now, but even on the attack as well, they get into the building so quickly.
Homeless haven't got any presence inside of Customs at the moment. That's allowed Jakenna to get in. This could be a perfect nade. Just lucky there. Really, the timing could have been half a second off and Quiz would be a dead man. Instead, he survives, and that does give some information out of Homeless that there's a lurker below. They clearly have the info as well on OJ. Oh, just narrowly. Is he going to... Oh, it's OJ to win the fight. I thought that Jakenna had that one in the bag, but yet another opening death there for Circular Spheres.
And Jakenna just totally got a taste of his own medicine as well, right? Yeah. That was the Oryx dashing in, doing a little one-tap, and getting right out of there. Yep, we outie. That is what Oryx is all about. Now they have a bit of establishment inside of the CCTV part of the map, so not bad progression so far for Circular Spheres, but it's about then converting this mid-round. Are they going to start working on the wall, or are they going to translate it over to this office side of the map?
The scary thing about playing against Circular Spheres, you can't make assumptions, right? Like, there's no player in Fountain for Homeless right now, and so Circular Spheres, in theory, could just, swing out of 90.
They could be there.
Yeah, they could be there, right?
Never know.
And most of the time, you just assume that there's no one in, like, a silly position or unlikely position, but you can't assume against Circular Spheres. As they're lurking, looking for another pick. I'm not sure where that hard breach has started to go down from Physics. Is that on that main wall? It is indeed, so starting to really put some pressure on this Armory side, while still having pressure elsewhere. OJ continuing to deal damage on the roam, and Circular Spheres are falling flat.
Oh, look at that as well. Josh can wrap around the back of this take that Circular Spheres are trying to do, and Juicy as well on the bomb site. They are now sandwiched between the two X-Knight stars of this Homeless roster. 30 seconds left to go. It's not looking so good for Circular Spheres.
Players looking for a second kill, but OJ is lapping them all up himself. Japer, nice little headshot there. A 1v5 becoming a 1v4. He's already low HP. He gets that diffuser back. Josh, I think a 3K on the round for him. And a big round there for Homeless to tie up the scoreline. 4 rounds apiece and 2 defenses in a row here for Homeless. Circular Spheres yet to find any success on their attack.
Big round there from OJ and Josh, both of the roamers of this Homeless lineup, as they were able to wrap their way through this ground floor. There we go, both kills from OJ, in fact, on the ground floor, and back through the mezzanine, which is exactly what Josh was able to do. Lack of flank drones, I think, for this Circular Spheres roster meant that those 2 positions were quite easy to retake for the roamers of Homeless, able to even up the scoreline now, 4-4.
Mandy, isn't it crazy? In the very first round, we had Pinku getting a spawn peak. Every single round since, Homeless has found the opening pick.
Yeah.
And a lot of those have been traded back either directly or by an exchange elsewhere in the map. But that is 7 rounds in a row from Homeless of opening kills.
That's crazy. There you go.
That would be, like, in any game, that would be a massive misnomer and a huge enigma. But I think it just goes to show that Circular Spheres, they never get less confident. They always continue to play this real heavy, peaky play style. They love to get themselves into dangerous positions.
That kind of completely throws my point about player out the window as well. I was saying he was 1-5, so entry player, that means they're struggling on the entry. But if your stats are correct, if your numbers are right...
Well, the thing is, I feel like these aren't traditional entries. This is border, right?
Exactly.
It's a Jakenna like sneaking his way downstairs for a lurk and OJ finding him. Like, it's not a simple entry roamer kind of exchange. Fortunately, now for Homeless, they lose a player.
Oh, you've willed him out of the server. The moment that you said OJ's name, he went whoop.
I gassed him up.
You did. Unfortunate. But yeah, like you said, honestly, this game has really about the establishment of the lurks throughout both halves, I think. Like you said, it was really Josh and OJ, both of those guys, playing the lurking operators to try and close that early round out for Homeless. Same thing with Circular Spheres as well, right? It's been the rampant defenses, those rampant roams. Player, the moment that we criticize him, of course, picks up another one for himself, 2-5, not too bad. 2 minutes on the clock, though, for Circular Spheres. They start to get some of this control inside of jail.
They look so much less put together on their attacking side, don't they, Circular Spheres? I mean, they were gifted a 4v5 due to OJ disconnecting, and yet they've still lost the opening engagements.
Well, I think the thing about attacking, right, is that you need to do something.
Well, I think the thing with Circular Spheres attacking is they like to get in the building and then wait for the defenders to walk past.
Here we go. C4 on the ground. Just sink onto Japer. Nice from Juicy to be able to collect that info. And then off the back, Gooft has gone for a lurk inside of the main door.
He's in sight, though.
There he is.
Is it a lurk if he's in sight? We'll have to argue over semantics later. At the minute, Gooft is trying to put the round on his back. Oh, and he has found Quiz now, too. Disaster strikes for Homeless. They had everything. And Gooft has stolen it away. Player, he's on for the retake upstairs, but Pinku is aware. Josh, the last one standing, and not bad. A 3v5 to a 3v0. The Circular Spheres to get back on it.
Unfortunate for Juicy. Unfortunately, he cannot just do it all.
No, he can't.
He cannot do it all. He can give info to his roamers on the top floor, but he's also the one lone player on the bomb site as well. And as soon as Juicy goes down, that opens up the entire bomb site, as is the way that Juicy likes to play it. And then Gooft fully capitalized on that moment. No need to send in another drone. Just use your game sense to know that the bomb site is now his. He claims that, is able to collect 2, I believe it was 3 more in fact for Guft. Circular Spheres fully capitalizing on that opportunity to close out the rounds.
I feel like you're really onto something here, Mandy, about the way Circular Spheres play on their attacks, right?
Yeah.
Because they always seem to just get in the building and go for a lurk, right? For better or for worse. Unfortunately, this game mostly for worse. But the real difference that round was instead of just looking for a freebie somewhere, they actually looked for an opening, looked for an opportunity. And it actually reminds me a lot of what we've seen from some other regions. I'm particularly thinking about Japan and Korea because those regions, like let's talk about a team like D+, right? It's Yas, who's always like looking for a play.
Don't tell me about Yas. Do not tell me about Yas. Yas is such a hard player to keep track of, honestly.
Because he's always just lurking around the map looking for an opportunity. And then he's like, all right, guys, I see that there's only 1 on site. We are all 5 just going to execute right now. It's 1 minute and a half to go. Let's do it. That's kind of what Goof did there.
Exactly right. In a way it is. I think that's exactly the thing for Circular Spheres. They're not all that good at getting things done on the map one by one.
Sequentially,
Not sequentially. They're not really a sequential
they're not
team.
A checkbox team.
No, they're not a checkbox team
they're
at
a
all.
lurk, find an advantage, and then convert team.
Yes, correct.
But they could be an identify a weakness and execute team.
Yes, they could be. They certainly could be.
Take the leaf out of that book.
Yeah.
We're in a
Very
technical
cool.
pause right
we
now,
are in
by
a
the way,
technical
just
pause.
because obviously we're sitting here having a bit of a yarn. And OJ's back! Rejoice! The king has returned.
I think the thing about the Circular Spheres roster and what makes them so lethal, even on these attacks where they're not necessarily playing regular Siege, is that they really like to probe the entire map, right? There's sort of 2 ways to think about attacking, especially on border. You can either actually try and clear the map in this really linear way, do the steps. Now it's a bit more complicated than that, but the whole idea is you have 5 players with 1 mission. Or you can have 2 or 3 players segmented off doing their own mission and see who finds success in what they're trying to do, right? And then you want to capitalize off the back of that. Now, the important thing about the homeless defense, in my opinion, is that a big hole is that Juicy is often the lone player on the bomb site, no matter what bomb site is there. And so being able to find that anchor, take him out, and then immediately capitalize on that is really going to work out in the favor of Circular Spheres. And that's exactly what Guft was able to do in that previous round. So maybe you're onto something.
I think we're both onto something.
I think we're both onto something.
What if we...
I feel like we're delirious, to be honest.
What if we pulled our things that we are onto together so that we were both combining forces? We might be onto 2 things.
Or we could just be onto the same thing.
Maybe we're onto the same thing. It's probably more likely. You know, two eyes are better than one, they say.
You really only had 1 coffee today, haven't you?
I have not had my second coffee, and I am suffering. And unfortunately, everyone listening is as well.
We are absolutely delirious. Circular Spheres are mounting yet another attack. I see Japer with that Candela in his hand and the diffuser too, and that scares me.
Yeah, this is akin to what we were talking about. Maybe they are going to identify a weakness and start to execute. You know what else has crept up on me, Mandy?
What has crept up on you?
Circular Spheres, if they win any more rounds this game, take a point away from Homeless. Remember, this is the fight for second. Only 1 team will look to challenge Bliss, and it's going to be whoever wins this game.
Oh, look at this as well from Circular Spheres. I love this. The 3-man stampede to sweep across the map from inside of Armory, but Josh is there and ready for it.
Yeah, big play from him. He's going for a flank. We've seen him do this before, but Gooft has found OJ. Player caught out by the grenade. And the explosion from Circular Spheres begins on this top floor. Quiz, the next player to hold on. Josh tempted to go for this flank, but we're pretty aware of the fact that Circular Spheres are aware and are cautious of it.
I actually don't mind this from Josh. Josh reading into the fact that Circular Spheres, they didn't do so well in the flank drones department in the previous round and trying to look for the same kind of play. Juicy as well, reclaiming the space inside of Workshop, is able to claim his pick onto Gift. And what scares me here is Josh's position inside of 90. He seems pretty undetected.
Yeah, and there's also a pre-placed C4, I believe, inside of... Yeah, so Sky's just zooming in. There's a pre-placed C4 right here. And there's got to be a Valkyrie camera ready for someone to make my favorite call out, the Mango call, saying blow that C4 right now for a freebie. Physics may be close to walking over it. Surely this is the moment. Oh, the C4 detonates. He just slipped past it. The second one detonates and he slips past that as well. Pinku has managed to catch Josh and it's all fallen apart now. Out of nowhere, Circular Spheres. They found themselves on match point.
They're looking pretty good on this attack half, aren't they, Dev? Love what they were able to do there. 3-man push into the top floor. They went for that, I suppose, very ambitious clear, I think, into that mirror window, able to sink a nade there, was able to really open up that top floor from there. Not only that, but they were able to convert that into some ground floor control as well. So like the circular spheres that we know, they are super good at taking advantage of opportunities throughout the entire map, right? And they do it with such haste as well. And I think off the back of these players just being super quick to make that rotation, to be active in these gunfights, even though there was a bit of attrition through the mid-round in the picks, Juicy, I keep in mind, was reclaiming that space inside a workshop. In the end, the Circular Spheres players were diligent enough to keep playing those gunfights and eventually close out the round.
It's just starting to sink in for me, Mandy. Isn't this just utterly ridiculous? We were amazed when Circular Spheres were able to take down Wildcard. And then as Wildcard continued, we thought, well, maybe we just got a little bit too ahead of ourselves in how we rated that team. Now we're seeing Circular Spheres with a match point and having guaranteed taken 1 point from this game up against Homeless, the remnants of the Knights roster that were the reigning champions last year. This is huge. This has enormous ramifications on the standings. Right now, Bliss is in first place. Circular Spheres in second on 10 points with the 1 point they've got from this game. And then Wildcard, and then Homeless down on 9. Now, whoever wins this game will take second place no matter what. But Homeless has quite a trek to get there.
I'm going to try to get a bit meta with this conversation, right? So bear with me. I think the thing that makes Circular Spheres so strong is that even though they don't have the craziest macro strategy, they're super good in the tactics of Siege, in my opinion. There's a bit of a difference between tactics and strategy, and I know that's a really small distinction to make, but the thing that Circular Spheres are really good at doing is combining 2 or 3 players to a smaller idea rather than playing the entire map in a holistic way, right? And I think in the current way that the OCE League is shaping up, there are so many of these immature teams that these ideas from Circular Spheres are so good to very slowly cut down these defenses. Now, Gufta's just made his way in with that Ash license inside of CCTV and can very cleanly take out Quiz. Match point, not looking good for Homeless.
Circular Spheres can taste it. They're so damn close to collecting yet another massive scalp here in the Oceanic League. Jakenna creeping up forward. Is there anything on his doorway? Is there a proximity alarm? Anything to stop him from sending it on forward? He's made his way inside. Surely player has absolutely no clue. It's a huge pick now for Jakenna. And a round left wanting for Josh. A 1v4 is called upon. He cannot get it done. They took down Wildcard. We said it might have been a fluke. Now they've taken out Homeless. And second place in the Oceanic League. Touching distance of Bliss ahead of them. And their major chances still well and truly alive.
And there is absolutely no doubt in our minds that Circular Spheres are starting to become a staple roster inside of this OCE League. We pinned them down as underdogs from day 1. It is now day 5, and they are still holding on to that second place. That flawless run that they had was absolutely no fluke. These guys are lethal.
Just one player on this team has played at an OCN level before, and that is Jakenna. Last year, for a very short stint, to mixed to not great success, right? These were the ultimate underdogs of our league, and yet they have dominated some of the best teams that we have seen come out of Oceanic Siege for quite some time. Homeless, Wildcard, taken down by Circular Spheres. They're only 3 points behind Bliss now.
Scary stuff. If Bliss drop the ball in the next couple days, we could be sending Circular Spheres to the major, which would be crazy stuff. These guys...
sounds like a joke. It's just...
No, but the thing is, it's not a joke. This is reality, Deb. We are in Circular Spheres' world. We're just living in it. Really. These guys as well, still Orgless as well, still looking for a home.
Someone pick these guys
Someone
up,
pick these guys up, please.
And on that note, we'll toss it back to Rob and those 2 clowns on the desk.
Yeah, I think someone's going to have to find a home for these 2 boys. Jake's in the doghouse at the moment.
Whose doghouse?
The missus.
Oh, why? What did he do?
What did I do?
Too much cake.
Oh.
Wasn't that?
I was just born that way.
Maybe you were born that way. And so too, apparently, Circular Spheres, they're born with a cutthroat bone in their body that just will not go away.
Yeah, big result for them against a team that has a lot of experience, a lot of that sort of veteranship. I did say Portup's going to be a good map for Circular Spheres, and it obviously played out that way, but I thought I'd get a little bit more out of Homeless in that game.
Oh, for sure. I was a little bit disappointed, actually. I think maybe I read a little bit too much into Homeless coming into this, but, you know, they had the core 3 from Night Stage 2 last year. I thought that was going to be enough, especially picking up a brain like OJ and a player like Player. Oh, God. I genuinely thought, guys, that was going to tip them over the edge. This is a map that they're very much used to, but just Circular Spheres on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, they did just fall short, really. But at the end of the day, well, at least I theorized, right, that we saw Circular Spheres in that Bliss game. Scoreline was a little bit lopsided, but they showed really, really good signs. And I think a lot of what they learned in that game transitioned across into this one. And we saw some of their star players really step up. Jake Henner in that first half, for instance, super impactful. So we came to expect that, and he came through really nicely. And then they were just able to close it out in a really clinical manner. And I think a lot of teams perhaps in that position against a team like Homeless would sometimes struggle to close out that game, right? But they did it in such a defiant and definitive fashion. And they have a pretty easy run home now as well, Circular Spheres. So they'll really be banking on Bliss to slip up. The unfortunate thing is, and we'll probably dive into this a little bit later with the standings, so I'll just briefly touch on it. They need Bliss to really stuff up big time because they have such a huge round differential gap that even if they lose a game, it's going to be really hard for Circular Spheres to make up that difference, right? Like, it's literally the case of plus 24 on Team Bliss at the moment, plus 9 Circular Spheres. So I think it might even be impossible at this stage. So I don't want to call
possible because there's 2 games that obviously Bliss have to play. So in theory, it's actually not about matching their score. It's about hoping that actually Bliss don't get 2 wins.
So you're hoping
that they get like a loss and an OT win or something.
Yeah, it would have to be pretty insane circumstances.
Yeah,
but it's still very much possible, and that's the key thing. Circular Spheres have bounced back from what would have been a really devastating result, knowing the implications, and they have kept any chance alive.
Carlton's Knights, Wildcard, those are the last 2 for Bliss.
Yep.
So, not impossible. I mean, if there's 2 teams, if you're Circular Spheres that you may be banking on causing an upset, I'll tell you what, like, at least there's something there. No disrespect, but it's not like Bliss is going to play, you know, Mammoth or Aerial Arise in the last 2 games, right? So, I mean, there is a little bit of a chance, but all I can say is for Circular Sphere Stage 1, they should be very happy with finishing second because I think that's what they're on course for now, right? They play Aerial Arise and NQS. You would imagine they'll get the job done there rather comfortably. Puts them in a really good position going into the break before then Stage 2. So, yeah, they might not make the major. They'll get good money. They'll get really good experience and they'll put themselves in a position to look to improve in the break and really challenge in Stage 2. And obviously, we'll be penciling in all future Circular Spheres and Bliss matches, that's for sure. And who knows what, you know, things will look like. It's a shame we don't get kind of like a proper BO3 match between those 2. But in fairness, Bliss won 7-3 on Border last time, and it was very
convincing.
And it was very convincing, especially in the second half. So ultimately, you can't really feel like you're dismayed with that result. So obviously, for Circular Spheres, they'll know that they're that 1 step below Bliss, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And look, to be fair, I think every team is going to be 1 step below Bliss. I think we came into this knowing that Bliss were going to have the advantage, having the history that they do, picking up the roster that they've got now. You know, Jigsaw's back in, Sage has joined, Brendo has proven his worth. Oda and Fisho just continue to show their maturity and show their ability in the server. So I do feel like, you know, there was always going to be that 1 step ahead. Now, for me, it's about how far are they ahead, right? We know that they've beaten these teams. Now, with the last 2 games that Bliss have, that's a big question mark for me. And I think building off what we've had this stage, every team has improved, I would actually say, quite significantly. I think Circular Spheres might be the only team that hasn't needed to improve to get to a competitive level, Guz. And looking, you know, really at a big picture for probably Homeless, I'd say, it does feel like a little bit disappointing for them, especially considering where they've come from.
Yeah, I mean, you pencil Bliss in, number 1. The question leading into this league was going to be who's the one to challenge them, or who will be the couple of teams maybe to challenge them. And we'd probably agree that it was Wildcard and most likely Homeless. Circular Spheres were not initially in that discussion. We thought they'd do okay. They did well off Challenger League, but they have played a brand of Siege that we certainly did not expect and really should now be finishing second in this league. So that really brings into question, especially Wildcard, a more established team, and Homeless, who had the pedigree, I think, to be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, and you wonder then as well, is it a case for Wildcard that maybe some things didn't quite go their way this stage? So where are they really at? Is it actually a bit more of a comparable level that they're kind of close to Circular Spheres, and they just kind of got done on the day, and they've just had a couple of scrappy games just not quite go their way. Homeless, obviously, where are they kind of at moving forward as well after this kind of result? You put them below Circular Spheres because I think that Circular
for
Spheres
sure, they've proved
the
that.
better team. So as we're kind of obviously getting through the stage, lo and behold, no surprise, we're starting to figure out where these teams actually sit. I know, shocking, isn't it, really? Bliss 1, Circular Spheres, I think right now hold the mantle as a clear number 2.
Yep.
And then I think still probably Homeless 3 because Wildcard, again, shaky today against arguably the worst team in the league. So I think that's probably the order of the top 4. You'd put Carlton's Knights maybe 5th with the way they're going since Vinny's...
Why not?
Why not? With the way they're going.
Why not?
So that's at least the beauty of what Stage 1's about. And people have got to remember as well, for the Oceanic League, we missed Stage 3 last year.
Yes.
We didn't have it. So it was a big break. So we were a little bit sort of unsure, besides Bliss, where everyone else kind of sat. And obviously we've got really good idea now. And it'll be very intriguing to see what stage. I sound like we're wrapping up Stage 1.
I know, basically. I mean, at this point,
But
we
are in the tail end, to be fair.
That is, in fairness, sort of, unless Bliss slip up, like that's everything I think pretty locked in.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But, a lot of questions have been answered, but not enough of them. And we've got someone to answer a few more. Jake Kenner welcomes into the broadcast.
Jakey.
Jake, mate, it's been a hot minute since we last saw you. How you been feeling? Obviously, we got to speak to Japer last week, and I think the performance that Circular Spheres have continued to show over the course of this stage has been nothing short of impressive. So where's the team at mentally?
It feels quite good to get this win, but it's still really annoying we lost to Bliss, and the major chances probably out for us. I don't think Bliss lose another game from here.
They look pretty sharp,
But
don't they?
yeah, at the same time, I think we've done really well for where we started, so can't be disappointed.
Jay, I'll just say before anyone else asks any questions, you've blown us completely out of the water here because I wasn't entirely sure where Circular Spheres were going to be. You're really the only player on this roster with proven T1 experience, so the fact that you've stepped into it's quite incredible. Before Jake asks his question, are you in a bat cave by any chance?
No, I'm not. I'm in my room.
You're not a crime fighter at night by any chance?
No, only in the server.
Not bad from you, mate.
Jake, you've got yourselves into a really good position. I know top spot is what gets you to a major, but second place is obviously probably still the most prize money we've actually had in this region for some time. In your years gone by, it wouldn't be that much, but it's a pretty good little payday this year. But when you guys were put together, and obviously you kind of joined into this team along with Pinku, when you joined this roster, did you think this was where you guys would be at in Stage 1, or did you think it would maybe take a bit of time to get to this level, maybe a Stage 2?
Honestly didn't have any expectations, but we always hold ourselves in the highest regard. And, we went into every game thinking we were about to make the major and this game is going to be easy. And we're going to, we had the winning mentality every time we go into the server. So I think this is the expected result in our head. But in, reality, I think we've done very well and exceeded common expectations.
Now, looking ahead, Jake, you have Aerial Rise tomorrow and then NQS to close things out. How do you approach 2 games, which should be pretty easy, considering that you could still finish first if Bliss slip up?
We take every game the same. It doesn't matter whether we're versing Shaco or anyone. We will take every game the same. We'll stay locked in as we have every game. And yeah, hopefully we should clean up.
Jesus, simple. Isn't
Sounds
it?
like Juicy.
Yeah. There's a script that you've already written in the background. Did Juicy potentially give you media training? Look, Jake Kenner, obviously a couple of great performances that we've seen from you guys so far. I don't know whether you heard these two boys just before you came in, but obviously we're kind of looking at the entire Circular Spheres roster as being concrete second in the league and in the region right now. So huge congratulations to you and everything that you've done.
And they need an org.
Yeah, now you need an org. That's what we've got to
We
get
do need
you.
an org.
And on that topic, would you like to say anything before we let you go?
Just shout out to my team. The boys are so good. And shout out to Shen, our biggest supporter. And that's all.
Who's Shen?
Oh, that's top secret, mate.
Better not be someone's mum. I'm telling you right now, Jake. I'm telling you right now.
It might be.
Yeah, I bloody well knew it. I bloody well knew it. This is a PG show. Jay Kenner, thank you very much for joining us, mate. We will see you next week.
Hopefully, boys.
Well, I mean, we might even see him tomorrow night. Sorry, I've.
Is it actually a PG show though?
No, it's absolutely.
I don't
not.
think
It's
it
actually
is.
R18.
What have you done? Have you broken it?
The hammer's on the floor, mate.
That's
Pick it up.
pretty-
Come
it's
on.
pretty disrespectful.
Hammer's on the floor.
Oh, it's got to be
like-
heavy. Actually, give us a lift.
Oh, jeez, buddy, you gotta. You gotta.
No,
let
I
me
can't.
know
I
when
can't.
you're
Rob,
gonna
I
do
can't.
that. Sorry. But...
Jeez.
I feel very sorry for the viewers at home. I apologise for that effort.
That was something.
There's someone that had that on loudspeaker, and Mum's in the other room going like, what is Timmy watching?
Just past R6, I promise. It's the Oceanic
It's just Rob.
That larrikin heat. Oh, guys.
We have fun here.
Yeah, we do. We do. Circular Spheres obviously need to pick up a bloody org. I have not seen a team that has remained homeless like this do so well for such a long time. So they are very much a great pickup for any org that's looking at this region thinking, hey, I might get involved. But as you look at the results today, Xenox, comments?
Well, yeah, I mean, backing up that as well. I mean, talk about a really good opportunity for picking up a team that can potentially go to a major.
Yep.
Obviously, it's probably unlikely this stage because a lot of the damage has already been done. But I think stage 2, you know, you've literally got a team that is fighting to go overseas.
Yep.
So, and they're right there for the taking. I definitely would get involved, and the Blast ecosystem is proving to be really, really solid to get into. So I'd be surprised if they don't have a team by stage 2, maybe even a team like Homeless as well. As for today's games, I think largely went the way we expected, bar the first game.
Yep.
First game was a little bit of a surprise. I mean, a 4-1 start for Mammoth over Wildcard. We were sitting there just absolutely like, what the hell is going on here? Wildcard did bring it back. They won 5 in a row, got to 6-4. And then they let it get to overtime. And then from that point, you probably think that season done. Because they were kind of in a similar conversation, Wildcard, where they just had to wait for Bliss to slip up. Then they got their own opportunity at Bliss in the final play day. You beat them, maybe you go to the major. I don't know if they're in that conversation anymore unless Bliss really, really slip up. And that is the pressure. They still play Carlton's Knights. They still play Wildcard.
Even if they slip up, Circular Spheres is ready and waiting. It's not wildcard now.
Exactly.
It's actually on that topic. Let's go ahead and have a look at the standings so we can actually give you a picture as to what we're talking about. Of course, it was just mentioning wildcards opportunities. They're 5 points behind Bliss right now. So for everything to go their way, Circular Spheres would have to lose their remaining games. Bliss will lose their remaining games, which of course final play day would be against wildcard. So there is still a way that this happens, but the likelihood of it would be second to none.
Well, if Carlton's Knights manage to beat Team Bliss and Wildcard, in this world, Wildcard win their remaining game after that, then it's 15-13. Wildcard Bliss then play. Wildcard beat Bliss, then obviously it's 16-15. So that's what would have to happen.
Is that how math works?
And then Circular Spheres, though, have their own world where they obviously play Errol Arise and NQS. You would imagine they would beat those two. So that puts them to about 18. That's the magic number for them. So obviously Wildcard, we are firmly now saying I'm very unlikely to go to the major. They have to hope that both top teams drop some games that you probably don't imagine them dropping.
Yes.
The biggest thing for Circular Spheres is that Bliss round differential that you pointed out. Like, that's huge. How do you bring that back?
I would almost with 100% confidence be willing to say right now Bliss are going to the major.
Yes.
The only circumstance in which I see that being brought into question is if they lose in regulation of wildcard. And even if that happens, they would need Circular Spheres to go 6 points to 0. So win their next 2 games, absolutely smash the competition with some insane scorelines. And even then, it might not be enough to make up that round. If that is just how indicative this league has been, that Bliss are on top by a country mile.
Basically, Bliss in no way, shape, or form win any of their last 2 games. It has to literally be a loss and then like an OT loss or an OT win. Like that is basically what is needed for Circular Spheres.
I think round diff is basically
round
it's actually irrelevant.
It's
in
irrelevant
a sense.
Yeah.
You need Bliss to lose both games.
Yeah.
Not happening.
No. Well, no, it doesn't have to be losing both games. It could be like OT loss. Or OT,
but then the round diff would be enough.
Well, OT loss versus double win.
Double win, 7, they can make that up.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry for overcomplicating it. Essentially,
We
Bliss are
love
going
it.
to the major. Well, let's just leave it at that.
Very likely.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
a 90% chance, something like
I
that.
think basically if they win their next game, they go to the major.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so we
Correct.
can lock that
They
one in.
can't-
So
they
we,
can't lose
so
that.
we can have that tomorrow, obviously, because they'll be taking on Carlton's Knights.
Yep.
And if they win that game, they're off to the major.
Yeah, there's some pretty serious implications here for the final 2 play days. Obviously, we come back here tomorrow night to really divulge into what will be chaos.
Madness.
And descend into madness.
More cake?
More cake, baby. And we'll find another reason to get some cake on this broadcast. But for everyone at home, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Happy birthday to the big fella in the middle. Big 30. You only turned 31,
Thank you, everyone.
so you better enjoy
I
it.
saw a lot of kind comments today as well. with
Yes.
I think it was Phil's birthday, man, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil's birthday,
That
man.
was very nice.
Yeah.
I'm 30 now, so I don't know the lingo anymore. I knew it yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't know it today. But I appreciate it. We've got obviously one of the more fun regions here.
We do.
Yep.
We do. We have fun here, that's for sure. And on that note, we're going to go and get some rest for tomorrow night. But for everyone at home, please take care, stay safe, and good night.